patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, England have got used to having to come from behind in Test series. Now they must do it in the ODIs. An exceptional bowling performance from Australia gave England the test they said they wanted, but it didn't quite pass on Friday. Now they have the chance to make things right today. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and it's the penultimate game of the English summer. Cue much excitement, but much sorrow. Alongside me today are men who are feeling equally weepy about that prospect. I have none other than Watford's finest, Claygate's finest, Tony the Bishop.
Hey Hendo, hello everybody. Looking forward to this one.
Up there in the north, quite near to where this game is happening, I believe, we have none other than the wonderful Al Hotchkiss. Hello, Al.
Well, good early afternoon, Tony, Hendo, hello. Everyone. A quick weather forecast.
Yes. There's no weather.
Blue skies. Blue skies 40 miles away from the action.
40 miles away from... Here's the nearest man we have to the action. 40 miles away from Old Trafford. Al says there are blue skies. Well, there are blue skies here in South Wim as well, and I imagine in Claygate just up the road. But important things have been happening while we've been getting ready, and one of those is that England have won the toss, and mindful of their difficulties perhaps on Friday under the lights, they have decided to bat. There are two changes to the England side. The Currans come in on a job lot, and Moeen Ali is left out for tactical reasons, we're told. And Mark Wood, not surprisingly, after playing one game of cricket, is sore and can play no more. Well, maybe he'll play on Wednesday, but we shall see. The news from the Australia camp is that they are unchanged, which means that despite passing 2 assessments, Steve Smith will still not play. It's a long way to come to play so little or maybe even no cricket. England haven't lost a home series since 2015 in ODIs. But what on earth happened in those first 10 overs? That was most un-England-like, wasn't it? Or the modern England that we know. Tony, what did you make of it?
Yes, it was a little bit un-England-like. I think it's interesting they've decided to bat today. The last 7 ODIs at Old Trafford have been won by the team batting first. It's the same track, isn't it?
Same track, yep.
So it's going to be possibly even slower and lower. They didn't get going, did they? Roy, you could blame, lack of match practice,
Rustiness.
possibly. Boy, did he look rusty. What did he? No runs. Did he face 12 balls? I don't think he laid a bat. If he laid a bat on 2 of them,
yes,
that's probably more than I actually remember. He was just given a thorough working over and never looked comfortable. Billings, of course, was magnificent, but sadly, centuries scored in losing causes tend to be forgotten before centuries made in winning causes. But yeah, on the whole, Australia were just very, very good, and they bowled better as well.
They bowled exceptionally well. I mean, we thought England had bowled fairly well, didn't we, Al?
Well, you said that it was a bit un-England-like. It was also a bit un-Australia-like, to be perfectly honest. Both opening attacks put both teams under pressure. When the time comes with regards to Sam Billings, hopefully batting as he did in the last game, in this game, I was having a real thought about, is Billings at 7 the right place for him? But I couldn't find another place for him inside the team. I couldn't readjust the team to make it any stronger, rather than having him at 7, which was interesting. But no, I think that hopefully, as we see both batsmen enter the arena, they'll both get off to a fairly decent start.
Yeah, Roy could do with some runs. He really needs to get his season going, even though the season is about to end. He's one of those who's decided not to go to the IPL, isn't he? So this is really his last chance, or his last couple of chances, to get something out of the 2020 summer. Anyway, the teams are England: Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root, Owen Morgan, Josh Butler, Sam Billings, who will probably come in at 6, I think, rather than 7, Chris Wokes, Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer. Australia are David Warner, Aaron Finch, Marcus Stoinis, Marnus Labuschagne, Mitchell Marsh, who batted very well on Friday, Alex Carey, Glenn Maxwell, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazelwood. A little word for Glenn Maxwell, who batted very well in a difficult situation on Friday. You wonder whether you want him quite as low as 7. I think did he come in at 7, or was it 6 on Friday? I think it was 7, but he did a magnificent job and batted in a way that few people could in those conditions. Anyway, let's jingle up the opening protagonists who are about to take part in this great game.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
I'm told that it's the first time both Currans have played in the same England 11 at home.
It's good sense, take care, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own Lord's Prayer. Oh, he can hit the 6s, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average Bairstow.
He's had no swing.
Here he is, first ball of the game, outside the off stump, fairly full in length, left alone by Jason Roy, and through to the keeper it goes.
No swing since Cape Town.
Marvellous work on the electric guitar there from our man Mog in Australia. Talking of Australia, they are 1 up, and Mitchell Stark has come through a bit of a fitness test this morning, I think. Was being put through his paces, doing some exercises. Just the one slip. Sun is out, Left arm over the wicket. Pass to Roy, hits him on the pad. That's got to be out, hasn't it? Yes,
Yep.
it has. I'm afraid that Jason Roy is not going to trouble the scorers again. Lovely delivery, right on the money. He's having a word with Johnny Bairstow. He's saying, please, is there a way that you can find to save me? Or are you going to send me back to the dressing room? No, he's going to review it. He's going to review it. And that, I think, is daft. The only thing
The only thing is height.
only thing would be height, but I don't even think that height is going to save him here. Lovely delivery from Mitchell Stark. Let's jingle up the review.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
It's very high.
Well, he's
it may have
hardly
actually
moved.
not hit him on the pad at all, mightn't it?
No,
it might have hit him on the
pad.
thigh.
Yeah, that's in line. Oh, it may just go over. It's missing! Jason Roy has done the right thing. I said it from the word go. You had to review that.
Yeah, and it missed by some considerable distance as well.
It did.
Is that Mr. Goff or Mr. Saggers this end?
Um,
Goff doesn't get many wrong, does he?
I don't know. It's very difficult to tell apart these days. I think they may actually be artificial intelligence. They all look the same to me these days, the umpires.
Which bit's the oxymoron? Is that artificial? Or...
Yeah, I don't know. What you used to know? I mean, you used to know that Dickie Bird was genuine human craziness, whereas
and Shep as well,
and Shep and these guys. So England a let off. In comes Mitchell Stark, bowls again. Oh, that was a fabulous ball. It was Fuller. It was swinging in late, and he did well to get a bit of bat on that. And with the pace of the ball, it sped away down to deep backward square, where the man from long leg came round to field, and they pick up 2. So Jason Roy, maybe now he will make hay after that early escape.
He's
And
got
England.
some lovely shape into Roy.
It was beautiful.
From Stark, both the LBW and the full ball that Roy's just really smashed with his inside edge.
Indeed. Stark again into Roy. He'll be glad to feel that he had bad on that one, and he's rather shanked this into the onside as he was looking to play to the off. Maybe a little bit of movement, maybe the bat turned in his hands. Cummins does the fielding at mid-on, and there is no run. Now, which of you fine gentlemen is on social media at this particular
I believe that's me, Hendo.
It's Tony. So you shall have to keep us up to date with all the millions of people who are joining us every second of the game.
Well, I'm actually going to break the tradition and start on hot mic, actually. Warren's saying good morning to us. Xavier was saying, what's this music and when does it stop? I think he means the theme tune.
What's this music and when does it stop? When it gets to the end, funnily
Well,
enough.
that's
Stark
pretty much
in
what I
again, bowls to Roy. He goes back to this one, plays that one with a bit more confidence, waiting for it, and defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Did you tell him when you get to the middle, you're halfway there?
Or indeed halfway back.
Conferences.
Warren wanted us to push the Sinky thing, please. That's probably a message for Nashel because he's disappeared from his chair, which means he's obviously read it.
What's the Sinky thing? I don't know what that means.
Well, Hot
technical
Mic
Hendo.
enables you to be able to sync us to your commentary, doesn't it?
Well, I thought that was automatic. I don't think it needed us to do anything at all. The less we have to do, the better, to be honest. Stark in to complete the over, and onto the back foot goes Roy, hurried, but plays it square. Maxwell fields, and that is the end of the first over. England thought they'd lost Jason Roy. It was a good review in the end, and England are 2 without loss.
We already have a number of people with us. Looking where to start. I'll start with Rabbi, who says, hi Hendo, hi Tony, hi Al. For my prediction to happen, this needs to be rained off. Blue skies doesn't sound promising. Damn you, Al, for shattering my dreams.
Well, to do that before we even start the day's play makes me feel like I'm already right in the zone for the rest of the day.
Yes, yes.
I'll have to slide them in between balls because I think, Hendo, you want to tell us about the bowler, don't you?
Well, I will. It's going to be Josh Hazelwood to bowl. He bowled superbly the other night. Has he got a jingle like this? I'm not sure whether Knuckles in the chair. He's not in the chair. He can't jingle him up. We'll jingle him up later. He's got a slip. He's got a 4 in the ring on the offside. He's got a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Third man and long leg. Quite fine. And Hazelwood really was on song, wasn't he, on Friday? Perfect conditions for him under the lights and gloomy. But nibbles away at a very good pace. very difficult to get away. He's in now, bowling to Bairstow. Bairstow flaps this up to mid-on, and somehow it just drops just short of 2 men trying to converge on that. Labuschagne, I think, was coming from mid-wicket. He thought he might get there, and the mid-on was just hoping it was going to reach him. Oh my goodness me, that was extraordinary. What sort of a shot was that? Well, it was an attempted pull, but it wasn't. It was a flap. And we saw him do quite a couple of those the other day.
He's half pulled out. He's not in and he's not out. He's neither one thing or the other, is he?
Not really. Not
Is
really.
he doing a hokey cokey?
He's something like that. Hazelwood again into Bairstow. Bairstow defends. That's better. That's going up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, well, we've talked about the pace of this pitch. I don't think he was done by lack of pace there. I think it was just onto it more quickly than he expected, and he didn't get really very far through the shot, which is why it went so much further forward of square, and he hadn't really completed the shot at all. It was horrible. It was pretty lucky escapes for both England's openers already. Sense of nerves perhaps in this team after the defeat. Hazelwood in, bowls, and Bairstow jabs at that, and this one again comes back into him slightly, and he's unable to meet it with the full face or middle of the bat, so he's just going to go down the pitch and have a little look at things to see if he can garner anything from a bit of gardening. Any more tweets then?
Loads. Jay Grover's with us, telling us it's balmy in Sheffield, and what are our thoughts? Balmy as in warm and mild, not
balmy in Sheffield, but he is also balmy in Sheffield.
Results are still coming in, Tony, about
wants to know our thoughts on the 2 Currans. Yes, I do have one, certainly on Moeen Ali. If we get
you have a thought. You have a thought on Moeen Ali. Okay. Hazelwood coming in again to bowl to Bairstow, and Bairstow has a flash at this outside the off stump. Really not moving his feet at all. He does look fidgety this morning. What is the matter with him? Struggled, I suppose, on Friday, but then eventually began to find his range and was batting pretty well by the time he got out. But he looks at all sorts of I don't know, nervousness today, and it's worrying for England. What's happened to their 2 men up top who normally go off at a rate of knots?
Anyway. Slower wickets don't necessarily suit either of them, would be part of the issue, and 2 very good bowlers.
Absolutely. And again tried a big pull shot at a ball that probably wasn't short enough to play that shot, and he's beaten by it again. He really can't get a handle on this at all at the moment, Bairstow. It really wasn't a shot for the pull shot, a ball for the pull shot at all.
He's been beaten by the bounce there. I mean, he's swung underneath the ball, so he's the ball that he nearly got out to first ball of the over was again a ball that did him as much for pace and bounce as anything else.
Yeah, it's odd, but it's a slower pitch, we think. In he comes again, bowls, and he's going to get a run, as he know. He plays it square into the offside, and that is a maiden. Josh Hazelwood just carries on where he left off on Friday, and England after 2 are going in a run and over. Tony.
Yes, Bulldog from Bulldog Central is listening to us, and not only that, he's been kind enough to circulate it and tell everybody else, which is lovely. Mog says hello. Mog, I've got a question for you. Has the package arrived? You haven't actually let me know. If it has, it definitely left Claygate 2 weeks ago, so please just confirm one way or the other. Jay Grover says, just went on Facebook, someone called Bridget Pennington was trying to sell me hedge funds. I don't think I could have invented a bigger name if paid. Let's see, Ravi Nairad already talked about Monday afternoon, peeps. Yesterday's long overdue return to fishing was a success, only managed 1 carp. I'm assuming that's not an anagram.
Starts a new over, bowls to Roy, who's a little bit on the move, but he plays that well, and Cummins has allowed that through his legs as he goes to ground to field it, and that will be a very welcome 4 for Jason Roy.
Brilliant.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Don't really expect to see that from someone as good an athlete as is Patrick Cummins.
He seemed to sort of slide a bit and fall through it, didn't he?
Yeah. The long barrier was on the slide, I'm afraid, and it didn't quite work for him. Found the little gap.
Muttley carries on. It was the first fishing since my wheelchair, and was good to have a mate help me out. Only 2 specialist bowlers and one of them a spinner. I think he's talking about the match now, not the fishing.
Outside the off stump, a little bit of width for Roy. Throws the hands at it, makes no contact. He's annoyed with with himself chews vigorously in contemplation.
Seemed a bit wafty.
Very wafty.
That one, wafty.
Yeah, well,
is that a
absolutely.
word?
I mean, I think you can say that Jason Roy is perhaps one of our finest wafters. One of the finest wafters that England cricket has ever seen, especially early on.
Just when you think wafting is only the domain for left-handed batters, then
Yeah. Well, that's the mistake you made, Al. You see, we've got plenty of pretty good wafters these days, and right-handed amongst them. Jason Roy settles down again for Stark, left arm over the wicket, and again he tries to force off the back foot. This one keeps going across him, and again he cannot make contact. Early worries here for England. They're surviving, but by the skin of their teeth, they are 6 for no wicket. Tweets.
Martin Lawrence is saying very quickly, saying hello to the broadcast team and my friends who are involved in or listening to the programme.
Welcome along.
So very much welcome to you.
Just having a little look at Jason Roy ODIs this summer. 24-0 against Ireland, 1-3. 24-0-1, and then 0-3. 0-6. This is a bouncer down the leg side. I think that's a wide. It is a wide, and it is signalled as such.
Jake Rover says it would be remiss of me if I didn't comment on. Oh, sorry, that's a joke. It would be remiss if I didn't comment on Tony's frankly worrying lack of beard. It looks like you've stuck on an expired corpse paint. Sort it out. Yeah, no, I did have a trim this morning, I must confess.
Oh, did you? You had a trim?
I did.
You had time for a trim? Oh, some of us sleeping, for goodness sake.
Well, no, this was after I came back from my hacking on the bike over at Isha Common.
You people are so fit. I've done nothing but roll from my bed to my sofa and do work for the last 10 days. Stark in, bowls. Down the wicket comes Roy, giving himself room. In fact, giving himself too much room. And in the end, he can't reach that. It was probably the right shot to go for. But again, he can't lay bat upon it. England 7 for no wickets.
The difficulty of laying bat on ball at, the last two balls were 90 and 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's pretty swift, and it's an awkward angle for a right-hander. It's there can be swing, and we have seen already a little bit of swing from Mitchell Stark. So no one's trying to pretend this is an easy project that Jason Roy has embarked upon. Here comes Stark again, past the umpire. Those long levers produce another bouncer down the leg side. I think that's another wide. No, it's not been given. I think that was
wider than the last
controversial
one.
decision actually by the umpire. Yes, I thought that was another wide. I mean, it wasn't just the bouncer. It maybe didn't bounce as much as the last one, but it was certainly down the leg side, I would say. Anyway, that's what the umpires are out there for, and that is how they have ruled. As we look at a panorama of a glorious arena at Old Trafford with barely a cloud in the sky.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if that was just full of people?
Oh, I know. I
stopped thinking about that.
Felt that with the football yesterday. It's getting difficult to enjoy it without fans.
Sure.
Driven, beautifully played by Roy. Don't have to hurry because Cummins this time has fielded very well. Goes across to his left, and while prone, he threw at the non-striker's end. Wasn't that far away. I think Roy may have just got there anyway. That is the end of the third over. England have advanced to 8 for no wicket. Roy has 7, and Bairstow yet to score.
Jersey Oak said, I was going to get something from the garage, but I might have missed Bairstow's innings. I nearly missed Roy's. Mog has a quick question. Are the archived matches on the site downloadable? Now, can you kindly tweet a reply, because I'm sure you know the answer to that.
He's got his thumbs up.
Yes, they are. Yes, they certainly are. He'd already replied. Look at that. He's ahead of me. Let me see. Have I got time? Farong says, oh my God, God Almighty is on the screen. God Almighty is on the screen. Thought he wasn't in the squad today.
I'm here.
I think he's referring to you. Kate Holdsworth. Hendo, if you use the expression without troubling the scorers again, I shall get very angry. Hello all, by the way.
Use it again? I rarely use it. I've only brought it out once in the time that I've been on Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, it's Jules who will always tell you off for that, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's
being
actually
a scorer.
More trouble.
It can be very. Well, I suppose it is troubling because they have to put a dot. This comes back in and hits Roy on the pad. Rather loops up towards the only slip, but there was no bat involved. I mean, you can pretty much say that with Jason Roy. There's no bat involved. He's struggling to lay the wood upon the leather, and that came back very nicely indeed from Hazelwood.
Mog wants to know also he says, have you got the Are You Doing the IPL jingle ready? So the answer is some of it, I think.
Yeah, you'll have to wait and see. There are talks going on. That's all we can say. Hazelwood in. Down the wicket comes Roy. Slashes that and finds the gap. Warner is after it from mid-off. Won't get anywhere near it. 4 runs for Jason Roy.
1 2 ka 4, 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I love that shot. It always reminds me of a Roger Federer inside-out forehand.
Ooh. Oh, that reminds me. Who won the women's tennis last night? Anyone know?
Osaka.
Osaka won.
3 sets.
Okay, what was the score?
1-6, 6-3, 6-3.
Ooh. Okay, interesting. I hope team wins tonight against Zverev. Hazelwood in short, worked away off the hip from Roy, but stopped at mid-wicket. And there is no run. 12 for no wicket.
Tony, you said you had a thought.
Oh, Moen, yeah, I mean, you've just got to look at Moen's numbers since the start of 2019. He's taken 7 wickets in 19 ODIs at an average of 114. Even on a turning wicket, and even with a paucity of spinning options, I think they're going to look at Root
Hang on,
as the
again,
better
an
second
average
option.
of 114.
In the last 7 wickets in the last 19 ODIs that he's played in.
Hang on, let me come back to that. Hazelwood, a little bit wider on the crease, jabbed into the offside, a little uneasily by Roy. 2 extra cover, no run. Sorry, did you say the average was 114?
Yeah, 7 wickets in 19 ODIs since the start of 2019 at 114. That was from Crick Info, I didn't make that up.
Just trying to work out, that's how many runs he's conceded then. I mean, he's conceded for an average of 114 and he's got 7 wickets.
So
how many runs has he conceded?
So 14. How many's 14-7? 98.
In comes Hazelwood, whipped away this time by Roy through square leg where there is no fielder, and that will reach the boundary sponge now, and it's 4 more. 7 wickets at an average of 114, so it's 7 times 114 is the number of runs
in 19 ODIs since the start of 2019.
So that's 7 wickets for 798 runs.
Yes, and what I suppose more importantly, you look at that and say that's one thing, but what about his economy rate? In comes Hazelwood, bowls again outside the off stump. Roy shows that he's beginning to find the middle of the bat. He's put that away with great power, backward a square on the offside. 4 more runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, just signs in that over that Roy is coming to terms with the pace of this pitch, and he waited for that one well. It was a little bit too wide, and he threw the hands away beautifully, chopping that to backward point.
Hendo, if you assume that Ali bowled 10 overs each game,
yes,
right, so it's 798 runs, so the most number of overs he's bowled is 70, so that means that the minimum economy rate is 11.4 per over.
Really? That can't be right.
In 19. That's not his career. That's just in the last 19 since beginning of 2000.
11 and over since 2019. Stark in bowls, and Bairstow has edged this. He has gone. Lovely ball. First one that I think that Bairstow had faced from Stark, and it'll be the last one. He's gone for a duck. England are 20 for 1.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Just a nice regulation, no shape in, no shape out. Just prodding at the ball, and as regulation and edge and catch by Kerry as you'd like.
So Jason Roy's going to have to come to the party now a little bit.
So he was playing a little bit with murderous intent. There was a lot more fury in the shots he was playing in the last over. Knuckles said that Moen's ODI economy rate since the start of 2019 is 5.86. So obviously I don't understand maths then in that case.
Well, no, it means he's not taking wickets, but he is restricting runs, which could be in some cases his remit.
Always played more than 7 games since the start of 2019.
Yes, 19. He's played 19 ODIs. So yes, your maths was a little wonky, I suspect. Mark says it's
so,
time. Well, I'll let you work that out.
Yeah.
Time to start plundering them for samples. He's talking about the archive. Jay Grover says Tony looks like a bent bookie cleaning himself up to go to an Italian mobster's daughter's wedding circa 1964. Oh, all right, apparently.
Well, as you would.
Ackles windmilling.
Right, okay, so...
I pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
It is Joe Root who's coming in at number 3. And that is short outside the off stump. Root far too wide for Root to be able to try and hook away. Definitely too high to be able to play any sort of those shots. So having a look at how Stark's been shaping the ball in, and then the ball to Bairstow just doesn't take that shape. It just goes naturally on with the angle to the right-handed batsman. England 20 for 1. 5th over. Roy 19. A couple of streaky shots in there, but seems to be finding his feet.
Have we lost Hendo due to technical difficulties?
Possibly. And ball that Root doesn't really just plants his foot forward and drives through the line of the ball, but it's easily fielded inside the ring, and there's no run. Yeah, I think we might. I think we're just slightly one down just for a moment.
Right. Okay. Peter Lloyd saying for Hot Mike to be able to sync you to the game, it needs to know how far off the game you are. So Bare Knuckle has to do something to align it. It's not something for you to worry yourself about, Hendo.
Or me.
Or indeed you.
And that's a good line, just on off stump, and Root with a defensive shot just into point. And again, there'll be no run. Stark has been really right on the money, hasn't he, since he, with his 2 overs and 4 balls so far. Nothing really too much to be able to move away or nibble away at. And Hazelwood's just been as effective. Yeah, I just got used to seeing Odin's beard on Hendo, and then he disappeared.
We had all sorts of names. Bacchus, Zeus.
And that is down the leg side, and Root with one hand off the bat is just able to guide that down towards fine leg, and it will go for 4 leg byes.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Leg dice.
Ah, the definitive article. Hendo has returned. And all is well with the world, apart from the fact that he's on mute.
Yes, I've had a few knobs twiddled with, and I seem to be okay to carry on. Final ball of Stark's 3rd over, 24 for 1 is the score. Root looking for a run. Will he get one? No, he's injured himself quite nastily here. He drove at that, got a horrible thick inside edge onto the inside of the ankle, I think, and he has gone down. He's crumpled. And Joe Root is not the kind of bloke to show you a lot of pain.
Yeah,
unless
that
he's
is
really feeling it, and that can be extremely nasty if it's hit him where I think it has hit him, which is the inside of the right ankle.
There's no soft tissuey bit to take away anything there, is there?
No, there's bone. There's a lot of bone and nothing else. Oh, let's have a look at this. Oh no,
on the knee.
It's on the knee,
top of the knee.
Well, that's equally painful.
Yes.
In some respects. I mean, the pads are supposed to stop that, and they didn't.
Well, no, his position for his drive is so good that the pad is exposed, so it essentially has gone behind the pad and probably driven the kneecap down a little bit.
Well, there could be a little bit of a delay here, I believe. So let's get through the multitude of tweets that we've got out there.
Oh, I was just replying to Mog. I shall stop there for a second. Hold on, let me delete that. Right, yes, Mog was saying I confirm there's no package yet. Okay, the rest of the world doesn't need to know about that. Peter Lloyd says I expected it was in hand, but Hendo seems to be flustered. That was talking about Hot Mike. Jay Grover says likewise, Hendo. I visited Hardwick all the other week and got into a fight with bullocks. Ended up vomiting black sheep because I got puffed out walking up the hill. Oh dear. My exercise bike cannot come soon enough. This is in response to your lack of exercise, I think.
Yeah.
I've just realised the context for that conversation. Muttley says, Bairstow gone for a duck. Did he trouble the scorers, Hendo?
The scorers were briefly concerned, just for a moment or two, and then they realised that they had to put C, Carey, B, Stark, Naught, balls faced 7. So, yes, he did trouble the scorers in a sense.
Rabinair is confused by nonsense maths and says so.
Ravi, my apologies, that's all on me. That's my fault.
Let me see. I can go then to our friends on Crick Tracker for the first time today, of whom again there are many, which is very, very exciting indeed.
I keep meaning to do a little poster to say hello Crick Tracker. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to write it down.
Well, we sort of have it because the great big thing on the top of our YouTube and Facebook frontage, as it were. Vikash Killary, Mohammed Manas, who wants to know where the match stream is. We're an audio service. That's the thing we really need a jingle for. Ankit Singh Rajput, Hemraj, Chamvakir Kicha, Shobhajit Day, who is expecting Maxwell to hit another ton today.
Ooh, another ton?
Another ton, yes. Janaik Mike, Kanish Damour, Farhad Asif Sandu, and many others, but I hope I've done my best to get a few of you mentioned. If I look at our own Facebook tweet, it's fairly quiet. Christopher Hansen's with us on YouTube and says hello from Denmark with a big smile. So indeed, hello to you, Christopher. We are delighted to have you with us, no doubt about that. I shall now go to Hot Mic. I tell you what, it's exhausting. If you want exercise, Hendo, try doing social media.
That's exercise for your eyes, nothing else.
Well, and your fingers.
Oh, fingers, I suppose, yeah. My fingers aren't really, they're very fat, it's the rest of me. My fingers are okay, and they're nothing like the Bears, as you know. Any of those people who watch the Broad Dick Weller Trophy Dice Cricket will know that the Bear has the fattest paws in the land. Hazelwood into Roy, start of a new over, he turns it away behind square leg. The man comes off the 45 to do the fielding, and England advanced to 25 for 1. Roy has 20, and no one else has scored as much as a run so far.
Root did look okay whilst he was jogging down there for that single. So I think the effects of the magic spray / sponge has worked its magic. It
also looked like he took a couple of painkillers as well. I mean, I imagine those take a little bit of a while to kick in. And maybe go all woozy on us at some point. That'll be quite funny. One slip, 4 men saving the single on the offside, 2 on the on, third man and long leg. In comes Hazelwood again, bowls to Root, who advances down the wicket and then clips this quite nicely past mid-wicket to the right hand of mid-on, and they jog through for his first single. England 26 for 1. Tony.
On Hot Mic, there's a conversation really between Warren and Xavier, but Warren is kindly saying, welcome Xavier, it's a lot of fun.
Which is a lot of fun. It is.
And Warren also said, slipped in between balls. Is that the title of one of Bear's porno movies?
Ooh,
I'm a bit worried that he thinks that Bear obviously does have a collection, but there we go.
Short pulled by Roy. Pulled quite nicely down to deep backward square, where Labuschagne fields, and they take another single. Roy moves on to 21 from 20. Root has 1 from 6. And I can tell you, people out there who love their stats, Hazelwood conceded more boundaries in his second over than he did in the entire first ODI. So I think maybe that shows a little bit of the advantage of batting first on this wicket, and perhaps because the conditions are a little bit better as well. Just in general, here comes Hazelwood again into Root. Root defends, looking for a single on the onside. He's going to get it. Just the one, as Maxwell Labuschagne running around to his right does the fielding. England 28 for 1.
This next tweet could apply to either of you actually, because it's from Farong, and he said the Al-Mighty. I think he means the Almighty, and I think the hyphen might have been an error. But the Almighty disappeared for a cake break, methinks. What are your thoughts on pudding and custard, Hendo?
What are my thoughts on them? I don't think about them. I just enjoy them. Hazelwood again in to bowl to Roy, who comes down the wicket and then slaps this most ineffectively into the off side and shakes his head as if to say, that really wasn't very good cricket. I mean, I understand the impetus behind it, but he didn't really play it very well.
The end result was so frustrating given the flurry of activity that led up to it.
Yeah, that's right. It was like the old swan and the legs behind underneath the water, wasn't it? One of those. Yeah.
Hendo, what are your opinions on? Is it warm custard or cold custard, or are you okay with both?
I'm okay with both, but of late I've been leaning towards cold custard.
Don't lean too far, you'll fall in.
Hazelwood bowls this drop down right into his crease by Roy, thinking of a quick single, won't get it. And that is the end of the 6th over. Hazelwood none for 16 from 3. England 28 for 1. I like that idea. I am the Almighty and you are the Almighty.
I don't know where that leaves me. I'm just a minion.
Mighty.
Just generally mighty.
You do look like a minion.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
You know how to encourage your team members and staff, don't you?
Yeah, it's all morale. It's all about morale. I don't want any of you to have greater morale than me. That's all I'm saying.
Tony, the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Oh, good. Well, most of us would pay extra for those. Jay Grover says, have I got time? Yes. There's a wondrous triptych of faces with you three. Al, forward and intense. Hendo leant back and detached. I'll wait.
I've been detached for a long time. Outside the stump, too wide from the start. That should be a wide, signalled by the umpire, and is. Indeed, takes England on by a single to 29 for 1.
And apparently I'm a crack-addled jack-in-the-box, presumably crazed on aftershave fumes.
Yeah, that's why you take so long.
Really not my day today, is it? I'm a minion, and I'm a crack-addled minion.
Stark is in again, bowls a beauty to Root, who was thinking that was going to come back in a bit more than it did, and it only passed his outside edge by a couple of inches. So very good bowling from Stark. He's sown confusion in the minds of the England batsmen with the ball that comes back into them and the one that's just going straight across them, and the one, of course, that goes away when it pitches. And, that might well have been that one. Certain amount of rotation of the wrist there as he put a little bit of cut on it, I think. Anyway, he's back at the end of his run, and he is approaching again to bowl to Root, and Root drives at this one too wide outside the off stump, beaten, and again through to the keeper. So Root's not looking 100% happy. Bairstow looked completely at odds with himself.
Yeah.
And only Roy, the man who was given out LBW's second or third ball, but reviewed it with success, is looking anything like an England batsman at the moment.
But even still, this is where you need to sometimes watch the game as opposed to just look at the stats. The idea of 21 off 22, you would go, "Oh, that's not a bad start." But he's been, the things that have gone for 4 have gone for 4 pretty handily.
Onto the back foot goes Root, plays it square. Maxwell is excellent in that position at backward point. You're not going to take too many singles to him, and they don't on this occasion. England remain 29 for 1. Yeah, I mean, but what you would say about Roy is that when he has played a good shot, he's played a good shot. No one else has so far, really.
True enough.
So Stark has figures of 1 for 9, and he's already into his 4th over. It's again not a particularly good power play so far for England. They would want to get up to 50, 60 or more, I would think. Stark in again, full, a little bit of swing, driven into the ground, but Warner is rapidly round at mid-off to his left and is already in position to fire the ball into the stumps should England think or even consider taking a run.
Not a moment's contemplation.
No, indeed not. So Root 2 from 11, Roy 21 from 22, Bairstow out for 0 from 7. And what has happened to this England side? I think we need to go back to basics and start to just building from the openers. Sod this pinch hitting nonsense. Well, we're not seeing it anyway, are we, at the moment? Stark again, into Root. Root, plays a horrible shot to a ball that was a little bit close for the cut. Tries to chop it away and is beaten again.
Well,
there is a small matter of a world-class bowling attack that's found its mojo.
Yeah, a little bit. And also, it's a natural correction from fielding sides in the beginning of a 4-year cycle. It happens all the time.
Well, I mean, we talked about how well England have done against Australia in recent years, but if you go back to that series, the one that was stuck in the middle, was it 2018, of 5 matches where England won? You have to look at the makeup of the Australian attack. It was very weak. Stark in, bowls to Root. Root wants a single. He's going to have to hurry, and the throw comes in, and that is out. Jason Roy has been run out. Coming to the striker's end, although the umpire has sent it upstairs, I'm pretty sure Root didn't get there. Who's done the damage? Is it anyone but Max Williams? It's Stoinis. It's Stoinis. And England have run out the only batsman who looks like he's laying bat upon it. That was a foolish run from Root, and he is well short, Roy, by about, 2.5, 3 feet. Yeah, well, that is 3 feet, so that's about right, yes. England 29 for 2.
How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
I have to say, I think that was a bit of a selfish run from Root. He hadn't got the ball away. He was feeling the pressure, and
it's an absolutely fabulous pick up and throw, though. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think you're right, but I think you've got to turn around. That's magical from Stoinis. Absolutely magical.
It is magical, but I think it's a very poor run. As he set off, I thought it was a poor run. They've got 4 men on the single on the offside, and you've got to be placing it between 1 or 2 of those to actually have a chance of getting the single. This one came quite nicely to him, to his right. He did have to twist to throw, but he was very sharp to get there. And I mean, as soon as Root set off, I thought this is trouble, and so it proved to be. Maybe Roy was a little bit back on his heels. We'd have to see it again to be sure, but I think that was a poor run from Joe Root.
Yeah, it's slightly indicative of 2 players wanting to get on with it and feeling a little bit skittish and under pressure, I think. Joe Grover says, sweet, someone else is giving Tony shit. My guilt is alleviated. He also says it was crank, not crack. I must admit, I edited that on the fly because I thought he mistyped crack, and I edited it for him, so it's my own fault. I was actually party into insulting myself.
How people stop doing things on the flies? Will you just get it out? Owen Morgan has come to the crease, and he has a bit of a task ahead of him.
He's got the power to hit every ball for a 6. Come on, it's Owen bloody Morgan. He can do it all day with his bat. He does play. It's Owen bloody Morgan.
Root will face the next delivery, and he plays waftily at one from Hazelwood outside the off stump. Hazelwood has a little word to say, what are you doing? You've run out your mate. You can't lay bat on ball. You're a pretty useless excuse for a pom. I think that's what he probably was saying.
You got all that from
yeah. It's amazing what he can convey in just a couple of words, isn't it, really? Root has 2 from 14. Roy run out Stoinis 21 from 22. Morgan yet to face. Butler to come. Billings at 6. Wokes at 7. Curran at 8. Curran at 9. Rashid at 10.
Do you...
Bringing up the rear.
Got a question for you after the
ball out. Hazelwood in. Bowls to Root. Hits him on the pad. As the ball jags back into him, and the ball then loops out on the offside. There will be no run. Yes, Al?
Do you think Root would be in better form than 2 runs in 15 balls if he played the T20 games?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, he went away, didn't he? And he played a number of T20s for Yorkshire and actually got good scores. He got 2 scores of 60 in successive days against Derbyshire and Notts, I think it was. So not necessarily. Hazelwood in again, bowls. He's come down the wicket and he's then beaten by one, nibbling away, and looks back and grins about that. That said, I'm guessing that the Derbyshire attack isn't quite as good as this Australian one. That really was an absolute beauty.
You're gonna set your stall out on that Derbyshire attack, slightly less good than.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of a gap between those 2 attacks, but you never know.
You might have something there.
Head to head, Josh Hazelwood has got him 3 times Root at an average of 9 in ODIs. Here comes Hazelwood again, bowls to Root. Root turns this away. Will he get a run here? No. Brilliant fielding again. I think it was that man Stoinis diving at mid-wicket this time. So he's enjoying his work so far today. And England are again finding themselves in a little bit of trouble, a little bit stuck. Morgan did his best to get England going on Friday, and it looks like it's going to have to be up to him again.
The other thing you've got to think back about to the first game was was Banton on a sub-fielder. If he'd have taken Maxwell at long leg, Australia might have only got to around about 190, 200. And it would have been a different
hard
game.
catch, wasn't it? Cut by Root, and again he can't find the gap between the man at backward point and the man at cover. And there is no run. We'll have a change at the end of this over. One to go, I think.
They're very close together, those two fielders.
Yeah.
Point and backward point. They've really identified that as a point where they want to squeeze Root.
Well, I mean, that is one of Root's favourite scoring areas, so it makes absolute sense. He loves to chop and cut away in that area. If you close him down, he's got to find other ways of scoring. And he doesn't seem to be finding too many of them at the moment. Hazelwood has bowled 15 balls to Root. He's got 2 runs. Here he is again into Root. Root defends. He's looking for a single but holds the bat up to say no. Doesn't want to run out his captain, having already got rid of Roy. That is the end of the over. It's time for me to take a break. It's time for... oh no, it isn't. What am I talking about? I've still got 2 overs to go.
You've still got 2 overs to go, sir.
You threw me with that one, I must admit. I was thinking, hello, didn't think we were done.
No, I was going on time like we do in test matches, and I suddenly thought, oh, we've had 40 minutes, but...
I'm so scared of the executive branch of Guerrilla Cricket, I didn't want to say anything. I was just going to go off.
Well, we found out now. What happens to you? You get called all sorts of things. Diana Patterson says, Tony, you are the genuinely friendly face and voice. Nobody likes bosses and the almighty. We're all fellow humans. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. I don't think my boss is that bad, actually. Or indeed, even if he's my boss. But there we go. Jersey Oak says, Root, you dick. England collapsing. Not a collapse yet, but not bad. Tony says... Jay Grover says, Tony, the fact that you don't know the difference between crank and crack is why you get invited to mob weddings in 1964 and I have to flog meth.
What?
Make that what you will.
All right, I don't know what's going on. We've got a slip. We've got a man on the 45. Could arguably be a catching position. A man at backward point, cover. Not much of a gap between those two. Then a bigger gap round to mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg as well. And a third man. And Stark left arm over the wicket. Bowls to Morgan. And Morgan's beaten outside the off stump. England really having all sorts of trouble laying bat upon ball at the moment. 29 for 2. We're into the 9th over. It's another poor power play for England. What did we end up getting on Friday? Was it 22? 22 from the 10 overs, or was it slightly more than that in the end?
Morgan looked like he tried to pull the bat away at the last moment there, to be honest.
He might have done. It might have been one of those he's playing a little bit inside. In fact, the way he's playing, he's trying to open up the offside, isn't he? He's just taking that front leg a little bit wider to create room for himself, which is very much a one-day thing to do. This time he's going to get a run. He turns it past the man on the 45. There is further backup at long leg, Adam Zampa, and Morgan has his first run. England 30 for 2.
Interesting that one of the 2 outfielders in the power play is essentially covering the 45.
Yes. Well, Morgan does like to play down there. He does like to play the swivel pull as well. Although, to be fair, when he does play that shot, it's normally played quite well, and sometimes it doesn't really matter if you've got a fielder on the boundary. He clears them. Though, of course, it was a pull shot that got rid of him on Friday against Adam Zampa, when there was only one man in the huge arc of the onside saving a single, and he picked him out. Stark in again, bowls to Root. Root decides to leave this one angled across him. Through to Kerry it goes. There is no run. England's power play on Friday was indeed 22 for 2. And now with 9 balls of the power play left today, England are only a little bit advanced on that, 30 for 2. So just some struggles at the top of the order for England, which is kind of odd, but does show you how good this Australian attack is.
Yeah, it's going well. We've been joined by a number of people on Hot Mic. I'll let you know about them in a moment.
Here comes Stark again to bowl to Joe Root. 2 from 20. It's not a good look. Onto the back foot, wants another single, won't get it. Maxwell is in, of course he is. And there is no run.
Jimmy C has joined us, as has John. So Hot Mic gathering some new folk, which is great. 20 for 2 from 20 off 2 off 21 for Root. I mean, you've got to remember that Mitch Marsh really dug in. Maxwell started in an un-Maxwell-like way, and they got Australia's record partnership for the 5th wicket eventually.
Yeah,
so
I think
it's not about quick starting necessarily.
Well, I kind of disagree a little bit. Outside the off-stump, he aims an attacking shot at it, but again, Root makes no contact. His radar is well off. I think it's kind of difficult because although Australia lost early wickets, excuse me, they did have quite a good start in terms of run rate. So when they did lose their 5th wicket at 123, someone like Stoinis had already got 40 off 35 balls, something like that. Roy might have been the man to carry that on. At the moment, Root just doesn't seem to be able to lay a bat on it. Maybe affected a little bit psychologically by running out Roy. He's in again. He tries to chop this away. He just bangs it into the ground, and then behind the wicket it goes to Alex Carey. He's now faced 23 balls for 2. Not unlike, of course, as the over comes to an end, how Root batted in the World Cup final. He was very ineffective in that, and England got right behind the rate, didn't they?
I think there's a little bit of tennis ball-like bounce. I think there's been a couple of... I think an element of this mistiming is I think that the ball coming off the pitch is coming slightly slower than what might be expected, in line with with the idea that we said use pitch and all that type of stuff. But the ball's bouncing more like a tennis ball than like a cricket ball. And I think
it is, and it is definitely coming off. It's sticking in the pitch a little bit, and we said that on Friday too. But what's alarmed to me is the fact that Root has gone through that over, has aimed shots at about 5 of the balls, and has missed most of them. It's not a case of missed timing, it's just radar being off, not actually maybe looking at the ball well enough. Okay, it's a good bowler, very good bowler, but I don't know, he just seems to be a little bit caught up in himself at the moment. Maybe it is the result of that run out. Just a single slip as Hazlewood starts his 5th over, coming into the left-handed Morgan. Right arm over, Morgan tucked up, but tucks it away behind square, chased furiously by Stoinis again, I think, who's really got his gander up. They've got back for... in fact, they didn't get back for 2, they just got the single. I thought they might have got a second there. But it was Labuschagne, I think, rather than Stoinis, who was after that one. Brilliant piece of fielding, clawed it back, and was up quickly enough to make sure that England didn't take any liberties. 31 for 2. The thing with the Australia innings on Friday, as Hazlewood is in to bowl to Root and he defends into the offside, again their run, was that they kind of knew what they had to do, having got to 123 and realised, hang on, we've got to consolidate here for a while if we're going to get anything like a competitive total. And at that point, we didn't know that 290 would be a competitive total. We thought perhaps 340 might be a competitive total. And they just batted very sensibly. And I think you can do that in one-day internationals. It's been done for years. Just consolidating in those middle overs. Not getting out, but not taking too many chances. Hazlewood again into Root. Root advances and guides this down to 3rd man. He's going to finally get a 3rd single from his 25th ball. England 32 for 2. And for those guys who support the shedding of Joe Root from the T20 side, this is more evidence for their point, really.
One of those is Milind Bondra, who's with us, who says Root should take a break from limited overs international cricket for some time on Cricket Tracker.
Well, I don't think that's borne out by the statistics, to be fair. Hazlewood in, bowls, onto the back foot goes Morgan, defends up to mid-off, and there is no run. We will be having a change in 2 balls' time. We're going to have... is it you, Tony?
No, I think got a feeling I'm not on until later. My recollection.
Who's down for the 2nd session? Is it Grubby? Because Grubby's a bit delayed, isn't he?
Maybe in just a moment.
Oh no, he's there. He's loitering. So I'll hand over you to do some tweets at the end of the over, and then we'll...
Knuckle, Nestlers and Owl, but it's actually Knuckle...
Oh, okay.
It's
Nestlers and Grubby, isn't it?
Grubby.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we had to change, didn't we? Okay. So Hazelwood to bowl to Morgan. He's in. Morgan comes down the wicket slightly, but turns it into a half volley. He doesn't really put it away then. He just strokes it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Hazelwood has just 1 over to bowl. He'll have bowled 5 overs, got none for 18 at the moment. Limbering up is Patrick Cummins. So another good job done. He hasn't taken the wickets this morning, Hazelwood, but he's been economical again. And very difficult to get away. In comes the aforementioned Josh. Bowls to Morgan. Morgan has a little feel for that. Is beaten outside the off stump. And at the end of the power play, slightly better than Friday, not much. England are 32 for 2. Tony.
Yes, I shall just do a few quick tracker messages. Sahil Rashid says hello. MSH Sajad Hussain says hi from Bangladesh. Welcome to you. Maheshwar Marji is with us saying good evening, which is fantastic. I read their thoughts of Root about Root. Navin Kumar Sharma says it's Butler's day today. Mani Lal says it's going to be Alex Carey is going to be today's hero. Sahib Dalapthi says love from India. Love to you too. Glad you are with us. And I think is that the end of the over? Time for me to run then, and it'll be time to hand over to somebody else.
Thank you, Tony. You join us after 10 overs of the first innings of this second one-day international between England and Australia. Australia 1-0 up in the series. In comes Patrick Cummins replacing Mitchell Starc at the Brian Statham end. He's in back of a length. And England's test captain, not so much in the one-day format, Joe Root clips to mid-wicket. There is no run. 3 of 26 deliveries, very unlike Joe Root, but that accurate start was very much like this bowler.
When bankrupt scuffed it and threw you the ball, you must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering. What you do, come in.
The perhaps complicit Patrick Cummins in full delivery, almost a Yorker, and Root again clips into the onside. Mitchell Marsh is quite close in at short mid-wicket, so there's no run. I'm Knuckle and Pandey, taking you through the next 10 overs, and I'm joined by Paul Grubby Howarth and Nestle Boy.
Hello, Knuckle, Nestle, hello everyone.
Hello. Another tricky start for England. They were 22 for 2 off the power play on Friday, 32 for 2 this time. Jason Roy was batting very well before he was run out by a combination of a slightly dodgy call from Joe Root and a very good bit of fielding from Marcus Stoinis. Bairstow got a 7-ball duck. Root is now 3 off 28 as he turns this into the onside. Australia, a good field placing from Aaron Finch. He's moved the off and onside men in the circle very close to the more 15 yards rather than 30 yards away, so really tightening the screws on Joe Root, who is normally the man who can get a single off almost any delivery. Owen Morgan's 2 off 6, and Joe Root is changing his bat. Grubby, how does Root get himself out of this hole he's dug himself into?
I think the problem for Root is that the opening bowlers for Australia have just been supremely good in the last couple of games, and Hazelwood's been a bit of a revelation, not a man who's renowned as a one-day performer as much as a test performer, but he's been bang on the money, and I suppose just bowling that nagging line and length that serves him so well in test cricket, and because Root feels he has to make a start, he doesn't necessarily want to do anything particularly different in terms of what he would see as taking a bit of a risk. You know, if you've got someone who's prepared to play the odd ramp or knock him off his length early on, then it might be a different story. But I think I'll give loads of credit to the Australian bowlers. Root will feel that he owes the team now, having made this really sluggish start with 3 off 28. It's one of those where there's additional pressure now, because if he does depart in the next few balls, then it's been a waste of time and effort for everyone concerned.
Certainly has. Cummins in to Root short, and he pulls that away with the field in quite close inside the ring. There is a gap there at square leg, and he's found it. 4 runs, the first boundary to Joe Root. Pat Cummins proved the most line-upable of Australia's bowlers the other day on Friday.
I think that's clearly what Root is thinking there. I don't think he would have been playing that shot to Hazelwood, perhaps because Hazelwood gets that steeper bounce as well. And that wasn't too short from Cummins there, just a fraction short, if anything. But he was able to put him away.
Yeah, indeed. Flashed past the man who's almost in a kind of a wide, short, fine leg rather than a regular square leg. I'll try and give you the rest of the field when I can. Root now 7 off 29. We've got a slip. We've got that short mid wicket. The man's gone back on the boundary now at deep square leg as well as long leg, and there's a mid on as well. Foolish outside off stump. That's a glorious drive from Joe Root. 3 men up in the covers, but that has screamed past the left hand of extra cover. Back-to-back boundaries for Joe Root. That'll help. Friendly half volley, really, outside off stump, but nicely put away by Root.
It doesn't take long, does it? If you can accelerate incredibly quickly. He's 2 fours off 3 balls in this over, and all of a sudden he'll be feeling much happier about life.
Yeah,
in general.
indeed. Now ascending to the heady heights of over 2 and over. Back of a length, and Root nudges this into the onside. Good work from Joe Root. 9 off the first 3 balls. 9 off the over from Pat Cummins. England 41-4-2 after 11. Nestlers, what have we got on social media?
We have messages who's back from a weekend in the country where he missed the last game, so I expect Australia to lose today. Imagine our Sally R56. Root played in the BBL in 18-19 and was crap. Scored 81 runs in 6 innings. Jay Grover says he's talking about his chili plant, which has 3 chilies on it. Self-sufficiency, Tony. I thought you'd appreciate it.
You have a very small curry, Jay.
Yeah. Jeff Perkins has done a Photoshop picture of Tony as a minion.
That is terrifying.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a look at that in a minute.
Jay Grover wondering about my baseball hat, and it is to do with cycling, Jay. But he thinks it might be an 80s hardcore band called Terminal Destructive Ripperies.
1 slip, 3 men up on the offside, 3 men on the on as Josh Hazelwood continues from the James Anderson end outside off stump. And Root pushes this to Glenn Maxwell, whose arm one does not take on in a hurry. There is no run. As you say, Grubby, Hazelwood really has been bowling like he does in a test match. He's just targeting the top of off stump, moving it a little bit either way, and he's caused absolute havoc.
Yeah, that's right. As I say, not really renowned as a one-day performer, but he's doing a great job here. From England's point of view, you just want someone to kind of knock him off that length, but that is easier said than done.
England haven't even been able to get the singles away, which, as I said, is very unusual for Joe Root. That's foolish, and it's just not quite there to drive, and so Root has to check his stroke, and David Warner fields at mid-off, quite close to the bat. There is no run. I like the captaincy from Aaron Finch, keeping the fielders inside the ring, very much in the ring rather than on the edge of the ring. We've got a slip. In fact, the slip has come out now to short extra cover. There's a backward point, a regular point, a mid-off, a mid-on, who's set a little bit deeper, just on the edge of the ring. Short mid-wicket, short square leg, and men back at third man and fine leg. So Australia are allowed 4 men out of the circle. They've only got 2, giving a sense of how Aaron Finch thinks this game is going. Hazelwood turns at the top of his run. His lengthy but rhythmical run is in tight to off stump, and Root defends back to the bowler. There is no run. I've always been impressed with Aaron Finch as a captain.
Yeah, he's all right. I don't feel too strongly either way, really.
He's all right.
He's all right.
He's all right, isn't he?
Seems to read the game very well, and he's not afraid to be a little bit more aggressive than he's allowed to be. It would be kind of a lot of captains would sort of play it by rote at this point and have the 4 men out, but no, just the in fact the 3 men out. Sorry, there's a man back at square leg as well who's gone back just now, but still 1 more in the circle than is mandated. Foolish on off stump, and Root defends to the skipper Aaron Finch. Short extra cover. There is no run. Josh Hazelwood none for 18 of his 5.4 overs.
Yeah, I think that
sometimes
short...
having a sorry, Jack, Robbie.
Sorry, mate.
I was going to say, sometimes having a captain who's sort of, all right, is, all right, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say he's a bit more, all right than Tim Payne, who's all right. He is in very close, Aaron Finch, at short extra cover, only sort of 10 yards or so away from the bat. So there is a gap there if Root can find it in the offside. And he comes down the track and plays this nicely, but doesn't time it very well. And Cummins fields at mid-on. There is no run. That's kind of what you were talking about, Grubby, of Root trying to hit Hazelwood off his length.
Yeah, maybe I was understating it a bit. He probably is a bit better than all right, Finch. And I do like those 2 fielders in close, one at short extra and one at short mid-wicket, because he understands that Root is struggling a little bit and he's trying to make him play a different way. But, you could argue that could help Root ultimately. So we saw that last one there. He advanced down the pitch a bit and did take a bit more of a risk. Played a nice shot, didn't get a run, but it might actually help him to just get his feet going and get moving.
In comes Hazelwood outside off stump and Root just runs this down to third man, manages to open the face and get himself a single. He moves to 12. Owen Morgan, in fact, will not be on strike because Root's again nicked the strike. Root's on 13, Morgan on 2. England 42 for 2 after 12. Nestlers.
Yeah, Grover, correct. You got it. It's a Tour de France hat. Well done. It's not an 80s hardcore band. So, well done. You get a prize. It'll be in the post soon.
Nestlers, of course, currently embarking on the Tour de Andromeda.
I am. Well, I've got the Tour de France on one window. I've got the Grand Prix over there, which I won't say anything about, but you might see me react if something ridiculous happens. And I've got the cricket here. So it's all happening. It's all happening here.
In other wider sports news, terrific to report that Ipswich have secured their first win of the League One season, beating Wigan 2-0, I think it was, just before the end. So hurrah.
In comes Cummins, starting his second over to Joe Root, who blocks this delivery kind of at the top of its bounce, and Finch fields it short as extra cover. There is no run. A decent win for Arsenal yesterday. I haven't seen the highlights yet, but it looked like a fairly comfortable day at down on the river.
Tell you what, Willen and Gabriel, the two new guys, were fantastic. And Willen just looked...
Willian
slips right in, and he was absolute class.
Yeah, he's
Willian it was.
Will-I-An, as someone I know calls him. Yeah, he's a very experienced campaigner, Willian's sort of a good egg. Root comes down the track and tries to work this into the onside, but doesn't time it very well at all, and it's fielded by Josh Philippi, who's on as a sub-fielder for... Sean Abbott, rather, who's on as a sub-fielder for somebody. Not really sure who. There is no run.
I think I'm right in saying Australia unchanged today, is that right? And England have the Currans in for Moeen and Wood.
Quite right, yeah. Right. The first time the Currans are playing an international together at home.
Ooh.
Ah. Exciting, isn't it?
Mark Wood pulled up a little bit. Saw Moeen left out, even though they do expect this pitch to turn a little bit. Outside off stump, and Root has a flash at this, but doesn't get his weight into the stroke at all. He was trying to open the face and angle it past point, but missed completely. There is no run. He did get those couple of boundaries off Cummins in his last over, but I think Root might be well advised to get Morgan on strike for a little while.
Mog's disappointed at the lack of hardcore 80s hardcore band hats tonight. Sorry, Mog. I actually have one, I don't think.
Were they? Those bands weren't really into their merch, were they?
Oh yeah.
Really? It seemed a bit capitalist. Cummins, hair flapping in the Old Trafford breeze, back of a length, and Root runs this down to backward point. But again, Maxwell lurks, and where Maxwell lurks, no run is possible. There is no run.
Great source of money.
I don't know if they fall into that category, but Cradle of Filth certainly did the merch. You know, notably the "Jesus is a Bradman" T-shirt, which they had. They thought they were so funny, those boys, didn't they? That they wouldn't really scare you with a gun.
Yeah, not really.
They were lovely boys for their mums, really. Much as they'd have you believe the opposite.
A band that I particularly liked much, I must admit. But hey, each to their own.
I think they might be from Ipswich.
Root trying to break free. He's 13 off 41 deliveries now, and a brilliant bit of fielding by Glenn Maxwell, who appeared to be at backward point, then suddenly appeared in gully, flung himself to his left, and stopped any thought of a single down to third man. We saw Johnny Bairstow make a very similar start on Friday. He was 11 off 40, ended up managing to accelerate to a decent score in the end, albeit not enough to see England home. But this is a little bit worrying for England that Joe Root isn't even able to rotate the strike effectively. Cummins 5 dot balls so far. Can he complete the maiden? He can, as this one slightly beats Root for pace, and he splices it out to extra cover. There is no run. So having gone for 9 off his first over, Cummins bowls a maiden. England 42 for 2 after 13.
So,
yeah, this is a tricky situation for Root, this, isn't it? Because it's what he's normally so very good at Knuckle, as I know you're keen to underline. And if he's not doing that, then it really does sort of make you wonder why he's there.
Yeah, England currently going along at 3.2 runs and over.
Dutchburg Kate isn't happy because we mentioned football for 1 second.
Wendy ball.
Yeah. Chris Silvery Bean says, how many redundancies was Willen's performance worth? Wow.
There's a lot of things that.
It's Premier League football. You can't get. It's not something that's particularly right on, is it?
You don't blame the players, though. You blame the owners. I mean, Stan Kroenke's worth multiple billions. Anyway, we have a change of bowling at the James Anderson end. Josh Hazelwood is out of the attack, and an almost as tall but considerably slower man is in and is driven powerfully by Owen Morgan, but straight to the man, just set back on the edge of the ring at cover. There is no run off the bowling of this lunk.
Mitchell. He was born with a flawless Aussie name.
In comes Mitch Marsh, full outside off stump, and Morgan tries to run this down through backward point, but Maxwell's there, and there is no run.
Mighty White's fall. Daddy bowls me bats, but it's all right. He's no cocky ass, he's Mitchell man.
Be surprised if we haven't been hooked off the air after that lengthy stones.
I know, right? But the first ball, though, I'll just come to that after this ball. As Morgan tries to pull, and there's a LBW appeal from Mitch Marsh. I'm pretty sure pitched outside leg as possibly being a little bit high. Michael Goff is unmoved, and Michael Goff doesn't get many wrong. Aaron Finch doesn't seem particularly interested in a review. No, he isn't.
I wanted to pick you up on something you said a minute ago, Knuckle. You talked about Root just about creeping above 2 runs per over. And I wonder if there's any appetite for standardising the way we report runs per number of balls.
Yes, absolutely.
Per over for bowlers typically, and per balls per runs.
I am all over this, especially in limited overs cricket. As Mitch Marsh is in over the wicket to Owen Morgan, who blocks this back to the bowler. There is no run. Morgan now 2 off 10. Particularly in T20, no one in T20 has ever faced 100 balls in an innings. So it's a fairly useless measure, really. Runs per over, I think, gets you a much better sense of.
It's a percentage, isn't it? A strike rate. That's fine. I think I could get behind that for both batsmen and bowlers. Striking at 95 and economy rate of 95.
I think runs per over. I know Simon Gear, our friend on Guerrilla Cricket South Africa, is all over this. As Marsh is in, he's not conceded a run yet, and still hasn't, as outside off stump, and Morgan tries to cut this hard, but bottom edges it over the stumps through to Carey. There is no run. So 10 dot balls in a row that Australia have put together to Morgan and Root, 2 of England's best ever white ball players.
You could have both, and punters could choose which one they wanted reporting, but you just keep it consistent.
Well, when I do we do our sort of in-game updates, we do both for batters strike rates. I think it gives you a much better sense of how far someone is actually scoring in white ball cricket. Another maiden, 2 maidens in a row, as Morgan blocks this into the offside and loudly shouts no. So whatever momentum England might have had has been completely arrested. 42 for 2 after 14.
Yeah. It only takes a good few overs, though, doesn't it? And even if England have only scored at, let's say, we're going at 3 and over at the moment. Let's say it's 4 and over by the 40th over. It gives us 160. You can still score easily 100, which they might think is a decent score on today's pitch.
It does
a little
put
bit
a lot
up and down if it's a little bit too paced.
Yeah, keeping wickets in hand, almost old school ODI cricket. It does put a lot of pressure on you as a batting team. I think you'd want to be going at nearer 5 and over by the time the 40th over comes around, even on a slowish pitch. Yeah, I think 270 is a decent score. Australia managed to get themselves up nearly 300, thanks mostly to Glenn Maxwell and a bit of Mitchell Marsh's as well. And I'm not sure this Australian team can chase 300 too often.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, anything's possible when you've got the likes of Finch and Maxwell in the side. I think Maxwell's one of my favourite cricketers in the world at the moment. And I was amazed he's batting so low down as well. He's number 7, I think, in the last one there.
Yeah, he was. They lost a few wickets, and so I think shuffled in some more solid players. Marsh and Carey both came in ahead of him. I think in usually Maxwell will be batting 4 or 5. I think in a well.
He was listed at 7 from the outset, and maybe they would have shuffled it around a bit if the top 4 had done a bit better and stayed in longer, to give him more overs. But no, he was listed at 7 and came in at 7.
Yeah, he might.
I think he's so talented. I was so pleased to see him play that type of innings again the other day, because he was a bit out of sorts. Well, he didn't come off for him in the T20s, but he's such a wonderful talent.
Yeah, he's a fantastic cricketer. I think in any just world he'd be an all-format regular for Australia, and a good bloke by all accounts. Every time I read an interview or listened to anything he's had to say, I've been impressed. Nestor's what we got.
We have Mog, who says Cradle of Filth would be tolerable if the dead shit singer Danny fucked right off. Their earliest demos are far more death metal than the goth pop BM they got famous for. And Jay Grover says, bound to my knowledge of experience of 70s and 80s hardcore bands, but indie bands in the 90s only broke even with merch. I'm sure my 3 Senseless Things t-shirts must have kept them in beans for about 3 days. I think the Senseless Things were from Ipswich, weren't they, Robbie? I think.
Well, I don't know about that. I was just looked. I mean, Cradle of Filth was definitely Suffolk, if not Ipswich itself. I think Catherine Wheel were from Ipswich as well.
Extreme Noise Terror or Napalm Death were Ipswich bands. There was a whole scene there in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, there ain't much to do there.
My friend who tweeted in the other day, Ed Shred, he was one of them. He was in the Stupids.
We were talking East Anglian bands because there was a bit of there was a drinks break, and we're back from that drinks break with England 42-4-2 after 14, having won the toss and elected to bat, pootling along at 3 and over. Owen Morgan is 2 off 12. Joe Root is 13 off 43. Something must be done, really, for England. 2 maidens in a row. Cummins continues from the Statham end, and he's back of a length, and again this hurries Joe Root, despite only being 86 miles an hour on the speed gun, and it comes off the splice of the bat really into the onside. There is no run.
Not really getting going anywhere here, England, are they?
No, there's been little obvious intent to rotate the strike to knock around some singles and get the score moving that way, and any attacking shots that Root and Morgan have played in the last couple of overs have been horribly mistimed. In comes Cummins, second ball of the over. A drive from Root, tries to drive on the up, but no footwork and no sort of momentum into the stroke, as it were. He was leaning back as he played the stroke and missed it through to the keeper. There is no run, and this is the trouble with starting like this and carrying on at this pace. It makes you tense, and it puts pressure on you, and you end up getting your timing goes worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, and one thing you can do, one way you can play it if you're just a little bit out of nick, is just use the pace. And these are 3 quick bowlers that England have faced so far, and that's what Root is normally so good at. But that one was too full, that last one.
Short ball, and Root does use the pace and gets up on top of it and runs it down to third man. They come through for a single, but you need sort of 4 of those and over just to put the pressure a little bit back more on Australia, to get your score moving a little bit.
But again, credit to the Aussie bowlers, have been superb collectively, and as I say, particularly impressed with Hazelwood these last 2 games.
Well, they've been pretty good in the field as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, including subfielder. The first ball of the last over was fielded by Daniel Sams, but then he appeared to take a little knock, and so Sean Abbott came on, so we've had 2 subfielders already. Cummins is in over the wicket to the left-handed Owen Morgan, who blocks this back to the bowler. There is no run, maybe just a little hint of seam movement away from Owen Morgan. There is no run. This from Root and Morgan, though, is very reminiscent of the World Cup final in 2019, where neither played in any kind of innings of note, and put a huge amount of pressure on the lower and middle order.
There was a collective sort of constriction around that whole game, wasn't it? The size of the prize became apparent to everyone very quickly.
It was wildly tense. Short ball from Cummins. A little bit of a bluff, because there's 3 men very close on the offside, so Morgan was probably expecting that to go across him, but it is a bouncer that is too short and sails over Morgan's head and is given a wide.
Wide.
it a bit harsh that wide?
I want to see it from side on. They always look a little bit lower from front on, really. So we've got those. We've got the backward point, the regular point, and the short extra cover forming almost like a cordon in the offside, a mid-off, mid-on, and a straightish mid-wicket. Another bouncer from Cummins, which Morgan ducks. Not taking on the pull, which he often does. This isn't a particularly quick pitch. It was not the easiest shot to time through to Alex Carey. There is no run.
See, if anything, that wasn't. I know that the previous wide was possibly given on height rather than width, but that one was more leg sidey. If anything, as Morgan bent, it literally went over his arse, which you'd think would be considered down the leg side, wouldn't you?
Might have just passed over the top of leg stump. There are two men back on the hook for Morgan. He can be a little bit compulsive with that stroke at times. At long leg, deep square leg, back of a length, and Morgan stands up tall and blocks this into the offside. Mitchell Marsh fields at cover. There is no run. 2 runs off the over, one of them are wide. England still going nowhere slowly. 44 for 2 off 15.
Nezzy Jez says he's with Grubby. Runs per 100 balls for batsmen bowlers and runs per over for the innings works fine. Jay Grover, I think there's a David Mamet play to be written about Glenn Maxwell. And he also saw the Catherine wheel at the Sheffield Octagon. That is all I remember. It might have been a firework.
Dan De Castro on YouTube says, is this a test match? Like the first ODI, pressure will build, wickets will fall, and there won't be enough runs. Certainly what Australia are hoping for.
Here's a really weird bit of trivia about the lead singer of the Catherine wheel. He now builds bespoke luxury Porsches in California. He's got a YouTube channel, that's how I know.
In comes Mitch Marsh over the wicket to Joe Root, who comes down the track and tries to work a single into the onside, but Finch has got himself set quite straight at shortish mid-wicket on this slowish pitch, and he feels there is no run.
I mean, someone made the point that this has the feel of a test match in a way, similar sort of levels of pressure building, and it's pretty much a test match attack from Australia in terms of the bowlers. It's very high quality seam and quick bowling. And therefore it's up to England to do something a bit different somehow.
Mitchell Marsh outside off stump and feathered through the offside by Root. Poorly fielded from the man at cover. It's one of very few pieces of poor fielding that Australia have essayed through this series, and it dribbles away for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Maxwell was forced into a chase after his colleague at cover point really dived over the top of the ball. Who was that in there? Marnus Labuschagne. Should have got down to that really, and formed not so much a long barrier as a sort of a long arc over the top of the ball. Bullish on middle stump, and Root turns this straight to Aaron Finch at shortish mid-wicket. There is no run.
Made a shape like the Loch Ness Monster over that one, didn't he, Labuschagne? There you go.
My mate was there the other day.
Where? Old Trafford?
No, Loch Ness.
Oh, Loch Ness.
And he went to the guy who's permanently there is still there. You know, the guy who's spotting Nessie has been there like 30 years or something.
I thought he was just a myth.
As Marsh is in shortish delivery, and again Morgan picks out Aaron Finch at shortish mid-wicket. There is no run. I don't know what Root can just soften the hands a little bit and work it a little bit square, or at least get a single rather than hitting sort of good net shots straight to fielders.
Yeah, well, we saw the most Root shots, didn't we? The back foot punch. And by the way, I don't know if, like when you're watching the cricket channel on Sky, every time it seems there's a break, there's that back foot punch masterclass from Joe Root, which comes on.
There is a deep point in place to keep those 2 singles. Root does manage to soften the hand and get it square and pick up a single, which is at least something. He moves to 18 off 50.
Because the other thing about that shot he played earlier in the over is it demonstrates that the outfield is pretty quick. You know, he just pushed it into the offside rather than really leathering it. Must have timed it okay, but it sort of kept its pace up all the way to the fence. So, you know, England look like setting a relatively low total at the moment. Really going to have to be on it in the field.
Yeah, indeed. It's a slowish pitch, but it is a lightning quick outfield. There's a long off in place for Owen Morgan, quite straight. Interesting to see if Morgan hasn't come down the track at all yet to Mitch Marsh. He does on this occasion though, and flicks it nicely, and again poorly fielded by Australia. Finch this time, I think, at short mid-wicket, and Hazelwood has to chase from mid-on. It'll just be 2 to the England captain He's on to 4 now of 16. Surely they took 2 there. The scorecard was a little bit slow to catch up. They must have taken 2 there. He's on 4 of 16. Root 19 of 51. And after 16 overs, England are 51 for 2.
Jay Grover, of course. Watching Nestler's multitasking is like watching an Easter Island statue suddenly inserted into a carry-on film. Stone-faced look to the right. Ooh, misses. It's Dillis Lane in the shower. And Leia says, all right, lads, we got the World Cup. Now back to being shite at white ball cricket. Owen Morgan, possibly.
Well, one thing is for certain, you can't have 2 batsmen playing this type of innings at the crease. You know, and you'd think that Morgan is game aware enough, he's savvy enough to know that, and perhaps it's on him to kind of press the button.
I mean, there's no indication that either Root or Morgan want to be scoring at this sort of pace. Root drives on the up and goes a little bit aerially, but he gets it into the gap. Sean Abbott, the sub-fielder, I'm not sure who's off, will have to chase this back towards the third man boundary. He's accompanied by Maxwell and whoever was coming around from third man, and they keep it to 2-3. Good fielding by Abbott and good backing up by others. Sean Abbott, one of the non-playing members of this Australian mega squad.
How big is the squad?
There are 21 players in the Australian touring party.
So presumably they are all available for selection then?
Yeah, indeed, certainly. Three men back at third man, fine leg and deep backward square leg, almost long leg. Cummins is in outside off stump, and that's cut by Morgan, fielded nicely by Maxwell. There is no run.
Could be a real record for, and there is no run in this particular innings today.
In one-day cricket, certainly. Possibly since the middle overs of England's chase in the World Cup final. Where there was a lot of there is no run said tensely.
Yeah, for my money, Morgan can't hang around for much longer. I think he's got to take a bit of a gamble here and say, right, Rooty, you're the one who's going to anchor the innings.
He stays leg side of this and pushes it into the offside, but fielded by Labuschagne. It went straight to him. There is no run. Morgan unable to find gaps either through or over the field. Maybe he will look to take on the Aussie bowling. He's in decent rhythm, Owen Morgan. Certainly in T20 cricket, he's been absolutely magnificent over the last year or so. As we're seeing.
Bumble doing.
It looks like Stuart Broad's getting the traditional new boy welcome to the box by having the piss ripped out of him.
In comes Cummins short, and Morgan pulls bottom edges this and gets it fine down to long leg. Zampa fields down there, and they'll come through for a single. Zampa, of course, the 1 point of difference between this Australian attack and their test attack. Nathan Lyon not getting the gig. Zampa preferred to him in white ball cricket, but other than that, yeah, with Mitch Marsh in fact, it is 4 of the 5 Australian bowlers who played in the last Ashes test.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Stuart Broad looking quite fashionable in the trousers that are slightly too short and no socks. Bumble, David Lloyd, not. Short ball down the leg side, and Root tries to pull and then sort of backs out of the stroke. There's half an appeal from Cummins and a quarter from Carey rather, and a quarter of the one from Maxwell, but nothing doing. Passes over leg stump. There is no run. Would not be surprised if England looked to take on Adam Zampa, which might play into the leg spinner's hands.
Yeah, I thought he bowled all right in the last game, Zampa. Some good revs, some good dip on the ball, decent flight. He's not a bowler I've rated particularly highly over the years. I understand he's performed pretty well abroad.
He's fairly decent, yeah. Cummins in, bowling cross seam, and that has hit Root. Perhaps somewhere slightly uncomfortable, somewhere slightly above, somewhere slightly uncomfortable, because he's not clutching the aforementioned area and crumpling to the floor. There is no run. What is that? That is 4 runs off the over. England after 17, 55 for 2.
No, I still don't think... Oh, sorry, go on, Nestus.
Yep. Messi Guest says England will have to be really on it in the field. That would be a turn up for the books. No, I don't know.
They weren't great.
Definitely on it in the field these days, aren't they?
Yeah, they weren't great on Friday, and occasionally during some bits this summer. But in general, yes, Owen Morgan sets very high standards for his England team in the field.
7 fours, 28 out of the 51 runs in 16 overs. Reminds me of WSC ODIs in the 80s at the MCG, says Farong.
You're a miserable bunch, aren't you? World champions.
In comes
Come
Mitch
on.
Marsh with his broad shoulders and fast bowler's arse. Bowls a half volley really on leg stump, which Morgan clips around to the corner. Minus Labuschagne is back there at backward square leg, and they come through for a single.
Is this what they call a process? If so, can I say that the process is shit? Says moral hazard means nothing anymore.
This clearly was not the process. England are world champions, even if the final was a ridiculous game of cricket. Twice, but England also were the best one-day team in the world for most of the 3 years leading up to the final.
By the barest of margins.
The machine is not quite functioning in this one-day international series thus far. Back of a length from Mitch Marsh, and Root punches off the back foot, fielded at point. There is no run.
Yeah, you can't go out there and win everything. You know. Yep. There is another team involved.
Yeah, Australia have bowled very well. They really have. Even so, I think England have been a little bit sluggish and stuck. Taking account of the slow pitch and the good bowling. Mitch Marsh is in back of a length, and that's punched by Root. Does get a little bit more momentum into the stroke, but again fielded by Labuschagne in the covers. There is no run.
I think that's exactly it. Slow pitch and good bowling. I mean, you know.
Yes, but even so, I think England have a few players lacking fluency. Root, Roy, certainly at the top of the order. Bairstow even to.
Yeah, Bairstow's not been the most fluent. I know he's got a few runs. But
Marsh is in. Down the track comes Joe Root and clips this past short mid wicket. They will. No, they don't take the single, despite the fact that mid wicket failed to pick it up and mid on didn't pick it up cleanly. Morgan sent Root back, perhaps cognizant of what happened to Jason Roy when he responded in the affirmative to a call for a single. Again, there is no run. But you do look at Mitch Marsh, none for 8 off 2.4 overs, and you think could be a little bit more than that. Mitch Marsh is perfectly adequate as a relief seam bowler, but there's nothing special. That's short and pulled by Root, powerfully, nicely fielded by Marcus Stoinis, who has been on it in the field today, and there is no run. That'll frustrate Joe Root. That was a genuinely well hit stroke.
Yeah, it didn't 100% time it, a bit bottom edgy, but it was only about a yard to his right. There's an excellent diving stop by Stoinis, and the run out was, as you chaps described before, was a superb piece of work. Picking up one-handed, swivelling, throwing down the stumps.
Last ball of Mitchell Marsh's third over, the 18th of the over, is outside off stump, and Root bends the back knee and opens the face and plays that back foot steer down to third man. They come through for a single, just the 2 runs off Mitchell Marsh's third over. He is none for 9 off his 3 overs with 1 maiden. After 18 overs, England 57 for 2.
Jay Grover, it's executing skill sets well. Drowning skill sets in the bath, same thing. And he also says, serious point for once, good bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been quick to credit Australia with their bowling. Hazelwood has come back into the one-day team after not after a spell away, because he after the World Cup he came into the regular team, but has done so to very good effect, and has bowled magnificently in this series thus far. We will have a change. Pat Cummins just bowling the 4 overs from the Brian Statham end, and this man whose fielding we were just talking about comes into the attack.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
In comes Stoinis, a shortish, slower ball down the leg side, a cutter from Marcus Stoinis. Root too early on the pull shot, and it loops up off his pad into the onside. There is no run. Stoinis, of course, who wouldn't have been playing this series had Stephen Smith come through his concussion test after being hit in the nets with sufficient clarity for Australia to pick him, but did quite well with the bat. He scored 43 off 31, I believe it was, and bowled a couple of overs.
They don't want to go to their spinner at the moment, do they, Australia? It's working perfectly well, seam up at the moment. I don't think they want to risk Zampa right now.
Appears to be the way to go, doesn't it? We've got the short extra in the short mid-wicket, and it's to the left of short mid-wicket that Root plays this nicely, takes the single up to Stark at mid-on. They come through for that single quite easily. Root moves to 24, Morgan on strike, 6 off 20. I think the Curran brothers could bowl quite well on this pitch if that's the case. If it's all about cutters and slower balls and slower ball bounces.
This appears to be set up for England to be requiring a sort of 2020 century from Butler.
Yeah, certainly. Stoinis in back of a length, and Morgan stands up tall and blocks into the offside. There is no run, but equally, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you need someone scoring 100 off 60 balls.
You don't, but it's heading that way, I think.
What have we got?
Tell you what made me laugh earlier on, watching the Ipswich match. Sorry about this, Dutchbird Kate, but it's not very often my team of any good. But Ipswich have introduced cardboard cutouts behind the goal, one of which is my mate, and they've socially distanced them.
Very good. Short ball, Morgan pulls this powerfully. Would have been a wonderful catch from the man coming round from deep back of the square. It's Pat Cummins, who was quite a long way in front of the square. Morgan just hit it powerfully enough to get it in the gap. Cummins' full-length dive couldn't reel it in. Morgan picks up 4. Wasn't a great distance away from Pat Cummins, who made up good ground to his left, dive full length, but Morgan hit it just powerfully enough to evade the dive. That's his first boundary, Owen Morgan. Fabulous effort, though, from Pat Cummins. In comes Stoinis. What'll he come back with? He'll come up with a ball that never quite arrives at Owen Morgan. Foolish on middle and leg, and Morgan clips up to mid-on. There is no run.
I like that. A ball that never quite arrived.
Well, it wasn't a cutter exactly. It wasn't a slower ball. It came through at 83 miles an hour, but Morgan was waiting for it, and by the time it got to him, he'd lost all momentum into the stroke.
Lost all interest.
We've got a third man back in the boundary. We've got a backward point, cover point, shortish extra cover, mid-off in the offside as Stoinis is in. Last ball of the over. That's cut behind square by Morgan. Josh Hazelwood is down there on the third man boundary. He'll keep it to 2, so the best over England have had for a little while. 7 off it after 19 overs. England 64 for 2.
Well, I'm not specifically allowed to say anything about the Formula One because people watch highlights later on, but oh my god. Tweets have gone a bit quiet, I'm afraid, so I'm going to move over to Crick Tracker, and Eshwar Madav Nimgagada says root with lots of smiling faces.
Ah, that's sweet.
Yeah. Oh, Jay Grover comes back, of course. Aye, Grubby, but your erotic dreams, your precognitive dreams, and your feeling awkward at school assembly dreams all end up with just Butler scoring 100.
Marsh in really should have been put away by Root. It was a leg stump half volley, even outside leg stump, and Root didn't get anything on it, and it just dribbles off his pad into the onside. They come through for a leg bye. 65.
Come on, Jay. You know the rules. What is said on the couch stays on the couch.
The psychiatrist couch or the Gorilla Cricket commentary couch?
He knows what I mean.
The chaise long. As 5 balls left of this particular this over in this particular commentary triad, as Mitch Marsh is in to Morgan, who comes down the track, and as Grubby says, he was trying to get on with it a little bit, backed away to give himself room, but mistimes his aggressive stroke to Stoinis at short extra cover, and there is no run. So yes, at the end of the over, Hendel will be coming back on to do some ball by ball. Al Hodge will take over some tweets, and I'll be moving to summarise. England pottering along in the second 10 overs, much as they were in the first 10, although they haven't lost a further wicket. As Marsh is in to Morgan down the leg side, that will be given a wide down the arse, and is signalled such.
Wide.
Trying to bowl straight at Owen Morgan and deny him the width he wants to flash it through the offside.
I don't believe we have a down the arse jingle, do we?
No, despite how often we mention it. See Adam Zampa running his fingers through his lustrous Hanson-like hair down there on the boundary somewhere. He'll be on shortly. Morgan comes down the track and tries to force this through the offside. Toe ends it really, but gets it past the man at short extra. Takes the single up to Aaron Finch at mid-off. He moves to 13 off 26 and has ascended to the heady heights of 3 and over. Root on 24 off 62 balls. some way off the heady heights of 3 and over. This really is like one-day international cricket from the 90s. As Mitchell Marsh is in fourth ball of the over. The kind of bowler who would have done very well in the 1990s, actually, Mitchell Marsh, particularly if he were playing for New Zealand. An unaccountable misfield by David Warner from a ball that was hit straight to him. He looked at his hands, wonders why the ball isn't in them, and Root takes the single gratefully. You know what I mean, Grubby? Mitch Marsh. You could see Mitch Marsh bowling with Chris Harris for New Zealand.
Oh, Chris Harris was a stupendous dob bowler and very successful for a good number of years, wasn't he, for New Zealand? He'd probably bowl quite well in tandem with Mitchell Marsh, who is, in common with, and I mean this with the greatest respect, are a bit up and down on most of this Aussie quartet.
Yeah, a little bit.
Working pretty well at the moment.
Morgan comes down the track and tries to slam this through the onside again. Doesn't time it, comes sort of off the bottom part of the bat, and they take a single out to mid. Yeah, he doesn't. Stoinis bowls a lot of cutters. He gets the ball to stick in the wicket. Mitchell Marsh just sort of puts it on a length. He does get movement with the red ball, but obviously with the white ball, not so much. He's just sort of accurate line and length nagging, I think, is the phrase that I would use.
Yeah,
the word.
He's probably the medium side of medium fast. He can crank it up when he wants to.
Yeah, he's sort of low 80s, really. Mitch Marsh is in, and that is low 80s, 82 miles an hour. Root clips it to mid-wicket. There is no run. He's on 25, Morgan on 14, neither going at any great pace. England, after 20 overs, 69 for 2, and I'll hand ball by ball the reins back to Hendo.
I'll just do the last couple of tweets, and then you're up to date. Mark Zips is thanking me for not saying anything specific about the Formula 1. He's at his parents' and will not be able to watch until much later. Anna Forsyth says, I can't believe someone used the terms erotic dreams and Josh Butler in a tweet, and it wasn't me or Annie. And on that bombshell, I'll leave you to it.
Nessa, you might want to just stay on for a second. I think Al's a little bit late for his call.
Oh, here he is. Al's around. Not to worry. Thanks, Knackle, and thanks, Grubby. Good to see Grubby on. I was hoping to do a bit of commentary with him today, but fate has stepped in and kept us apart again. But there you go. England are 69 for 2, Root 25, Morgan 14. Those people who tend to be critical of Root also have to look at Morgan. It's not an easy battle out there for batsmen, and the Australians are bowling very well with this particular pitch, and their field placing seems to be expert. From Aaron Finch, this one is swivelled down to long leg by Morgan, who moves to 15 from 28, and England 70 for 2. And Knackle was pointing out they really didn't make any sort of advance on that power play, did they? Only 30 odd runs scored in the next 10 overs. The 4 jingle has been much underutilised today, and it is really difficult. If it's like this on Sunday, what's it going to be like by Wednesday? Again, Root tries a swivel pull. Was a bit discomforted by that as it came into him. Did manage to get it away on the onside for the single, but I suppose the only thing England can do here is keep wickets in hand. They do have to play this a little bit like an old-fashioned ODI. Someone tweeting, I think it was Gwen, saying that it's England perfecting the art of performing in the 1979 World Cup. It is very much like that. Stoinis in, bowls, lovely little dinky chop down to third man from Morgan, and even now the lack of pace means that Hazelwood can get round and cut that off. It was a subtly played shot on a quicker wicket that would have flown away for 4, but as it is, it's only going to be a single.
And Stoinis, he ran his fingers across it. It was the off cutter to the right hander. He's a good bowler on this sort of wicket marker. Stoinis, he bowls those cutters, he bowls those back of the hand slower balls. He just takes the pace off a little bit. It's never quite there for the to hit through the line.
And England struggled in those last few overs on Friday as Root plays a more pleasant drive through the offside. He's going to get some runs here. There isn't anyone back. Cummins is it, or is it Abbott going after it? It's none of these. No, it is Cummins. And the ball seemed to gather pace across the outfield and beat him to the boundary.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Oh yes, that's the first of a new 4 jingle. I think that's the first time I've heard it this morning. I got it in the email queue last night and thought, well, that sounds good. 76 for 2, Root moves into the 30s, 30 off 66. And Stoinis approaches again. To Root, and Root goes back, trying to let the ball come on, trying to guide it down to third man, but there's not enough pace on it, so it goes squarer than he would want it to do, and it's picked up at backward point. Yes, England were really struggling when they were trying to get a very unlikely 294 late on Friday. Cummins especially was producing some lovely slow short balls, which England just could not time. It doesn't matter how often you tell yourself to wait for the ball, it can become very tricky, especially when you see it hammered into the pitch and you think that's going to come on really quickly. Down the wicket comes Root. He swung that away. What a shot that is. Wonderful pickup over mid-wicket, over the boundary edge, and 6 runs to Joe Root.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smack.
Wow,
Mitch me
that
no Marshes.
really was a good shot.
Mitch me no Marshes, or Marcus me no Stoinis, says Joe Root. That was a dismissive shot.
Well, it was just so unexpected as well, wasn't it? He just came down the wicket and then smeared it. You've got to get your timing right when you do that, and he did. Brilliant shot. Yeah.
To be fair, he also picked the gap. There was no one anywhere near where that ball thumped into the boundary boards.
No, but it's still a risk when the ball is, as slow as when the pitch has been as slow as it has been. You have really got to get your timing absolutely right. 2 really good shots in that over from Root. The one that he threaded through the offside, which was just a lovely piece of timing. Maybe that gave him the confidence to go for that later shot. Mitchell Marsh into Morgan. Morgan dabs this down onto his thigh. The ball runs out square on the offside. There is no run. Maybe that's the momentum that England need to take. 4 and a 6. Cracking shot, actually. As we look at it from the camera mounted high over mid-wicket, it looks even better. But that may be the impetus that England need to get this innings going. I don't think it's going to be a big scoring game anyway, but they've got to take what they can and keep wickets in hand. Here is Marsh again. Morgan down the wicket, lifts that over extra cover. It's going to plug. I don't think it's going to run all the way to the boundary, is it? No, it's going to be pulled up by Aaron Finch, about a yard inside, but they will get back for a third. So England now trying to impose themselves on this Australia attack of 2 medium fast bowlers rather than their opening bowlers.
Yeah, you have to target someone, don't you? And they eventually they sort of got the pace of these change bowlers, Marsh and Stoinis. I said when I was on ball by ball in the last 10 overs that I would expect them to try and take on Zampa, which could play into his hands, but you've got to score your runs off somebody.
Yeah, there was that talk. I think Grubby got it right. He said that they don't really want Zampa at the moment because it's working really well with the quick bowlers and the medium pacers, but at some point they may feel they have to look to him. This is flicked away by Root, stopped at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I wouldn't be at all averse to giving Glenn Maxwell 3 or 4 overs.
Yep. I think that they might find that the spin is effective, but when it's going so well with the medium pacers, I can understand why Finch is not necessarily racing to put Zampa on.
You need 20 overs between Maxwell, Stoinis, Marsh and Zampa.
Well, Marsh is into his 5th now, none for 16. He hasn't really been picked on at all. This has worked into the onside, down to long leg. Root turning at the other end, looking for a second, hoping for a second, but there isn't one there. 86 for 2. Suddenly you feel England almost up to 4 and over, and that's some sort of launch pad for what comes later. When it's hovering around just over 3 and over, it doesn't look very impressive at all.
No, if you can push this up to just under 5 and over, 4.5 and over by 30, still 2 wickets in hand, you've got something to work with.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we looked at that score that Australia had got and thought 294 was a pretty good score the other night. So we have to sort of, our aspirations for England, we have to bring them down, I think, on this pitch. Down the leg side, swung away by Morgan to long leg, fielded by Stark. They take another single and they move on to 87 for 2. 1 ball remaining in the 22nd. Al will be ready with your tweets, I'm hoping, at the end of the over. The run rate now up to 3.98. What England don't want to do is lose these 2 in quick succession, having laid a bit of a platform now. Marsh then to complete his 5th over. Bowls to Root. Root tries to dab it down again, but there's no pace in the wicket. It's fielded by Maxwell, swooping in from backward point. End of the over. Any mentions from people on Twitter?
We've got a couple. Ravi Nair, can you imagine if these hadn't been yet been the boring middle overs? Jay Grover says that I'm giving him the stare again. Sorry, Jay. The camera's in line with what it is I'm watching. Sorry about that, mate. Motley, you know how the excuse for Australia doing poorly in the T20s was that they hadn't played much cricket compared to England. Can we use that exact same excuse for England doing poorly in the ODI series and spin it as England are tired because they've played more cricket?
No.
Well, I think we can. I think we're very entitled to look for excuses if you want them. We are going to get spin. It is going to be Adam Zampa, bowled very well, certainly in his first 4 or 5 overs the other night, and got rid of Morgan amongst his victims. He's coming on to bowl.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear above all others. They fear Adam Zampa.
And they're very right to fear Adam Zampa. On the way he performed the other night, he got rid of very important figures. Morgan, Josh Butler, of course, finally got rid of Bairstow. And Chris Wokes with his other victim, 4 for 55. Great figures, really. Everyone seemed to go around 5.5 and over, didn't they, in that game? And apart from Hazelwood.
Similar to Cummins went at 7 something.
Yeah, he went for a few, although he bowled brilliantly at the death, I thought. Anyway, he's just practicing bowling to the man he has at mid-wicket. And he's going to be first operating against Morgan. He's got a backward point, a deep backward point. Maybe you could say it was a short third man, backward point, extra cover mid-off. That's the offside field, as far as I can see. And in comes Zampa, bowls to Morgan, turns into him ever so slightly, but he allows it to do that and plays it off thick inside edge towards square leg for 1 run.
Early signs good for the wrist spinner, that there's some turn from the main part of the wicket.
Yes, to see whether this turn is quite slow, whether it sits up a little bit, allows for the pull or the cut. Let's have a look at this field now. He's bringing another one across the onside, so he's got a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, man back, sweeping, deepish mid-on, mid-wicket, man on the square leg boundary, I think, as well. Here he is, into Root. Root sweeps immediately in front of square. That man does have to come round, but he's hurried round really quickly. Labuschagne, they're going to have to hurry, and they do, because it's a little bit inaccurate, the throw. So Root picks up another couple. England move to 90 for 2.
Yeah, Finch put himself in at slip as well immediately as soon as Root came on to strike.
Well, Root does like to play those little dab shots, sometimes if he gets them wrong. He's in, bowls to Root, and he's caught him at slip! Would you believe it? Absolutely remarkable. He went for the drive, or rather the rather sort of shovel drive, and he's got an outside edge, and Finch has grabbed it, and Zampa's lustrous hair is being tickled by his teammates as Root fails to go on.
Pretty classical leg spinner's dismissal, really. Tossed up outside off stump, little bit of drift, little bit of dip, it wasn't quite there to drive. A little bit of turn, took the edge. Nicely bowled by Adam Zampa, but as you say, Hendo, having worked so hard to get himself into the innings, for it to end at 39, barely over 3 runs and over.
Yeah, it seems a bit soft, doesn't it? But you've got to say, good captaincy, good bowling, and perhaps a little bit of naive batting from Joe Root. He'd just begun to get going. He might have thought that the difficulties were behind him, and it was a little bit loose in the shot. But a really good catch by Finch, low down to his right. Really well snapped up, low to the ground. And trouble again for England, although I imagine we're going to see a bit of Josh Butler.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They might push Billings up the order, maybe.
We thought Billings would come in ahead of Butler, I think, the other night, and it was not to be. And Josh rather threw it away against Zampa. he'll be wanting to make up for that. He's on his way to the middle, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. One S and two T's. Joss Butler.
And I think it was such a good catch because he got the feeling as if Finch was beginning to come up, and it was low, and he had to stay as much as he could down against his better nature, and snuffled it really well. Well, an important innings for Joss Butler, important innings for England, and I guess now Morgan becomes the man who's really got to stay there and hope that the others can bat around him. 90 for 3, Zampa causing consternation almost as soon as he's on, as he did on Friday, and Butler will have to think about what he's going to do here. A big drive at Zampa early in his spell in the first game brought a good catch from long off. Anyway, let's see how it goes. Zampa into Butler. Butler drives a fuller ball straight up to mid-on, hits it too firmly to think of the single. And there is indeed no run.
Yeah, it was those two quick wickets of Morgan and Butler on Friday from Adam Zampa. You say a good catch; it was a really excellent catch from Hazelwood at mid-off to dismiss Butler.
Driven away through square leg, really, by Butler. Will take his first run. Not a particularly good throw, and they're thinking about an overthrow as it bounces off Alex Carey, but not far enough away for them really to take advantage. Looking at this Joe Root dismissal over and over again, it's just turned enough, hasn't it? Hasn't turned too much.
Yeah.
And the drive, maybe playing a little bit inside out.
Maybe he could have played more inside out. He could have played it square and more with the turn rather than going through extra cover, but it's a nice bit of bowling.
Zampa then into Morgan, who goes back to this one, turns into him ever so slightly, defends it towards square leg, and that is the end of the over. A successful one for Zampa. He has 1 for 4 from 1 over. England are 91 for 3. Ow.
Jay Grover, long-time listener, first-time tweeter, more toots than Maytal's jingle in honour. Leah says next Sunil Gavaskar will get a batting coaching job in the English white ball setup. The BCC won't like that. I think that's more in reference to the speed at which everything's going along at. Jay Grover, I don't need an excuse to put on Half Man, Half Biscuit albums, but Al's voice is Pavlovian. There you go. As long as I'm not making you salivate, that's the main thing.
Well, it's going to be Marsh to continue. He's bowled 5 very acceptable overs. They've only gone on for 18 runs, so why not keep him going? Slips have been dispensed with. We've got a ring of 3 on the offside, a man out on the fence as well. And Marsh is on his way. He comes in, bowls to Butler. Butler turns that away through square leg, runs the first one quickly, looking for a second, won't get it, as the throw is fired in over the top of the stumps. Butler moves to 2. Morgan on 21 for 34. Even Morgan has been kept at a run rate of, I guess, about, what is that, about 60%, 60 runs per 100 balls.
Yeah, just over.
And we're into the 24th over. Morgan comes down to face, and Marsh handles in past the umpire, bowls to Morgan, who plays a fluent drive, but well picked up at extra cover by Patrick Cummins. Patrick Cummins does get into some interesting places in the field for a fast bowler, doesn't he? You've seen him at mid-off, mid-on, long leg, mid-wicket, extra cover.
Short extra cover is very unusual for a for a fast bowler. Yeah, he is a very good athlete.
Here is Marsh again in, bowls, pulled by Morgan. Almost does a complete pirouette as he plays that one. And they get another single to deep square leg.
It's striking of the evolution of cricket and cricketers, the idea that you need more from your fast bowlers than just to be able to bowl at 90 miles an hour.
It's a bit tough, isn't it? I guess cricketers in general are being expected to do more than they've ever done. Tail enders are not really allowed to be tail enders anymore. They're supposed to have a little bit of a clue with the bat. And you're absolutely right in what you say. Marsh into Butler, comes across his crease and down the wicket and flicks this down to long leg. Yet another single. So England advancing in ones at the moment.
The specialisation of the formats have meant that you need less specialisation of players within the format.
I'm not sure that's wholly true. I think in one-day cricket, yes, that's certainly true. You need certainly spinners in general have to be able to bat unless you're really good, but we'll come to that after this ball.
Marsh again into Morgan. Morgan drives up and over extra cover. That's probably the most effective thing to do, and he's got himself 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Beautiful late work with the bottom hand to get it up and over extra cover. He's got such good wrist though in Morgan, he really does. Directly over extra cover's head. But I think T20 is becoming increasingly a game for specialists, and given how few deliveries sort of 7 and below tend to face, I think the days of the bits and pieces all-rounder are numbered in T20 cricket.
Marsh in again to Morgan. Morgan defends on the front foot, wants a single, will get it as it runs up towards long off, had a man back then. And so that is the end of the over. 99 for 3 from 24.
Leah turns around and says the England ODI team starts looking like Ben Stokes, his inconsistent sidekick Joss, and 9 random special need kids that don't hide fast enough when the selectors announced that they would assemble a squad.
People have forgotten what it was like when England were really bad at one-day cricket. It wasn't even that long ago.
No, but they've raised expectations with what they've done, haven't they? So when you get a situation like this where it is trickier, and I can only imagine it's going to be even trickier on Wednesday if they're playing on the same pitch, as it gets even more warm. People have a level of expectation now. They expect to see shots flying over the top of cover and square leg. In comes Zampa. It's a full toss, but low on the bat. Morgan gets it, and so can't get it further than mid-off. Mitchell Marsh does the fielding. There is no run.
Indeed, and Roy and Bairstow, it's not just that they score quickly, it's that they score heavily and score quickly.
Yeah, and you've got to look at someone like Alex Hales as well. You've got to think, David Malan, is he worth a place on this side now? This is beautifully played by Morgan. It's the reverse sweep. It's played fine. And Stark will just jog after that as it hits the Royal London boundary now.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Lovely shot by Morgan. Sort of top edge, but he was deliberately trying to play it very, very fine. Again, those incredible hurling, honed wrists. Didn't realize Owen Morgan held the bat quite so high up the handle.
Well, here comes Zampa again. He drives in the air, but up and over extra cover. This is clever batting from the England captain. It's going to bring him another 4. And the last couple of overs, Morgan is bringing our jingle machine back to life. Very clever shots over the top, just making sure that he gets enough on it, not trying to hit it too hard, but it's the scoop nature of the shot that is effective, getting it up and over. And he's now moved on to 35 from 41. He's almost up at a runner ball again now. Zampa in again, bowls to him, and he lets this one come on, glides it off the thick outside edge down to short third man. Can't get a run this time.
It's like he's trying to push the field back, at least towards the edge of the circle, that will give him more give him a greater arc to be able to push the ball through for ones and twos.
Absolutely. You go over the top, they push him back at the boundary, you take the single.
In again, Morgan drives all the way along the ground to Zampa, straight into his hands, and he has just 1 ball remaining. 8 runs so far off the over, and Zampa will do his utmost to keep it that way. As he's in, bowls, Morgan goes back and defends. Quicker ball through the air there, I think, a little bit more length on it as well. And 3 dot balls to end the over. So good comeback from Zampa from Morgan's attacking intent.
Anna Forsyth would like to know that it's okay to eat Maltesers for breakfast. Seems fitting for 2020. Not only is it okay for breakfast, but if you make yourself some hot chocolate with milk, obviously, if you just put the Maltesers in, they will slowly release chocolatey goodness into the hot chocolate, revealing the.
I actually had some Malteser truffles last week.
Ooh,
very, very acceptable, I have to say.
Very passable.
I suppose also
Very
with a hot
passable, yes.
chocolate, you know how sometimes you put whipped cream on it. You could put some Maltesers in the whipped cream.
Now
Did you
you're
have that with
talking.
Chateau de Chasselet?
Sounds
good.
very nice. We've seen off Mitchell Marsh, seemingly. Pat Cummins back into the attack, 4 overs for 15 earlier. And he's coming in to bowl to Butler. Maybe they think if they can get through Butler, England will be demoralised. He plays a shot at that outside the off stump, which produces nothing apart from the ball scuttling through to Alex Carey.
Bounced twice before it got through to Carey.
Yeah, another of his slower, shorter ones, I think, from Cummins.
Cummins was bowling a lot Liam Plunkett like cross seam in his first spell. I think this is a good move from Australia. Morgan and Butler could take the game away from England, from Australia rather, if they are allowed to get going.
Yep, so they want to break this partnership as rapidly as they can. In comes Cummins, bowls to Butler. He's across, is off stump again, trying to work into the onside, but only getting it as far as mid-wicket. There is, again, no run. Halfway through the England innings now, 107 for 3. 2 overs of the, 2 balls of the 26th over completed.
There is no run, but there is a jingle.
When bankrupt scuffed it and threw you the ball, you must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering. What you do, come in.
Cummins in, bowls to Butler. What's happened there? He's been hit on the pad, has he? And he's been given out. LBW, 81 mile an hour ball. Butler's not happy with that. He's going to review it, but this could be a crucial, even the crucial moment in this England innings.
I think Butler thinks he's hit it.
Well, I don't know. It didn't look that confident to me.
He looked a mile away from it.
He's come right across his crease. He's trying to do that at the moment. Maybe working out that this is the way to play on this wicket. It's up there. It's come right back into it. It's a lovely delivery. Hit him on the back pad. If he hasn't got an inside edge, he's in deep trouble.
I think he has.
I'd say.
I think he has hit it.
I think he's hit it.
Oh
no, I don't think
no,
so.
He hasn't.
I don't think so. No, it's just hit the back pad. It's low enough, I would say.
That shadow looked.
Oh, I think he's on his way. Umpire's call. He's been given, and he's on his way. Oh, that's another excellent piece of work from Aaron Finch. Everything he's trying seems to be coming off. He brought Zampa on, he got rid of Root. He brings Cummins back on, he gets rid of Butler, and Butler has not set this series alight.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Yeah, it did look close, as Al was saying. It did look initially on the first replay as though he had hit it, but it just moved enough to miss the inside edge. Good, aggressive, accurate bowling from Pat Cummins, and as you say, Hendo, Finch has got exactly what he wanted out of a well-planned bowling change.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. I mean, they're not even so well planned. I think it's something he's done on the hoof to a certain extent. Mitchell Marsh had not been bowling at all badly and was only going a little over 4 and over. But working out that he wanted a wicket before these two really get into their stride. I mean, Morgan's already beginning to get there. Butler had some way to go, but the threat is there, and he's working things out superbly well at the moment, Aaron Finch.
Yeah, well conceived then, rather than it's not something you necessarily planned from the outset, but it was very nicely done indeed. That brings to the crease the man who got his first one-day international, in fact his first international 100 in any format on Friday.
Stroking the ball through the covers, pinging it deep through backward. Billings is softly scoring runs. Billings is softly hitting long, laying his own shots undeterred. Billings is softly scoring runs.
Well, the menace, the threat of Butler has gone. In comes Cummins to bowl to Sam Billings. Billings defends. The ball rises in towards his left thigh, up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. England 107 for 4, and every time you think that England are getting going, Australia do something to pull the rug from underneath them.
Smartly bowled by Cummins, because the ball before that just went away, and that one's coming off the seam. I think we'd like to see the release out of the hand. I think he might have gone back to bowling seam seam vertical rather than bowling cross seam. He's such a good bowler in all formats.
Yeah, he kind of hides the ball a bit, doesn't he? It passes it to his hand, his bowling hand, right at the last minute. This one is played, good length delivery out square on the offside, and there is no run.
That's something bowlers do when they think it's reverse swinging, but I think he's just trying to deny Billings a sight of whether he's bowling seam up or cross seam.
Yeah, and I don't think he's trying to bowl. He's not trying to bowl at usual Cummins pace to a certain extent. I think they've worked out this pitch and realised that it's doing a bit. It's stopping. It's very difficult to time the ball, and they have decided to adapt accordingly. Cummins then to complete his fifth over is into Billings. It's full, pushes firmly up to mid-on. They want a single, but Morgan gets sent back by Billings. There is no run at the end of that over. Another successful one for Australia. Cummins has 1 for 15 from 5. England 107 for 4.
Jay Grover wants to ask a serious question. What does it mean to hit too firmly? Does that mean too much speed to the fielders?
Yes.
Phrase that you used, Hendo.
Yeah, he's hit it too well sometimes. You talk about that. You might have a mid-off or a mid-on who's set slightly back in the normal circumstances. A forward defensive or a little push might bring you a single, but you've just tried to hit it a little bit too hard, and that's not given you time to take that single. Basically, it's got up to the fielder too quickly. Zampa then will continue 2 overs, 1 for 12, bowling to Owen Morgan, and he's in over the wicket. Morgan comes forward, looks for the single, will get it as it's gone square on the offside. Stark coming round to field, I think it was 108 for 4.
Jay Grover also says, my gigantic head holds him in fear.
What? Your gigantic head? Oh,
yeah,
God, that is huge.
Is that any better?
That's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. So we've got a slip. We've got a backward point, maybe a short third man, extra, deepish mid-off. Man back on the fence square. That's the offside field for Adam Zampa. I'll try and bring you the rest. Although it may change ball by ball if they just get a single each time. Left-hander comes up. Here comes Zampa in, bowls to Billings. Billings goes back. Almost gets turned round by that. Semblance of a leading edge as he played that. It just dribbled all the way back to the bowler. Good bowling from Zampa. Might have actually been the googly there. Didn't do it turn a great deal. Stuck in the pitch a bit. Here he is again into Billings. Billings drives well, but equally well does Warner do in the field, diving across to his left. So just a single, but Billings is up and running. England 109 for 4.
Billings didn't play Adam Zampa very well in the first part of his 100 on Friday. That was more positive from Billings on that occasion. Got his foot right to the pitch of the ball.
Zampa again into Morgan. Morgan just plays this one straight back to him, and there is no run. Yes, he wasn't reading him early on in that game, and I guess he'd already taken 2 important wickets, so it is a little bit tricky to go at him as hard as you'd like to from the word go. He's in again, bowls to Morgan. Morgan turns this with the spin to short fine leg. They take a single and move to 110 for 4. Just looking at the wicket that Cummins took, it did a little bit off the seam, didn't it? Or it certainly cut back at him, and that just got it past the inside edge. And he hadn't really moved very far forward. He often doesn't, as we know, Joss Butler.
Cummins is not that easy to get forward to. He just bowls that, what bowlers call hard lengths these days. It's not quite drivable.
Zampa in again. This one is drivable, but there it is. There is the prime example of a ball hit too hard or hit too firmly to mid-on. It really scooted out to him very quickly indeed. It's nicely struck, but brought no run. End of the 27th over, England 110 for 4.
Okay, let's catch up a little bit. Leah, when talking about Stokes, Butler and 9 others, says she doesn't need a good memory, just need the wisdoms from a few years ago. Jay Grover has a sudden desire to put a pair of posh chopsticks through Knackle's man bun. Do with that what you will. Anna Forsyth to go along with England's 90s cricket. Zampa's mullet is giving me serious Neighbours vibes from when I was a kid. Woy Pom would like to tell you that we're doomed. Probably.
Well, there's an element of doom over the England innings at the moment, I would suppose. Anyway, it's Cummins to continue. 6th over from him. Into Morgan from round the wicket. And this one's angled into his ribs. He defends it into the onside, and there is no run.
And Jay Grover would like to say thank you for answering his question about the serious cricket questions without mocking him. Well, that's how we all get better at understanding cricket.
Yes, I do.
We all learn at the feet of Hendo.
I do like the fact that he's blaming Margaret Thatcher for not being able to play cricket. That's probably right, because she sold off all the playing fields, didn't she? So I'm with you on that, Jay. Here's Cummins in to bowl to Morgan, and Morgan drives well past Cummins, who put his hand down but couldn't stop it, and it's hit dead straight between mid-off and mid-on. It's gone all the way to the boundary.
Saw on Friday Glenn Maxwell play an innings that was very much out of character with the rest of the match in terms of being able to score good runs and score them quickly. Could this be a similar type of knock from Owen Morgan today?
Well, looking back to that innings of Maxwell, I mean, I did miss some of the game in the middle overs, and he was quite quiet to start with, wasn't he? I mean, I think he was aware of his responsibility to rebuild the innings with Mitch Marsh. I mean, by the standards of Marsh, he was a lot quicker, and he was going at a run the ball by the time he finished. But I think there was a certain amount of circumspect nature to his approach.
Maxwell doesn't usually go crazy from ball one. Partly he's a better player than that. He doesn't need to. Actually, Mitch Marsh was 20 off his first 20, so that took a little bit of the pressure off Maxwell.
Is Cummins again, bowls to Morgan, who comes down the wicket and then heaves it into the onside, keeps it down, fortunately enough. Hazelwood does the fielding out there on the boundary, and they take another single. Morgan's now moved to 42. Billings has just a single to his name. It does seem that it's quite difficult to get going on this pitch. Roy did, to a certain extent. He played and missed a fair bit, and he shanked a few balls, but he did play a couple of decent shots before he was run out by Root. But no one has come in and taken the game away from the bowlers. Here's Cummins once more into Billings. Billings tries to run this down to third man and is beaten by it. Slightly risky shot, perhaps, just for the reward of a single.
Well, but that I don't actually mind that from Billings, because if it's not easy to score boundaries early in your innings, and that's what you need to do, because you can't afford to get stuck like so many have. It just puts so much pressure on you as a batter and you as a batting team.
I prefer to see him using a bit more of the face of the bat than that, instead of trying to run it off the outside edge. Anyway, here comes Cummins again into Billings. Billings has pulled this one, pulled it quite well, again getting it down. It's fielded by Stoinis out on the deep square leg boundary, and they get through for another single. 116 for 4. 22 overs to go after this one. What can England be looking at here realistically?
230.
Well, you've got 22 times. Say if you go a run a ball from here on out with some acceleration.
You're looking at
that puts you to just under 250.
Yeah, 240 odd. Yeah, absolutely. Cummins then to complete his 6th over, bowls to Morgan. Much may depend on Morgan staying there. He just pushes this up to mid-on, and there is no run. We've got Wokes to come, we've got Curran to come, we've got another Curran to come, and then it's Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer.
Yeah, so
that was the end of the over. Well, I mean, you look at someone like Curran, who's been a very good batsman in Test cricket when he's been Sam Curran, yeah. Tom Curran has been a very good batsman low down the order in the BBL, hasn't he? He's done particularly well in that.
He's sometimes coming up up at 3 and 4 and sort of pinch hitting almost. He hits the ball quite firmly.
They're both good batsmen. I can't see them getting a big score. That's the problem. They won't even have the time. When we talk about in T20, you don't really have the time if you're batting 7 or lower. I mean, you do to a certain extent in ODIs. But on the basis that it's been so difficult to get going, you can't imagine that anyone's going to come in and smash the cover off it, even late on. Zampa bowls to Billings. He wants to single as he tucks this down to short, fine leg. There was an appeal, so I'm not sure whether he got bat on that. It was probably just drifting down the leg side.
Yeah, I think the only batter who was able to go from ball one was Mitchell Stark on Friday.
Yes, true. Zampa in again. Billings advances. Doesn't quite get there. Now he wants the single. Morgan's not even looking at him. He's turned away. And the throw is fired into the wicketkeeper. So not particularly good communication. It's not Morgan's call, but it was not particularly good communication from either of them, really.
Well, Morgan was trying to get back in his crease because he saw the ball coming straight and he was worried about being run out. I think Billings should have realised there wasn't a single there earlier. He's calling himself back for the run, Billings. He's saying,
I think he is.
yes,
actually.
yes, no.
Yeah. Well, when you see that your non-striker has turned his back on you, it probably isn't a wise move to continue. 116 for 4. The score remains. There's a little bit of a delay. I'm not sure why. Umpire is standing.
Well, actually, Billings was not quite as in as he might have wanted to be. Oh, the bat
my word!
stuck.
Oh, he could be in trouble here.
But Carey's. Oh no, he's
home. He's home. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you what happened there. As he tried to run his bat in, it got stuck in the pitch, and the ball was continuing on. Alex Carey takes it in front of the stumps, although leaning over from it behind them. Maybe if that had been allowed to hit the stumps directly, if it was as accurate as that, he would have been in a bit of trouble because his foot was a little in the air, but eventually he got it down and was perfectly okay. Not out, says the big scoreboard.
Also not sorry.
Zampa again, bowls to Billings. Billings comes right forward to that, defends it to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Not wholly sure whether Carey knocked the bails off with his elbow before he caught the ball.
That was what I was going to say, is that he's not done it with the ball. Well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No, but it was a little worrying when you saw the replay and you saw the bat get stuck. In again, swept by Billings with a bit of a flourish, but Labuschagne is at deep backward square leg and it's only going to be a single. 117 for 4. Billings moves on to 3. 2 balls remaining in the 29th over. And this Australia team has done the disciplines very well today, and they've been extremely well marshalled by Aaron Finch, in charge of proceedings out there. In comes Zampa again into Morgan. Morgan's hit on the pad. Could be trouble for him here. Not out, says umpire. Kettleborough, is it?
Saggers.
Yeah. They're going to review that one though,
outside
and
leg,
I think he could be in a bit of trouble here.
Pitching outside leg?
I think it's pitched outside leg.
I'm not sure it did. It looked to me as it was one of those that just went straight on. I think Morgan could be in a lot of trouble, and if Morgan's in a lot of trouble, England are in a lot of trouble.
I think this is a googly.
Let's have a look at this again. Leg. Is it the googly? Did it pitch outside? I don't think it did. Spun into it. Might be missing leg. It might be clipping leg. That's possibly what might save Owen Morgan here. He'll be annoyed to get out of this because it's a nothing of a shot really. He's just pushed forward, hit on the knee roll. Oh, it's tight. I think that's very tight.
Just don't see.
No inside edge. Is it going to pitch outside? That's pitched in line. Oh, I think he's in trouble. I think he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to hit middle stump, 2 inches from the top. It's a very good review from Australia. It's a terrible blow for England. Morgan has gone.
Yeah, fair call. I just didn't see how that could have pitched in line, but it obviously it wasn't the big turning leg break. It was an attempted googly that I don't think really turned. It just maybe just held its line a little bit, and Morgan was just beaten in the flight a little bit.
Well, he's maybe played for a little bit of turn that wasn't there, and we've seen that happen quite a lot. We see it happen a lot more in cricket than we ever did now that you can have recourse to the third umpire, and that is a massive blow. Morgan surely had to stay there if England were going to make a really good fist of this, but he's gone for 42 from 52 balls, and Adam Zampa in his early overs again has got 2 absolutely vital wickets.
Got a couple of tweets for you if you want to have a listen to these. Mutley, I forgot this wasn't a T20 international and didn't pace my drinking accordingly. Oops. Ooh. Also unable to mention it earlier because of character count. Love and sausages.
Ah. That's very nice.
Woof and love and sausages to you, Mutley. Jay Grover, when talking about playing fields and the like, we had 2 tennis courts, sized pieces of blasted heath covered with dog shit, needles and curly whirly wrappers as our playing field. Surprisingly, elite athletes were thin on the ground.
Yeah, you can imagine that, can't you? Yes. Well, you do expect these days. I mean, I was in my local park, and they cordoned off the cricket square in my local rec, and there was a policeman who was taking his 2 police dogs for a little bit of exercise, I suppose, and he let them just basically shit at extra cover, and made no attempt to clean it up. And I just thought, this is 2 days before the weekend arrives, and some poor bastard is going to go for I don't know, just go down, long barrier, simple defensive shot, and he's going to get a bunch of dog shit in his face. Not good. Not good.
Never is.
Not spirited. Not neighbourly, I'd say.
Well, if 2020 has taught us anything, it's the fact that there is a lack of community spirit.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true. Well, what can England do from here? Chris Wokes will be the next man out, I imagine. Next man in. I hope he's not the next man out. Right? From an England point of view, they don't want anyone out for a while, but they've got to rebuild again at the worst possible time. Morgan had to stay there. The other players had to take a bit of time to bat around him, and now it is very difficult. You can't see anyone getting a decent enough score to make it difficult for Australia. They'll know what they have to do. It may not be easy for them in the chase, but England have got to be really careful that this doesn't fall away completely. 1 ball remaining in Zampa's over. 117 for 5. The run rate is just above 4.06. We've got a man coming in at slip and silly mid-off now, or silly point. And Zampa is in to bowl the final ball of the over to Wokes, who defends it with a straight bat all the way back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. And Zampa had 2 for 6 from his first 4 overs on Friday. He has 2 for 16 from his first 4 overs today. He is proving a little bit of a menace.
He certainly is. He absolutely is.
Yeah, he's been a much improved bowler since sort of in the last year and a half or so. Did pretty well when Australia beat India in India in sort of spring 2019 after a tricky couple of years before that, and he's becoming a very decent white ball wrist spinner indeed.
So let's look at that scorecard. Roy ran out for 21. Bairstow caught Carey Ball start for a duck. Root caught Finch bowls Zampa 39. Morgan LBW to Zampa for 42. Butler LBW to Cummins for 3. Billings 3 not out. Wokes 0 not out. The best we can hope for is a couple of decent 40s, I think, from 1 or 2 players now. Cummins in then to bowl to Billings. Billings goes back. Can do nothing more than defend. And the ball runs past Cummins up to mid-on. And the score remains 117 for 5. Yeah, that's really taken the sting out of England, hasn't it? Just as they were getting going, we lost Joe Root. Butler didn't really have a chance to get going, and then Morgan, who'd been batting pretty well, has gone as well. It's very difficult to see what England can do from here. They're going to be looking at trying to get up to about 220, I would imagine. Cummins in bowls to Billings, another straight ball just back of a length, and once more all he can do is go back, defend it up to mid-on, and again no run.
England lost 3 for 17 in 3.5 overs, 6.5 overs, with loss of Root, Butler and Morgan, and 3 big wickets as well. And as you say, it's kind of knocked the stuffing out of England a little bit. You know, Billings batted very well the other day, and England might be able to get up to 230, which would not be an awful total on this pitch.
Cummins in again, bowls to Billings. Billings defends this time, crouching to keep that one out, as if there's a bit of indifferent bounce out there, and that one kept low. He grins about it now, but yeah, that did really keep quite low compared with the other 2 deliveries. It was a little bit fuller, to be fair. But even with 100 under your belt a couple of days ago, on this pitch, it's one of those pitches in which you're not going to get off to a really quick start and can continue your momentum from that, I don't think. Especially when you've lost 5 wickets, you're aware of your responsibility to the team. Billings is on the front foot this time, defending into the ground and towards extra cover. Again, no run. Cummins in his 7th over has got figures of 1 for 21. The run rate slips back down below 4 and over. And
I think the difficulty of trying to be consistent this far down the order is really there's no perfect time to come in at number 7. You're either coming in at the end of an innings in order to thrash things about, or you're coming in a situation like this.
Yeah, pretty difficult for Billings. In comes Cummins again, bowls him. again back of a length. It's hitting the bat hard. It's not able to do anything more than just jab it down to backward point. Very good over from Cummins so far. Yet to concede a run. If you're bowling maidens at this stage of the game, then you are doing really well.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know if this pitch is quite as slow as England have made it look.
I think it is pretty slow. I think it's pretty slow. I think there is a bit of indifferent bounce. I think there's quite low bounce at times. As Al said, I think there's a little bit of tennis ball bounce at times as well. Cummins in to complete the over, full on leg stump, clipped beautifully by Billings, but straight up to mid-on in the old parlance. It was hit too firmly. That's the end of the over. That's the end of my spell. That's the end of me for today. I'll leave you in the capable hands of none other than Tony Bishop, Grubby, and one or two others. And well, I'll be back with you on Wednesday. Goodbye.
Cheers,
Thank
Hendo.
you, Hendo. Looking forward to seeing you on Wednesday. Well, honestly, we seem to have been down this road a bit before. England are struggling. They're struggling on a slower wicket. Hendo may have a point. Grubby, are they making it look slightly harder than perhaps it is?
Well, it's treacly progress, that's for certain, Tone, and hello to you for the first time today.
You're on tweets, I think, aren't you? And
I think I am. Yeah.
Summarising.
I was going to come on and talk about the rule, like double it at 30 overs, but that wicket's 5 down. 2, 3, 4. I think England would be quite happy with it at the moment.
And Adam Zampa has done it again. He's ripped through England's batting order. This one nips in to Wokes, who plays it nicely enough, pushed to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket at that. Australia feeling that they can continue to attack because they very much have the upper hand here against England. Zampa's going to be skipping in again. Right arm over. This one is pushed away to the offside by Wokes. Solidly enough. Were this a test match, you would undoubtedly think, oh, that's nicely defended, looking good. But getting it isn't, as the wise man who you just heard of is Nestle from space. Zampa in again. He has a slip in place onto the back foot. There's a huge shout by Carey and that first slip. I thought there was some bat on that.
Yeah.
Which perhaps was less obvious from if you're stood behind the stumps, I would imagine, Nestles.
Well, I thought he hit it.
Well, you and me saw the same thing.
Yeah.
Aaron Finch, of course, the captain, is at first slip.
But just
Bit of a
overexcited.
Yeah, I think a bit of a wry smile on his face, and he knew that. But the Demon Zampa's in again, who's making England's life difficult. This pushed again to mid-wicket. 2 sent to mid-wicket. 2, 1 to off. None of them netting any runs, and we are just looking at that. And Nestle, Grubbs, and I all saw very much the same thing, which was a whopping inside edge and a most extraordinary appeal, but obviously not out. Zampa in again, plenty of air. Forward comes Wokes, and again this time to the offside. He seems to be a man, Nestlers, who has rediscovered confidence, and with that has come the ability to really both flight and turn the ball. Does Zampa, doesn't he?
Yeah, much maligned, I think.
Well, he was maligned by one of our own team, and whereupon he immediately took 4 wickets for 50 odd. This one pushed away, and there will be a single this time. It was to mid-off by Wokes.
When you can malign him for his mullet.
You can malign his mullet, but not his bowling. Indeed.
And we shall. Do you want a tweet or two?
Oh, yeah, we certainly do.
Farong is in and says, well, it gets interesting from here. Plenty of overs, but wickets down. Who was the person that requested slow pitches? Jay Grover says, I just typed a class rant about the class iniquities of the education system. It wasn't very interesting. Carry on. Thank you, Jay. Your intentions are clear. Muttley says, also, in trying to type your name, I nearly typed head-on, Hedon. Do your followers live a hedonistic or hendoistic lifestyle?
Some of us do.
Is there a bit of an overlap in that Venn diagram between hendoism and hedonism?
Oh, that could well be. And, we're going to see Josh Hazelwood, by the way, because Knuckle is windmilling. This means he'd like to do something.
Jason needs to sit up to look like Orson Welles.
Yeah. You do, actually. I remember him being interviewed on Parkinson. Full and driven straight to mid-off by Chris Wokes, right-handed. Hazelwood opening up as he has started. Full, accurate, and not at all easy to hit. So he's been in an inspired little vein of form as well, if he carries over his excellent bowling from the first game to this one. I mean, it's the same. Well, I'll just wait. Hazelwood in, and this one goes. Was that an edge? I think it wasn't an edge. Wokes seemed to be. It was let's just say he jumped and left a very large gap between his bat and his pad, and it went through to Kerry. Kerry slightly fooled me for a moment because he seemed to be rushing off like a man who thought he'd got an edge, but he
dummied the keeper.
Well, yes, I think so. Did it go through Kerry then?
It hit him, didn't it?
Oh, well, okay. Hazelwood again. I was just eulogising about his excellent form, wasn't I? This one's Fuller, slightly more on leg, pushed to mid-wicket, acrobatically stopped by Mitch Marsh. He and Maxwell, of course, got the 5th wicket Old Trafford record in ODIs for Australia.
Been a superb display of fielding by Australia today.
Yeah, they've
looked really on it.
Well, they were too. I think in the first game they just looked. Perhaps it's the pause for a second as Hazelwood rolls in again, and this one is driven away, and it is driven through cover, and it will be driven all the way for 4. England do have a boundary.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Tad shorter, a tad wider, and that was all Chris Wokes needed to give that the full swing through the arc and away through cover it went. Played that beautifully, didn't he, Grubby?
Yeah, well, we know he can bat. Chris Wokes, fantastic in that run chase against Pakistan recently.
Hazelwood in again. Again was not brilliantly played by Wokes. He can hit. You see, he's just hit in this over. He's hit the shot of a opening or number 3 batsman, almost Gower-esque in its elegance, and then he's played 2 where he seems to have jumped up, jabbing the bat down at the last minute with his feet going nowhere.
Well, I think, Tone, it's fair to say it's a little bit too paced, a bit up and down this pitch. Billings played one a couple of overs back where he really squatted down to play it in the manner of Kevin Peterson always used to exaggerate that stuff, but I think it's genuinely a bit up and down.
In comes Hazelwood again. This one is uppishly straight to mid-on by Wokes, and again there's no run, so it's the end of that Hazelwood over. None for 23 so far for him, but it's been probing and accurate. Grubby, what have you got for us?
Few Crick Tracker shout outs. Hello to Shamim Alam, Subash, Krishna Gupta, Asan Ahmed, MD Nur Alam. You're all very welcome. Thanks for being there on the Facebook Crick Tracker stream. What have we got on over on Twitter, as they say? Head over to Twitter, that's what they say, isn't it? Head over there as if it's a place. We've got just Jay telling me to sit up, which I'm not going to do to please you. Keep your messages coming in through whichever platform you prefer, and we're enjoying a very good game of cricket again.
I'll talk a little bit about hot bike in a minute, but in the moment it's going to be all about Adam Zampa, who tosses this one up, and it's pushed very comfortably actually out to deep extra by Billings, and they will get a single, and Wokes will come back on to strike. He's on 5, Billings on 4. Both have had plenty of balls for not that many runs, which has really been the story for England. It has been hard graft, hard going, and Zampa's in. And again that one was the googly, and back in it came. And Zampa, who I've never really thought of as a huge turner of the ball, seems now to be getting it to rag, doesn't he? The only consolation for England must be Adil Rashid, who's sat there in the pavilion and thinking, well, hello, I'm looking forward to this. This one more on leg stump, flicked straight to mid-on. It was the record 6 wicket partnership. Thank you, Knuckle, I assume for that is you. 126. So yes, it was a superb effort by them. And I was saying earlier though, I think, wasn't it Marsh who got to 20 off 20 and then really kind of slowed down? Fuller and driven past Zampa. That was a full toss, and it got the treatment, but it got the treatment in some style down the ground from Chris Wokes for 4.
1
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Yeah, he just got that one wrong. He has been bowling noticeably quite full, has Zampa.
Well, the one he got Root with was brilliantly bowled, and that full length, because he knew that Root wasn't coming at him.
Taken at slip, wasn't it? I recall. And this one is dabbed down to short third man, or quite a deep backward point, whichever way you want to look at it. It's Maxwell either way. It's very much his favoured position.
It's interesting that you could almost say virtually the whole England team has batted the same way, isn't it? Apart from
yes,
Morgan.
Full by Zampa, driven straight to mid-off again, and once more there's no run. Knuckles heated the chair in the studio to go and heat his lunch up, apparently.
All you're doing is watching, and there is no run.
Well, yeah, we need to find different ways to say that, don't we?
No.
I'll see what I can come up with.
No.
For describing a zero, a dot, a point.
It's a classic.
Well, yeah, but you can only hear, even classics, you can only hear so often before you go, oh Lord, what, again? Billings 4, Chris Wokes on 9. He's leapt up from 5, given that slightly over pitch ball from Zampa that he was a full toss, and he drove superbly down the ground. But England are labouring along at 127 for 5. Hazelwood back into the attack. He's bowling to Billings, who is forward, and really just dabs that away to point, whereupon no run accrues.
Labouring is the good description.
That's
for
version
this.
1.
Labouring is a good description for this innings.
Well, it is, but you know, I think you've got to. Well, it's the old cliche, isn't it? Let's wait till both sides are back.
Yeah.
But Australia, in the modern parlance, have executed their skills superbly.
Oh, they've gone through their process.
England haven't. This one again is played down into the ground. It is fielded by Maxwell, who comes in from that short third man, and the score is not added to. It's number 2.
Oh, let's stick with what we know. Let's stick with the old classic.
I might drop that. Well, you see, if I just drop it now and every so often, it doesn't sound like quite such repetition.
Although the number of runs is 0.
Yes, dabbed away for the equivalent of a Norwegian Eurovision Song Contest song score. This one, well, there's a shout from behind the stumps by Carey, who's been in impish, skittish, and rather overexcitable mood today. I think he thought that Billings had got an edge on that. He tried to pull, I think it was the forearm up onto chest. Hazelwood didn't seem remotely interested. We're going to have several looks at it.
Well, it's because it hit him in the chest.
Well, it hit his thigh first and then up onto his chest.
What are they appealing for?
I really don't know what they think they're appealing for, but Carey, not for the first time, is shouting for something utterly implausible. Hazelwood's going to be in again. This one is flicked, and there is a run, because it's down to square leg. And they take a sharp single. They are, Nestler's going to have to be pretty swift about their single, their work taking those 1s and 2s, I think, because not much else is on offer for them.
I just wonder if you just sort of throw caution to the wind a little bit here for these two.
Yeah, there's been moments through the innings where you think they've got to do that now, Nestlers, and it's just every time that happens, it's like, oh, lost another. It's just
I feel it might just be a little bit too early, given that if you suddenly lose 2 and you're 7 down, with still 15, with a lot of overs left, this one's straight to mid-on, by the way, and nothing is added to the score. 128 for 5. What are we? 34th over, aren't we? So you got 16 after that. I mean, 16 overs, 5 wickets down. If that was 16 overs, 7 wickets down, you wouldn't see England batting out their 50. And if that were the case, you know, that's the ultimate crime, isn't it? In any limited overs cricket, is to not bowl your overs out.
Well, it is, unless you think by doing it that way you're likely to score more runs than by noodling and nerdling it and getting up to a decent score of 50, but it's not as much as you would have scored by going for it.
Final ball of this over from Hazelwood, which he bowls to Wokes, who pulls him to deep mid-wicket. There is a man there. They take 1, they think about 2. It's a horrible, ugly, awful, inaccurate throw, but between
you didn't like that,
keeper and Maxwell, they limit the damage to just the single that had already been taken. It's the end of that Hazelwood over, 129 for 5. Grubbs.
Like, you could nerdle your way up to 240 and bat your full 50, or you could be bowled out with 2 overs remaining but get 260, and that might make all the difference. It's really tough. I mean, Andy Ward always talks very passionately about this, doesn't he? About it's not about rebuilding, it's not about batting your overs, it's about scoring as many runs as possible, ultimately. But it is a tricky balancing act when the innings has gone as it has gone. Fairly quiet on Twitter. What have we got? Ralph the Wonderlama is with us, talking about Doomed. Jay's still there. Salmon Pink is a bit new Labour mind, and there is no run is eternal. Mog should know a language to translate it into to add gravitas. Yes.
2 for 22 for this man. I remember he took 4 for 50 something the other night. He's bowling his 7th over. It's Adam Zampa. And this one is flicked past mid-on, and that will go all the way for 4 more. What a great shot that was by Chris Wokes.
Shot of the day, I'd say.
1, 2, 3, 4. Knuckles gone to heat his lunch.
1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful shot. Clipped off his toes. That could be Viv Richards or Mark Wall playing that shot. It's against the leg spin of Adam Zampa, and he's just clipped it with beautiful timing through wide mid wicket.
Wonderfully described.
Won't see a better shot than that.
Complete with a Ramones introduction. Zamprin again. That's a better ball on leg, and it was a leg break, and it was pushed back to him for no run by Chris Wokes. Aaron Finch is both scratching his head, and I think he's looking for an adjustment to his offside field. We'll let you know if we can find out what it was. This one is slightly uppishly driven too long off, and they'll take a single. Takes England on to 134. Nestlers, sorry.
You could replace it with Il a pas de course.
Yeah.
Oui. If you want to do it in French.
Yeah. Leah's got some suggestions on that front as well, which I'll bring you in just a moment.
Ein run 9.
Kine run would be, wouldn't it? I think
yeah, could be. Or well, mine was a run. No. This one swept nicely by Billings, but it's straight to mid wicket. So again, it will just be a single. Gosh, this is. Well, you described it as wading through treacle, Grubbs. I was trying to think of a suitable. It's like, trying to go for a jog in your diving boots.
You want it in Gaelic?
Really not in Gaelic. Go on then, Nestlers.
Agus nil aon rith an.
Brilliant. And as you're up there in space, could you give it to us in Klingon? In comes Zampa, shorter and flicked to mid wicket, no run. So there you go. There's your cue. He's actually looking. I reckon he is now looking up. How do you say there is no run in Klingon? That would be interesting.
Oh, definitely. He definitely is. But meanwhile, let me give you some of Leah's suggestions. Leah says, and England play it safe in regards to potential run-outs is one.
That I like very much. Oh, and that's a superb leg break that is past the outside edge of Wokes, who had a little forward prod. That's the way to finish an over by Zampri. Didn't get an edge, but by Jove, what a good ball that was. Nestlers, I'm sure have. Sorry, I mean, did you find out, Nestlers?
There's no such thing in Klingon.
What?
You mean the Klingons don't really are not big cricketers? Oh, probably true.
Let me bring you the rest of Leah's suggestions.
Go on, then.
And a conservative call from the non-striker. And then her last one is England decide to accelerate later. Well, leaving it pretty late, Leah, I would say. Pirate Badshah says, since the process keeps being mentioned, it is interesting to note that the German title for Franz Kafka's The Trial is The Process. Is this England innings in keeping with that? As someone who's not read it, I couldn't tell you, but it certainly feels like a fair degree of modern anomie is.
Well, I think the innings needs to metamorphose from a slow, ploddy one into something more aggressive. I'll say that if we're on the subject of Kafka. Knuckles now waving. Now, why are you waving, Knuckles? Are you going to tell us what you had for lunch? You're going to want to play a jingle because it's a Mitchell Stark back into the attack. Sounds like this.
He's had no swing. No swing since.
Left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Billings, who pushes him to mid-on. I beg your pardon, to mid-off, and there's no run.
Knuckles' lunch is probably more interesting than this England innings.
Well, it was only something he heated up.
Pasta?
It wasn't. I don't think he's gone and sort of whipped up a full, roast dinner with all the trimmings.
I'm
in
going
the 3 minutes he was gone.
I'm going for pasta.
You're going as in you're guessing that's what Knuckle had, or you're
Yes.
about to leave us to go and get some pasta? Okay. Stark's going to be in again. Bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, and that one is played down into the ground. It's a way to point. They take a very quick single, and Grubby this time has gone. What is wrong with everybody today? Can't they sit still for more than 2 minutes? It's like commentating with antsy children.
It's not pasta. Shock. In some kind of Indian food, maybe?
Well, we'll find out.
Bagaloo.
We're going to be...
It's
not Indian. Oh, now we're playing Guess Knuckles' lunch. That's how bad this England innings has been. We've resorted to guessing what Knuckle had for lunch.
Risotto?
Who knows? No, no, that would be rice-based, not pasta.
We've risotto.
We know it's not pasta-based and it's not Indian so far, Grubby. As Stark is in, and this one is driven straight to cover by Wokes, who has the frustration of a man who feels that time perhaps he should have punctured the field, but didn't. So 136 for 5 still England. 15 for Wokes, 7 for Billings off 26. Actually, they both faced 26. Wokes has twice as many and
Wokes is winning.
Wokes is winning. Courtesy of a couple of nice shots, one of which was a glorious straight drive from Adam Zampa. Stark going to be in again, left arm around, flicked nicely through mid-wicket, but there's going to be a man down there. There is. They will come back for 2. So there in itself is something of a novelty.
Bloody hell.
Maybe just feathering the accelerator, if not exactly pushing it to the floor here are England.
Towing it gently.
Towing it gently with their song. Killing our enthusiasm with their batting. 138 for 5. Woke 17, Billing 7, Stark 1 for 13 for him. He's got 2 balls left of this over. Don't think he rocks his headband quite as well as others, as if I was to be honest about his heads. And that one was extraordinary. In he came, arm was slung, ball trickles its way. Now, where did the ball actually end up? David Warner has it in his hand, who's practicing bowling. But let's have a look. We'll let you know now. Does he catch it on his knee? He drops it.
He just drops it.
He drops the ball. He didn't. Am I right? Did he do that in the last game as well?
Someone did, didn't they?
Somebody did, but I don't know if it was. I mean, it was literally. It was literally. If you'd have been doing it for a joke, to fool the batsman, that's how you would have done it. He's in again. This one's better, but it's driven nicely through cover. But there's a man down there, and it will only be a single.
And there
So
is
even when
one
England lay back
run.
on ball, the fielders are in precisely the wrong place from an English perspective, and precisely the right place. Nestlers, sorry, if you're Australian, you were saying Nestlers.
I just said, and there is one run.
And there is one run.
You can use that for this innings if you.
Okay, all right then. What were you using to look up your translations, or were you just using that capacious brain
Just
of
on-
yours that just has multiple
Oh,
languages locked in it?
No, Google.
Ah, okay. Stark in again, driven on the onside, straight to mid-on, and they will take a single. Move on to 140, that's 36 completed, 6 completed for Stark, 1 for 15 for him. And England's struggle continues. Grubby.
Jay says this is like one of the few tedious, horrible dreams that Grubby has, which don't climax with Josh Butler scoring 100. I don't like this dream. That was him who said that, not me, but he doesn't like that dream. Anna Forsyth, I think, playing the And There Is No Run game, says, and the scorers have not been even vaguely vexed.
I like that.
Jay's asking for Japanese translation.
Oh, that's a good one.
And Woi Woi Palm says, lots of reverse maximums here.
A reverse maximum. Is that a way of saying no run?
I believe so.
Ah, okay. It's anti-smacks.
I've got to do the Japanese one after this ball.
After this ball then, because it's going to be Adam Zampa. Full back foot, bowled him. He had stepped away, had Billings. He was looking to cut. It went on with the arm. It was just too quick, and furniture's been disturbed. He's gone. Well, Well, look, I'll tell you what. I hope somewhere in Singapore, the wonderful seer of Singapore and Indadutta is Adutta. Sorry, I beg your pardon. He's listening, because since he somewhat cast
he doesn't like Zampa, does he?
upon Zampa, he's ripped out now 7 England wickets, and he probably hasn't finished. 4 he took, didn't he, the other night? 455. This was his 3rd today. I think Nestlers, he was just looking for some space to cut there, and just wasn't there to do it, was it?
Trying to get a move on. So for Japanese, it's quite funny. The first word is, I think, soshiti, but it's S-O. It's so shite.
Well, give us the full sentence.
There is no run.
So shite jiku wa arimasen. But the first word is S-O-S-H-I-T-E. However you say that in Japanese.
Soshite.
Soshite jiku wa arimasen. Something like that.
I very much doubt it's shite.
I worked for a Japanese bank for
accent.
13 years. I don't ever remember them saying so shite.
No, I used to do a lot of work in Japan, actually. Well, we're going to see the first of the current brace, and it's older brother, I think. No, it's younger brother, isn't it, Sam? I get confused. No, he's younger brother, isn't he, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
Did he chop that on, or did it just go through him? He did chop it on.
Chopped it on, yeah.
I thought it had just got through him. We're looking at this one from Stump Cam. Yes, he chopped it on. But the first part of what we told you was definitely right, in that he attempted to give himself room to cut, and it just wasn't there. And Knuckle rather pleadingly says, "Let me jingle Ickle Sammy." So please do, Knuckle.
After this ball,
Zampa in. Curran nicely. And this one goes through Stark, who's there at backward point, and we'll get a single. So Curran is off the mark with his first ball, probably thinking, why is everyone making this look so difficult? That is how you do it. Stylish too. Oh, he was helped by a misfield by Stark, though, who sort of fell about it. His arms and legs and head were operating in totally different galaxies. 141 for 6. Knuckle probably is waving because he wants to, This ball, definitely Knuckle. Full. Straight to mid off. Single. Jingle.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. His dad's from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
In comes Zampa. Nicely forward comes Curran. Way again into the offside. Foot resolutely to the pitch of the ball, which is turning. Do wonder if England are thinking, was leaving Moeen Ali out the tactical decision to leave Moeen Ali out, was that the right one? Nestlers, what's your thought on that, as this one is offside for none?
Well, they probably felt like maybe they just want to try something else. I don't know. I mean, it's a
curious logic. Oh, it's a curious logic as Zampa spins the ball from hand to hand. His locks are flopping as he's in, and that one turns in to Curran. It's away to the onside this time. If you say it's going to be slow and low, we want to prepare for how we're going to have to face subcontinent tracks. I know. Let's play one less spinner, and I'm not entirely sure I follow that logic.
Well, I don't think you can keep looking ahead to what's coming up in the whenever it is. You're playing this match.
Yes.
You can't keep going on about, we've got the Ashes coming up, so we're going to pick this guy. It doesn't work like that, I don't think.
Well, that was very much the theory in the Test series. When
Yeah, but the theory of who?
The theory of playing, the right theory being you should play the match you're about to play, not the team. Hence, every time Broad and Anderson came together, people go, are they going to be in Brisbane in
doesn't matter.
A year and a half? Well, we're not in Brisbane.
No.
We're in Southampton, Stark around the wicket and pushed to mid-on, no run. Grubbs, you were about to say something.
Oh yeah, let me do a tweet or two, and I'll come back to the point in a moment. So Leah says it's the process with a Z. It's also the literal translation of the trial. Thank you very much for that. Jay Graver says to me, where has Grubby nicked my nan's chairs? No respect for the dead. Well, if you will leave doors open during funerals. And Josie Oak wonders whether Knuckles having a Greg's meat pie.
Oh yes, well, I've forgotten that conversation about what Knuckle had for lunch. This one
still
is
don't
for
know.
Met Ford. It's not Greg's. The suggestion being it might be a pie, which is definitely not what was just bowled there by Mitchell Stark. I might point out.
Is Knuckle a pie kind of guy?
Who isn't? I mean,
A pie guy? A pie in the sky guy?
We all have a pie.
Oh, absolutely.
From time to time.
1 for 15 for Mitchell Stark.
What I was going to say is that I don't think it's a massive risk leaving a spinner out in favour of a seamer, given how England have gone against Australia's superb seamers in this innings.
This is true. Stark's in, and this was a driven straight to cover again by Wokes. That's not the first time. And it's a smiling, chirpy, cheerful, lovable. No, let's not go too far.
Doesn't sit well, all of that, does it?
David Warner.
Every time he's taken the field since the start of the Ashes last year in this country, he's been pained to have a smile on his face.
It'd be most amusing.
It's not suited him well.
If somebody just played loads of booing over the stadium PA system, just to make him feel a bit more at home here. Stark rolls in, left arm over, and squares Wokes up a little bit, who gets a bit of a leading edge away into the offside. Once again, no run is added.
Have you been through all the food groups for Knuckles' lunch?
No, it's
Italian, Indian,
a vegetarian
Japanese.
dish. Was it a vegetarian dish, Knuckle, in a pie form?
No, it's not a pie.
Oh, it's not a pie.
Yeah.
Is it vegetarian?
But he didn't say it wasn't a pie. He said it wasn't Greg's.
Yeah,
he said it wasn't a pie.
I thought he was so specific about
he said it's not a pie.
It's not a pie. Okay. Stark again with all the fifth ball. He's got a big loping run up that he has, and this one is cut away through point, but it's just a single. England are not very often finding gaps in this field, which is just yet another way of saying that the Australians are right on top of this.
I'm just going to go to the little boys' room, or as Jay says, I'm going to check on the corpse in my bath.
says Nestle, aka Dennis Nielsen of space.
Knuckles asking us when he'd like us to put this conversation about his lunch out of its misery, and I would say now.
I was about to say, don't bring your lunch up again, but then I thought, no, I might just have to rephrase that one. Let's wait to the end of the over. It's been so exciting that I think we can wait one more ball. The discussion about the lunch, not the cricket. Over the wicket this time and beats Curran's outside edge, and there's a shout, and umpire Goff, is that? I think that is umpire Goff. No, actually, I believe, is that Saggers? I really can't tell my Saggers from my Goff. Grubby, can you help me out? They're convening anyway. I think Saggers is the shorter one, so it's umpire Goff. Yes, I thought so. Thank you, Knuckle. We do know who the umpire is, even if we don't know what Knuckle had for lunch. They are going to have a review. Australia, Grub, seemed
Kerry,
sure, didn't they?
Kerry just seems like, that's out. So I think they're confident they heard something. It's much the same in my parents' garden yesterday evening.
It was. The question is, did it carry? And for my money, it did.
Yeah,
did you see it that way?
Yep.
So there's no doubt it was an edge. Oh, now I look at it again. He has his gloves quite widely spread. And when I look at it close up, I wonder if the ball bounced into it. Knuckle's giving it out.
I think it's out. Yeah, I think it's out. He's got his fingers under it, I'd say.
Whatever that finger's been doing, it hasn't been in a pie.
Well, while we're waiting for confirmation of this, let me tell you, Anna Forsyth has been in on Twitter and says if you can get 5 penalty runs for throwing the ball at the stumps and it accidentally striking the keeper's glove on the floor, surely dropping the ball mid-delivery should be something. It's not
That's actually a decent shout.
I think if you've bowled it, if it's come out of your arm in your delivery action...
The decision's coming, just hold that thought.
Yeah.
The Royal London Bird is walking away, and it is out, and England have lost their 7th wicket. And I'm afraid Australia's dominance here completely continues. It was a pretty tentative little prod, wasn't it? There's no doubt it was the edge, taken low down by Kerry. He was absolutely sure. The umpires Messrs Goff and Saggers had to confer, but in the end, I'm afraid Sammy Curran faced 5 balls, scored 1 run, and has to go.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Well, Scrubby, one of you was through a thought or two there. Can't remember who.
Scrubby.
I can't remember. Let me do some more tweets. Pirate Badshaw's being led astray by Wiki, talking about the process. Leah says, yes, the joys of German orthography through the ages. Well, amen to that. Jay Grover says, still going for metrosexual sushi, if only because of my chopstick comment. That's Knuckles' lunch chat, which we'll have more of in a moment. Speaking of maximums, says Leah, can we bestow upon the player with the most sixes and the kid in the women's competition the title of Smacksy Mum?
Oh, very good.
That's like someone who's going to receive a visit from social services any moment soon.
If it was sushi, by the way, you wouldn't have to heat it up, though, would you?
No, you wouldn't be heating up sushi.
Yeah. So there's a bit of a flaw in Jay's logic there. As in comes Hazelwood, and again, I'm not entirely sure Wokes knew a huge amount about that off his outside edge, but it will get England another single. Every run really is going to be welcome here. Inside edge onto pad high. I don't think there was obviously there was an inside edge, but it did get England a single. We want to jingle the change of bowling, so we'll do that.
This is a jingle for Josh Hazelwood. This is a jingle.
Woody's bowling the first ball to the new Curran, who has replaced the old Curran. This time it's Tom. Younger brother Sam has come and gone. Tom probably saying to his brother, I wonder if they had a conversation as they crossed on the way in and the way out. I wonder what they might have said. Leave it to me this time. You're useless. Probably something like that. That would be the sort of thing my 2 brothers would have said to each other. My 2 lads. Anyway, Knuckle wants to play his jingle, which he'll do after this ball, which is going to be from Hazelwood. Oh, did he? I see. I didn't hear that at all. Very strange. Away into the offside. No run.
Here comes the Tom Curran jingle.
South Africa. Let Tom Curran. You'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more of the Let Tom Curran. Let Tom Curran.
Marvellous. Who doesn't love a bit of wings? As Hazelwood is going to be in over the wicket full and just sort of bobbled away to mid-wicket again for Tom Curran, who's pacing rather nervously, adjusting his hat, scratching his mark.
You're doing your best Alan Partridge there.
John Lydon doesn't like a bit of wings, I would imagine.
Who was doing their best? I was.
You were.
Was I? How was I doing that?
Wings. The band the Beatles could have been.
Well, yes. Although I didn't say that, to be fair. Hazelwood in. Hurries Curran up again, and it's just pushed down into the onside. Once more, there is no run. 144 for 7. The run rate. Well, it is Sunday, and were I going for the slowest of Sunday ambles, this would be about the rate I'd be going at. 3.71.
Even the other England players are bored. Look.
They look quite happy with life, don't they? I mean, this has got to be the worst performance by England in a batting sense for ages.
Yeah.
Australia have totally dominated and been brilliant.
You are absolutely right thus far, as this one's full and met solidly by Tom Curran to mid-off, no run.
Jay Grover makes a pertinent... Beg your pardon, Tone. Jay Grover makes a pertinent point, in amongst a lot of rubbish, I have to say, Jay, but this is pertinent. I've listened and watched some soul-destroying cricket in my time, but never before have I been more interested in someone several hundred miles away dinner.
Yes.
And we still don't know what it is.
We still don't know what it was, actually. No. I think we've got to leave it now to...
no.
Perhaps you
we should never reveal it. Never reveal it.
Maybe
never
a clue
revealed.
of some kind.
It was never revealed.
We could let people know. Give them just something to bite on that isn't actually what's left of your lunch.
The mystery of Knuckles' heated lunch.
He's still guessing, Jay.
Well, is he? Maybe he doesn't want the clue then.
But
If you want a clue, let us know.
Burritos is
If you
latest
want to
guess.
keep guessing, then let us know that as well.
Mexican. Is it Mexican, Knuckle? Could be Mexican.
No, not Mexican. Okay, 144 for 7. This will be the last over of the stint for this. I nearly said comedy trio. Commentary trio. I know what I meant. Mitchell Stark round the wicket and solidly, defensively, and in very much not a one-day mode way is met by Wokes, and well, you guessed it, there was no run. 144 for 7, 2 for 16 for Mitchell Stark. I can't recall. Well, it's been a while, I think, since I've seen such a frugal, effective, and accurate bowling performance as we're seeing here today. I really will be interesting to see how England fare on this. There's one a bit of width this time, and finally, because of that width, Wokes can open his arms, carve through cover, and get himself 4 runs.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
It was up and over extra, wasn't it? And just strayed. It's a rare occurrence so far from any of these Australian bowlers, but that one did give England the chance, or Wokes specifically. This one he turns his way around the corner to backward square. Marcus Stoinis. His angular way is down there.
Reminds me to say RIP to Toots Hibbard, who unfortunately passed away yesterday from Toots and the Maytals, who were quite brilliant.
Yeah, it's been a bad week. Well, I mean, there's been a good week for people passing on, is there?
It's been a bloody bad year.
Diana Rigg as well.
Diana Rigg.
Very sad.
No, her second album wasn't up to me.
I didn't realise
149 for 7.
She was Guy Garvey's mother-in-law, lead singer of Elbow's mother-in-law. Rachel Sterling, his wife, is
correct.
Daughter, yeah.
Oh, that one's on leg this time by Stark, but pushed to mid-on by Tom Curran, who's yet to get himself off the mark. So well shackled has he been by
it was
Australia's attack.
It was Rachel Sterling who I went round the house to have dinner with my girlfriend at the time.
Oh, I was wondering who that was, Nestlers.
And I didn't know that she didn't know who Emma Pill was, and she didn't tell me until the door opened. She was friends with Rachel Sterling, I think, or knew her from something. She wasn't obviously famous then; she was too young.
In comes Stark again. He's around the wicket. It's full and it's driven back, and he fields off his own bowling. And still, Tom Curran can't put anything other than another dot onto the scoreboard or into the scorebook. So he's troubling the scorers. I'm not going to fall into that trap. He's troubling the scorers to pop in a dot.
Exactly. Our old friend Jeff Perkins has woken up.
Good.
Sniffing a pun, never passing up an opportunity. If they had a conversation while passing, it was probably about current affairs.
He's woken up and realised it's time to go home, probably. In comes Stark. Last ball of his over. Round the wicket he comes, and full. Curran solidly met. Back to the bowler. Again, there is no run. England have laboured to 149 for 7. Australia are all over this. And we shall leave you. And who's on next?
Me.
I think I'm slotting into your seat in the ball by ball central missionary position.
Slot away, and good luck.
Yeah, it's looking pretty poor for England. 40 overs have gone. It's 149 for 7. The final power play is about to get underway. I'll just give you one final tweet. Leah says, talking about food, every salad tastes doubly good if you replace it with a schnitzel. And with that, I shall hand over the social media reins. Who's joining us? It's you and me, Nestlers. Knuckle, is it you?
Hello.
It's Hazelwood who's come in bold. Wokes has a drive at this. He edges behind, and immediately England are down to 8 wickets. 149 for 8. Regulation dismissal, and with that, possibly England's dreams of any sort of total.
Yeah, mildly remarkable. That's Josh Hazelwood's first wicket of the day. Very regulation test match dismissal, really. Fullish outside off stump, little bit of swing. Wokes tries to drive, and he is gone, being the third highest scorer of the innings at 26.
Yeah. Hazelwood doing what Hazelwood does, really. He just bowls an excellent line and length. He's well, if anything, slightly back of a length with his height and getting that uncomfortable bounce from that length. It's very difficult to score off in a test match arena, and it's at the moment for England at least proving equally difficult to score off in this series. But no, they just bowled so well as a unit, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely. They've planned it very well and they've executed the plan very well. England just haven't adapted at all to with the the honourable exception of Morgan today and Billings towards the end. Yesterday, England haven't adapted to the conditions or to the lines and lengths that Australia have bowled at them. You've got to be, England are the world champions and still have aspirations to be again come 2023, and you've got to be better than this in conditions that don't suit you.
And here's a bit of a luxury. Adil Rashid coming in at number 10. He has been as low as number 11 for this England one-day side, which is fairly insulting from a man of his ability. His first ball is on middle leg, and he turns it round the corner down to long leg. And they're going to come through for a single. So the 150 is up, 150 for 8.
As Adil Rashid turns a single to the 45.
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Oh, Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it.
Hazelwood is in to bowl to the runless Curran, who doesn't break that for now as he gets the ball on his legs. It just drops down in front of him off the thigh pad, and he remains runless after 9 deliveries that he's faced.
Yeah,
and a sorry looking card for England. 42 the top score from Captain Morgan. Joe Root was 39. Both of them, well, Morgan increased his run rate a bit, scored about 80 runs per 100 balls. Joe Root 39 of 73. So having gone slow and tried to rebuild it, he wasn't able to kick on, so that has to go down as a failure as well, I'm afraid. 150 for 8 is the score. Here is Hazelwood into the wicket now. Curran waits, gets a ball on off stump and defends it stoutly and diligently back up the track. No run.
Yeah, England are now going at barely 3 and over. In fact, they might have fallen below 3 and over. Oh no, not quite. But it's just such a struggle for England here. We were talking about maybe 250 being a good score. England will be quite grateful, I think, here to scrape to 200, 210.
Yep.
Yeah. Anything over 200 at this stage with 8 wickets down is going to be they'll take, I think. This one is just dabbed down. He advanced a stride down the pitch to try and meet the ball earlier, but all he can do is dab it defensively onto the offside, and again there's no run. He's now faced 11 deliveries, Tom Curran. The current, not the electrical current today.
No, well, Rashid is quite a positive batsman, although obviously not the greatest, but he doesn't tend to hang around a lot, does he?
No, he's good at rotating the strike and working the ball into weird gaps for singles.
He hits it in unusual areas, absolutely, yeah. This is defended again, another ball just tailing in at the last moment from Josh Hazelwood. Immaculate lines and lengths from the Aussie quick, and he has excellent figures of 1 for 27 off his allotted 10 overs. A really superb piece of fast bowling. He was man of the match, I think, in the first game, wasn't he, Josh Hazelwood?
He was. I personally would have given it to Glenn Maxwell for being able to score much faster than anyone else did on the wicket, but Hazelwood
wasn't a huge miscarriage of justice or anything.
Hazelwood's opening spell of 8 overs was absolutely magnificent.
To get through some tweets here. Jay Grover, don't offend Tony, Nestlers. It's like the Dark Fairy's curse or the mark of Cain, or it will never leave you. Alexander Sutcliffe wonders if we cannot do better than the jingle for Hazelwood. I can think of at least one moustached country troubadour with a wealth of material that could be mined. I quite like this occasionally. Yeah,
Lee Hazelwood's marvellous.
Yeah, he is.
Robbie.
Yeah, I mean the thing is we can't really do YouTube rips anymore because we get pinged for it on in terms of copyright. Change of bowling at the Anderson end. Stark is out of the attack with a couple of overs left, and it's going to be. Looks like it's going to be wrist spin to the tail as this man comes back into the attack.
The enemies of the mighty fear many.
Yeah, he's got a slip in place. Rashid goes back quite quickly. Always nice when you get spinner against spinner, or leggy against leggy, even in this case. And he pulls it to deep square leg and comes through for another single. So Curran, he's faced 2 overs all to himself and not scored a run. He's a man on the 45, a man at backward point, a man at slip, short mid on and a short mid off. This one is turned up towards the man at short mid on, who runs round straight to do the fielding, and he still can't get off the mark. Zampa's bowled exceptionally well again, 3 for 31 he has, and he's into his 9th over.
Dave fully takes your criticism, Grubby. He takes it like a man.
Good to know. This is nicely flighted, but he does get off the mark eventually here, Tom Curran, guiding it through extra cover and taking a single. What will the chat be between these two then? They've got to kind of try and use the overs, I suppose. I don't like that type of thinking, but when you're 8 wickets down, you've got best part of 10 overs to go. You want to make sure you're there at the end. This is a leg break, pitching on leg and turning towards middle and off, and he defends it. Does Rashid, watching it under his nose?
Yeah, there's nothing to be gained really here for England. Hitting out until probably the 46th, 47th over.
This is on his legs. Doesn't turn as much as the previous delivery. Maybe the straight honour there just takes him on the pad and loops up onto the leg side, and there's no run. He really has bowled well. The ball he got Root with, I thought, was fantastic, because he knew that Root wasn't coming after him, and really kept his length right up there, shoved it right up there, and sure enough, he tried to drive from the crease and got caught at slip. Great bit of calling from Knackle, because you just called that they brought in that slip, and sure enough, he got out to him immediately. This is pushed defensively into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was again Aaron Finch calling it exactly right, making the change, putting the fielder in place. It was a good change to bring the slip in. I thought that bring Cummins on when he did was when he came on with Morgan starting to get going, and Butler just in was a good call.
Pretty much everything has worked for Australia. Everything they've tried, everything Finch has tried has worked, and all credit to them.
Yeah, apart from Stoinis, basically, really with the ball. Still need to find 2 overs from this 5th bowler. Maybe Maxwell will get a go, but I imagine probably it'll be Mitch Marsh who'll get a couple of overs. I'm a little bit surprised that Stark came out of the attack, given how good he is to lower order batters. Here we go. It is the large lunk from Western Australia now.
This is just defended again into the offside by Curran, no run.
Mitchell! He was born with a flawless Aussie name and a stand tongue twatted kind of frame. It's mighty wide.
Marsh bowling wicket to wicket, and this time Curran goes for a bigger shot, lofting it high over wide mid-on, and he's going to pick up his first boundary as it just rolls into the east.
Mitchell man.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Decent shot from Tom Curran. You say Mitch Marsh is a bit up and down, and you can get down the wicket to him and disrupt his length. Hazelwood's obviously bowled out, so they needed the change at this end, and Marshall presumably bowled 2 overs.
Yeah, I guess. Here he comes again, wicket to wicket outside the off stump this time, a bit more width, and nicely cut by Curran. Good bit of work in the outfield there by Stoinis, saving the boundary, but they come back for 2.
Stoinis has had a very good day in the field.
He really has, yeah. The terrific run out, couple of really good stops in close at short mid wicket. Yeah, he's been very lively. Bang on it. Curran has 7, Rashid has 2. And England just limping along at 158 for 8, halfway through the 43rd. Here comes Mitchell Marsh again, tall man. He bangs this one in just short of a length. It's turned into the leg side by Rashid. There's a bit of a gap there. They run the first one quickly. And it was Curran, by the way. They come through a single.
Leia is wondering what's everyone's favourite pizza. Hers is Leberwurst and Blauschimmelkäse. Classy?
Queso is a type of cheese. That's basically blue cheese and some sort of sausage.
Oh God, no.
Liverwurst, possibly. I like blue cheese. I like blue cheese on a.
I'm a bit of a Nazi when it comes to pizza. It's either plain pizza or pepperoni I go for.
Yeah, I like the old Italian sausage as well. It's rather pleasant. This is turned behind square on the leg side by Rashid, a full delivery from Marsh. And it's another single to England, so just dealing in singles, the odd boundary at the moment, and not really accelerating in the way that they will feel that they need to put anything like a competitive total on the board. It's only 160 for 8.
Yeah.
One ball left in the 43rd over, which is being bowled by Mitchell Marsh.
You need a target that is screw-upable.
Yes, and this is a slower delivery, very well bowled, a leg cutter I think, beats Tom Curran, all ends up. It's a dot ball to finish the over, so it remains 160 for 8. Just 7 overs left. What can England make of this, chaps?
Jay Grover's first reggae album he bought was by Eddie Grant. Anna Forsyth says Woke's arms are sunburned. I'm trying to find other things to concentrate on apart from the actual cricket. Muttley wonders is it Maltese, your lunch?
No.
Harp says if the Ashes go ahead later on this year, it'll be an Oz whitewash. Abject.
Well, it won't go ahead later this year. It'll be next winter.
And Leia also says she likes your man bun, although you should shave your cheeks. I'll break off.
Zampa starting in you over a full delivery. It was fired down the leg side, really, but Rashid got in position to play it and steered it up to mid-on or wide mid-on, and it come through for a single.
Yeah, shave your cheeks, cut the connection between beard and moustache, though. Toshihiro Mifune in the tone of blood style.
What do people think this is? Some sort of webcam? You can't just tell us what to do. Zampa is in again, and he's firing this one a bit leg side. It's obviously a bit of a plan for him at the moment. Doesn't want to give any width outside the off stump, and Curran just nurdles it round the corner behind square on the leg side, and there is no run.
I haven't been beardless for quite a few years, and I'm not likely to do it to try and sort of culturally appropriate Japanese samurai culture.
This is tossed up just outside the off stump, and he is able to free his arms a bit this time. Curran slaps it through extra cover, doesn't quite time it though, so they only come through for 1 as it's fielded by smiley David Warner. Rashid on strike, he'll be looking to be busy. Always the little game within a game, leggy to leggy. And he gets a full delivery, which he was outside the off stump, but he slapped it through mid-on. Start doing the fielding there, and they come through for 1 more.
Harriet Atkinson did the West Indian cricketer or English village round at a quiz last night, and it went down a storm.
Oh, very
Well
good.
done, Harriet.
It always does. It's a perennial classic.
Shepton Mallet. This is nurdled through the leg side by Tom Curran. Just used his feet to Zampa there. Steered it to a wide mid-wicket position. 1 more to the total. England inching like Inchy the worm towards a juicy apple. Zampa again, a leg break, which Rashid reads probably out of the hand and plays it well off the pitch, just dropping it in front of him on the offside.
Muttley says, did someone mention sausages? Jay Grover, margarita with chili flakes is his favourite pizza, and Vector Victoria
Nice.
wonders whether England will bat out their overs. It's not looking good.
I might have to cook a steak in the innings break. All this talk of food is making me rather hungry.
Ravi Nair says, if England lasts full 50, can we say they have invented the boring every overs?
Yeah, it's been a struggle. Australia have bowled superbly, but England have put themselves into a hole and have been unable to get out of it. We've got another change of bowling. It's a lot of 1 over spells, but a very, very good spell again from Adam Zampa. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 36. Mitch Marsh out of the attack. This man in.
When bankrupt scuffed it.
And he's in now to Curran, just towards the leg stump, that one, such that he was able to tuck it off his hip
and they come through for a single.
Yeah, you knew coming.
Yeah, they've all bowled very tidily, these Australian seamers, and indeed Adam Zampa as well. And Cummins has very economical figures of 100, 1 for 22 from 7 and a bit. He's going to come into bowl to Adil Rashid now. No slips in place at this stage of the game. A little bit leg sidey, and again he's able to turn it down to long leg. And they're through for another single, but Australia won't mind these singles. If England score a runner ball from here on in, Australia will be absolutely delighted, because that will mean that the score is just over 200. And 95 times out of 100 you'd expect to chase that down in the modern game.
What's the extra score?
Not very many, I don't think. There's been the odd wide here or there. We have had 9 extras, 5 leg byes and 4 wides.
Wow. Muscular Cummins up to the crease now, and Curran decides he is going to go big this time. Back over his head. I think that might have just bounced inside the boundary, and it's 4 runs straight for Curran.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I think Tom Curran is what they call a combative cricketer.
Yeah, just trusting his eye there. Getting his left foot out of the way a bit, his front foot, and hitting through the line of that ball, which was just line and length, as most of these deliveries have been, but not been easy to hit. It's a stage of the game where you've got to start to take a bit of a chance. This one is a genuine edge, I think, very fine, but they've got a man down there, at that fine third man position, so it is only 1. Good field positioning there. I thought for all money that would be a 4 when he edged that off the shoulder of the bat, but Zampa is down there, who cuts it off, so it's just 1.
Can you explain the difference to me between a genuine edge and a false edge then?
Well, no, a genuine edge would be one that you don't mean, whereas you can. I mean, I don't know whether to give him the benefit of the doubt, though, whether he actually sort of played that, guiding it down to third man.
I don't think it was meant to go quite that fine.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Rashid in place now, and he gets a short ball from Cummins. Not the quickest of short balls, but he gets the warning for 1 over the shoulder. That's the 1 for the over, says the ump, but not called a wide or a no ball. That run rate hovering just below 4, sorry, 3.85.
Yeah, it took England a long time to get above 4 and over on Friday. It is a far cry from the heroics that England performed with the bat in the run-up to and during the 2019 World Cup.
And this one takes Rashid on the pad. There's a big shout for OBW. Not given. Umpire Saggers.
He got bat on that, didn't he?
I'm not sure he did, Nestlers.
A bit high.
I think they're just thinking it was possibly a bit too high.
Oh no.
Well, it's taking him up around the box region, so
yeah,
that can't be given out. I think they realise that, so they're not going to review. 1 ball left in this, the 45th over. England 172 for 8. Parlous, really, a parlous position. The toothy, muscular Patrick Cummins is bustling into bowl. He's at the crease now. Full outside the off stump and very nearly getting the edge. Just moved away at the last moment from Rashid. He thought it was there to hit. Went there pretty much with his hands and no feet. That's true. So yeah, 172 for 8 after 45. What you got there on social?
My original post with praising Toot and the Maytals, I shouldn't have mentioned my secret Eddie Grant shame. There's no shame to be had from Eddie Grant. Also, seriously, fuck right off about cultural appreciation. Eddie Grant, Clash covered Eddie Grant. No shame there. I wish to know how Grubby is going to cook his steak, because I only have a cheese and ham slice to air fry, and most live vicariously.
I shall be doing it in the oven, I think. And I might put a few chips on as well.
Steak in the oven.
Salt and vinegar.
The bowler rotation continues. Zampa has bowled out, so back comes this man.
He's had no swing! No swing since Cape Town! No swing!
Patently untrue.
and he's coming round the wicket, and Curran again takes the long handle to him, spots it back over his head, and gets enough of it that it goes for 4.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
He really does look like Joe Root under that helmet.
Was that mixed in with the end of his jingle with the 4 jingle? That was good. That worked very well.
Yeah, Stark just going for the Yorker, missing his length, ends up as a ball in the slot. Tom Curran not going to miss out.
And Curran all of a sudden is on 20. Combative cricketer, as you say, and a very talented one as well. Slow ball bouncer, got in position too early and then couldn't play the shot, so that's well bowled by Stark. Valuable dot ball. Shaking his head, probably still dirty with himself about it being hit for 4 the previous ball. No shame in it at all at this stage of the innings, particularly when you have the opposition at 176 for 8. A lot of those tubey grips around on the fielders. David Warner's got a black one on his right arm and a sort of a buff coloured one on his left arm.
And the right arm one's got padding on the elbow, isn't it?
Round the wicket comes Stark. It's full. In fact, it was a full toss. It was there for hitting, but Curran just missed it, and it's through to the keeper. It's no run again. Let's not start talking about extra accoutrements that David Warner might be taking onto the pitch with him. That will send us down a well-worn rabbit hole.
Well, yeah, one of them looks like it's more for an injury than just to protect against scuffs when diving. I wonder if he got an issue with his right arm, his top hand. It'd be interesting to see.
Do they also help to prevent you pulling a muscle? Like, say, if you can pull a muscle by throwing the ball in too hard, can't you? But if you've got something sort of holding that stuff in, then are you less likely to tweak it in that fashion?
I think Warner's got a pretty good.
Maybe someone can tell us.
Warner's got a pretty good throwing technique. I think he's a very good fielder. It'd be interesting to see how he goes against Jofra Archer, who's had him on toast a few times in recent international cricket.
Wide of the crease and went round the wicket from Mitchell Stark. A big old swoosh at this one from Tom Curran. It must have been close to edging that one, but once again it's through to Carey, and there is no run. It's 176 for 8. 2 balls left in the 46th. Just one of those days for England, I suppose. Bad day at the office. Australia have been magnificent. England have been under par.
Again.
Although under par always confuses me, Ness, because of course that's a good thing in golf, and people always use it to mean not very good.
Yes. I'll say something after this ball.
To be bowled by Mitchell Stark. He angles this one in towards middle and off, and Curran steers it through the covers. They're just going to get one there, or if they come, it's just one.
The marketing slogan for the PGA Tour in America is "Live under par."
Yeah.
And everyone's like, "Well, that's not good."
Yeah.
It is good in golf terms, for sure, but
for sure. US Open next week, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
all very
looking forward to
all very confusing. Well, the French Open starts next weekend, I think. Tennis.
Oh, that is confusing.
And they're having fans.
Blimey.
Mon Dieu, sacré bleu.
No,
Here comes Stark to completely over, around the wicket again and wide of the crease, and it's fired in towards the leg stump of Adil Rashid, who turns it through the mid-wicket region. They're through for a single, and it's 178 for 8 at the end of the 46th. What else have we got with us?
They've had fans at the Tour de France as well. I mean, some of the mountain stages just look like it's normal. Right, Jay Grover said, Sean, if the Clash told you to jump off a cliff, would you? Yeah. Leah says, are you implying the rough edges of that rabbit hole have been, I don't know, sanded down, perhaps, Grubby?
Well, also, interestingly, Warner is an anagram of Warren, where all those rabbits live. So it all links.
And of course, he is Stuart Broad's bunny.
Yes, but as you say, Jofra Archer seems to have the measure of him at the moment as well. He keeps finding a different England bowler to be had on toast by.
Yeah, Broad's got his number, isn't he? Or he did have.
Davey Warner with some smashed Avo.
Smashed Avo. 4 overs left. What can England get? It's 178 for 8. Adil Rashid is on strike. Pat Cummins is going to be bowling to him. Again, it's nice line and length. I mean, he's able to work it down to that wide long leg position, as he so often does. And they're through for another single.
Adil Rashid's beard is looking very magnificent and pointy.
It is. I must get some tips off him.
Yeah, you and Hendo are winning the beard stakes on Guerrilla Cricket at the moment.
Much to my mother's chagrin.
I bet.
My dad's birthday yesterday, so we saw them just before you're not allowed to meet up anymore. So we saw them just before I left. Mum said, "When are you going to cut your beard off?" When I want to. This is cut by Curran. It was a slower ball outside the off stump, not a particularly aesthetically pleasing shot, but he got a little bit of a toe end on it, and it's fielded there by, I think it's Adam Zampa at that backward point position, quite deep at backward point, more on the 45 than what you might call an ordinary backward point. In fact, it's very deep indeed. It's more like a fly gully, if you will.
Fly gully.
Yeah.
You're just making things up now, aren't you?
That sounds like an LL Cool J album. Here comes Cummins again, bustling to the crease. And Rashid tries the long handle this time, and he's bunted that one very successfully, just lands inside the boundary, and it's a one bounce 4. Very welcome.
Fabulous shot from Rashid. I thought that had gone all the way for it. Again, he just Cummins goes in the slot, as it were. Rashid clears the front leg and whacks him over long on like he's a top order batter.
Now, England could gets 220 here.
Cummins bowls a shorter ball this time, and that's way too quick for Adil Rashid. It could be called a wide. It was slightly leg sided, but I think it's just past him by his front shoulder. He motioned to attempt a kind of a hook shot, but that was just through before he knew it. Very quick and crucial dot ball. 184 for 8 now. 20 balls exactly left in the England innings. Pat Cummins to bowl the penultimate ball of the 47th over. Bit slower this time outside off stump. Rashid just about held his shape there. He was almost through the shot too early and squirted it rather aerially square on the offside. Bit of untidy work because it's back into the keeper and fumbled a bit, and it squirts out. They come back for a buzzer.
Yeah, hit the wicket, didn't it?
It was a direct hit, was it?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, we're just going to.
It was actually a good. It was actually
a flat throw in. It's just ricocheted off, isn't it? Carey lost it, and we're able to come through for an additional run. Who knows how important that may be? Probably not important at all. But
Mitchell Stark's cameo of 19 not out are better than a run of ball was to be the winning margin on Friday.
Yeah.
Cummins in once more, short ball. That's got to be called a wide, surely down the leg side. Yeah, it is indeed called a wide, and rightly so. Cummins chunters away as fast bowlers like to, but in the cold light.
The world is always against them, isn't it?
He was already moaning before he turned round, to be fair. He knew he'd messed that up a little bit. So Cummins will try again to finish this over. 187 for 8 are England. A short delivery. Rashid gets on one leg and tries an extraordinary sort of hook shot from a kneeling position, but gets nothing on it. That does complete the 47th. It is 187 for 8. Still.
Now, Adil Rashid, I know you have 10 first-class hundreds, but trying to paddle hook Pat Cummins for 4.
I don't think he premeditated that, though. I think he just I think he thought he might get a fuller delivery, got down on one leg, realised it was a bit shorter, and tried to improvise. But there we go.
Jay Grover says, pointy beards are pointy, anoint the beards, anointy.
What a lovely little nonsense poem.
Jay, are you on the good drugs today?
But he also said he hasn't read Watership Down in decades, but he's sure there's a Warner-esque character in there somewhere.
Start continuing with his round the wicket line of attack. He lays bat on this, Tom Curran, the railway sleeper, and it runs very fine to third man and hurtles away for 4.
Lovely shot from Tom Curran. Recognised the wide Yorker was coming, and that was a very deliberate stroke, opening the face and guiding it very, very fine.
I think you might be crediting him with a bit too much. I think he definitely looked to open the face and guide it back with a square. but I'm not sure he meant to edge it like that. Anyway, it ran away very quickly, and the result was a good one for England. He's got 26 now. Current England have moved on to 191 for 8. This one, he just runs down to a more conventional third man position, decent length ball, and they are through for a single.
Tom Curran now the third highest scorer in the innings.
Wow.
Well, he's got time to be top scorer if he wants.
Yeah.
Way, says the man who goes way.
yeah, almost. Owen Morgan top scoring so far in the innings with 42 or 52 balls.
Unfortunately, I don't think 42 is going to be the answer for England. Rashid has 14 of his own, and he's going to be facing up to the left arm round the wicket stylings of Mitchell Starc, who's at the top of his mark now. Rhythmically up to the crease, and he bowls a full delivery, and Rashid is clearing that front leg again. Starc firing it down leg side, and Rashid is able to steer it towards mid-on where it's fielded, and they come through for a single. So that run rate has just crept above 4.
Yeah, this partnership's going at exactly a run a ball. It's been good, overdue, probably not enough.
Almost certainly not enough, but you never know.
Never know.
Never know. So the Current is back on strike to Starkers, who is round the wicket to him. That's got to be a wide if he's not got anything on it, as it's down the leg side. That's the thing with that angle, you have very little margin for error when you're trying to bowl it very straight. He's coming very wide of the crease, Mitchell Starc, and if you're trying, you're not trying to give any width outside the off stump. If you do fire it across the right-hander, that wide is really in play.
Especially if you don't get it very full.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, those short deliveries that might be pitching on, but are always going to be going down from that angle. So, half an over left, and then the final 2. 194 for 8 is the score. Starc round the wicket again. This is Fuller this time, and it's driven by Curran to extra cover, fielded by Smiley Davey. Didn't quite get all of that, Curran, and a big puff of dust or smoke, probably dust rather than smoke, came up when he played it.
He did pretty well to get
Curran averages more than 50 in ODIs, says John Nielsen.
Sure, lots of not outs.
Wow. So it's Rashid back on strike. He has 15. Curran has 28 at the non-striker's end. Partnership must be, 40 or so? 30 or 40. Starc round the wicket again, and Rashid, extraordinary. He stepped right across his stumps in order to access the leg side, and then Starc had seen him and so bowled it straight at him, i.e. quite wide outside the off stump had he stayed still, and then Rashid played a delicate little dab down to third man. So quite interesting cricket all round there.
Yeah, lovely.
And they get 2 runs.
Lovely
Rashid doing what Rashid does, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely bit of cat and mouse between the two of them. Lovely placement. The partnership now 46 off 48, in fact, now over a run a ball.
So useful runs this from England's 9th wicket partnership. Useful lower order runs from both of these two. Rashid facing up once more to Starc, who's round the wicket. And he drives this one a full delivery, just drives it to that deep extra cover. And there's always a single there, and there is on that occasion as well. It's 198 for 8 at the end of the 48th.
Good.
Jay Grover, on his pointy beers a pointy, it's a corruption from something from the man with 2 brains, and also he's always on the good drugs. Jeff Perkins says there was a bunny named Bright Arse in Watership Down. That one could be Warner.
Bright Arse doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it?
Burning like fire.
Very good figures from Mitchell Starc. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38.
Yep, really terrific effort from Australia as a unit, and a pretty poor one from England as a batting unit correspondingly. This is lifted over backward point by Adil Rashid, and there's not going to be anyone who can cut that off. It runs all the way to the boundary for one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
England could sneak to 220 here.
Yeah, we've gone past 200 now. It's 202 for 8 now, and the partnership is over 50 also. That wasn't a bad delivery from Pat Cummins. He probably bowled pretty much the ball that he was trying to bowl, a wideish Yorker, and Rashid was just able to lever it over backwards square. backward off square on the offside. This one, though, as he's responded many times in recent overs when he's been hit, he goes to his short ball, and Rashid finds that more difficult to hit. It's through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Very
Yeah,
good.
53 from 52 at the moment, this partnership.
Yeah, very
What
good
England
indeed.
needed.
Yeah, I was going to say absolutely vital for England to get any sort of score on the board.
Here comes Cummins again, and he goes short once more. Rashid's ready for it this time, though, and he swings it high into the leg side. He's gone all the way over square leg for a big one of these.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
Only the second
It's-
6 of the innings.
Yeah, it's clever from Rashid because he's worked out that Cummins wants to bowl that ball to him because he thinks he can't hit it as readily as some of his others, and he's ready for it. And this time he gets a length ball, goes back in his crease and swats it wide of mid-on, and it's a 4.
Adil Rashid continuing to be a gloriously overqualified number 10.
This is really going to piss the Australians off.
They'll still be happy in the context, like, you know, overall, look at the big picture. The other thing that was quite funny in that previous one, they hit for 6, was that Labuschagne was interested at deep square leg for a couple of moments, and he was furiously backpedaling. And for one tremendous moment, I thought he was going to go arse over tit as he went backwards to try and take the catch. As it turned out, even if he'd been standing right on the boundary, it probably would have just cleared his outstretched hands. This is wide outside the off stump, and once more he lifts it over backward square. Is this going to run away again? It is, you know, but it's been cut off. We'll probably have a look at it. Who's that doing the fielding down there? They come through for 3, whatever. So if he has saved runs, it's only 1. What an over! So 4 and a 6 and another 4 and a 3. So add all those. It was Stoinis down there who have been busy in the field and very effectively so. And he has saved a run. Just bent down. His momentum threatened to take him over the boundary. Well, indeed it did. But he flipped the ball back in field and went to field it thereafter, saving his team a grand total of 1 run. So well played, Adil Rashid, in this over. He's moved on to 35. This is a slow ball bouncer outside the off stump of Curran, who plays it through the covers off the back foot for a single. A productive over that for England, the penultimate one of the innings, and the score has rocketed up to 216 for 8.
66 runs this partnership is worth for the 9th wicket. The record for a 9th wicket partnership against Australia by England is 81 that Adil Rashid helped put on with Joss Butler in that game that Butler won with that 100 in Old Trafford in 2018.
At Old Trafford, yeah.
In home Ashes matches, Warner averages 60.25 in England. In England, 26.91. I presume the disparity is similar in ODIs. And then he says, in fact, Warner averages 35.27 in home ODIs against England and 25.8 in England.
That's lower than I'd have thought in Australia. Anyway, Stark and Cummins are both bowled out. Everyone is bowled out except this man. It's Mitchell Marsh.
Slowish ball, and that has been absolutely despair. I think he was looking for a sort of slow ball bouncer, but it didn't get up very high, and Tom Curran rocked back and pulled it through square leg for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Blimey, all right.
Yeah, mid-wicket really, rather than square leg, but he definitely had his weight on the back foot, and Marsh obliged by bowling him that delivery. What's coming next? Another short ball, and this is a slow ball bouncer that is better as far as the Australians are concerned. Curran gets nothing on that one, and it's been given a wide, however, which I'm not that surprised about. It did, again, I think Al was talking about tennis ball bounce earlier. That one did rather tennis ball bounce.
It's a bit leg-sidey as well.
Yeah, you've got to be so accurate with those. So 221 for 8. England have gone past that 220. You were mentioning Nestlers, so another little milestone ticked off.
The mythical 220.
5 deliveries left, and Marsh is in to bowl very wicket to wicket, as he often is. Bit under edgy, looking to pull this one away. It fetches up at wide mid on, where I think that's Mitchell Marsh doing the fielding again, but they scamper through for 2 more. So it's 223 for 8 now for England. 4 deliveries left, and a mini spurt. No one likes a mini spurt, but a mini spurt towards the end of this England innings, taking the total up to something that somewhere in the realms of possibility.
It'll ask a question, doesn't it?
You can, somewhere in the realms you can defend this. A length ball. He's back trying to heave this over the leg side. Curran doesn't get hardly anything on it, but it lofts up towards mid on. That must be must be Stark running in to do the fielding, and wasn't it Captain Finch actually? And they're through for 2 more. So the productivity continues for England in these last couple of overs. He really clunked that one.
I know it's different when you're a lower order partnership, and to some extent the pressure is off, but some of this urgency could have been useful earlier.
Yeah.
In the running, at least. And I
Just the sprinkle of it.
I know that's after timing, and I know Australia bowled very well in the early stages of the innings, and when Zampa came on, certainly I think better than they bowled at the death, where they've been a little bit predictable, but these are certainly, I'm just trying to put myself into Owen Morgan's shoes in terms of what he and Silverwood are going to say to the team, in fact Collingwood, who's in charge of the team for this tour.
Marsh has bowled him with a full and straight delivery. Curran looking to heave this over the leg side, and that has cleaned him up. 225 for 9.
Reward of a sort from Mitchell Marsh. He's bowled quite well, but Tom Curran getting out, trying to do the right thing, and that partnership of 76. Vital face saving, and let's see if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, just 2 deliveries to come. So Silverwood is there. Knuckle, is he? I think he's come back in since the T20 series, isn't he? I think he was off for that one.
I think it was the Pakistan T20s that I think he. Chris Silverwood is on the boundary. This man will face up to 1 at least of the last 2 deliveries.
And now it's time for Jofra Archer.
Does have the long handle in the locker, Jofra Archer.
Yeah.
I hope he's brought it with him.
Well, he's got a maximum of 2 balls, wides and no balls notwithstanding, to just finish this England innings off, which has had life breathed back into it to an extent by Curran and Rashid. Here comes Marsh, close to those stumps, and he's clearing that front leg and swatting it to wide mid off. They've come through for 1. They're going to dash back for 2, so not too bothered about keeping your number 11 on strike. That's when you've only got 1 ball left. That's probably fair enough.
Well, and when that number 11 is, Jofra Archer is no mug with the bat. He's
indeed. But Rashid might have thought, look, I'm in here. I've got 35 of 26. It's more likely, for the sake of the extra run, I'll take responsibility for the last delivery. But they didn't. They went 3 for 2, and he threatens a couple of things there, looking to get down on 1 knee and ramp it. Instead, he just stands up and smashes it, cross-batted, straight back past the bowler for 4. So that is a good finish to the innings. Archer 6 off 2, well played him. And England finish on 231 for 9. It is, after a fashion, a score.
You know what? That is semi-competitive on this pitch. Honestly, given where England were, it's rare riches. But honestly, 232. England get a few wickets early. Deny Warner and Finch starts like they did the other day. Warner and Finch both got out early. Particularly if you get Maxwell early, I think then cats can be put amongst pigeons.
Yeah, let's hope for I quite like a low-scoring thriller. It's not always crash bang wallop and who can hit the ball the furthest. Sometimes these low-scoring ones are just as thrilling, and we saw that in the World Cup final last year. That was only 242, wasn't it, rather than 232? So we shall see what happens. England have just got up to a total, given that 10 overs are going, and we're probably thinking, not sure we're going to make 200 here, to get up to 231 is not a bad effort, and the bulk of the credit can go to Curran and Rashid for that partnership of 76, I think it was. But that's not to take anything away from the Australian bowling performance. Some tremendous figures there. Stark was 2 for 38, Hazelwood 1 for 27, Cummins 1 for 56, bit expensive towards the end, Marsh 1 for 49, Stoinis 2 overs for 20, and Zampa excellent again, 3 for 36 off his 10. Hazelwood and Zampa probably the pick of the bowlers as far as I'm concerned. Hazelwood's been tremendous the last 2 games. Well, probably a little bit more of a hillock for Australia to climb than they thought they were going to have to 10 or 15 overs ago, but overall I should imagine they're still pretty happy to be chasing 232 and not 300, which is the norm when you play in England these days. Indeed,
what Australia nearly got the other day. Obviously the pitch is used and a bit slower, so it is now 5 minutes to 4. I think to 5 rather. I think we'll reconvene in 20 minutes or so. As the innings break is about half an hour long. What we're going to be playing for you in the innings break, just bear with me 1 second, will be a chat that Tony Bishop did. A sort of authors panel, as it were. Think of us as, I don't know, front row or something for of the cricket world. Tony Bishop did an excellent chat with best-selling authors Anindya Datta and Ashley Gray, and we have that for you now. So have a listen to this, and we'll be back with you in 20 minutes or so. Bye.
See ya.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to this Guerrilla Cricket podcast. Now, in March 1706, a man called William Goldwyn published a slender volume of his early verse called Musée Juvenile. Inside was a poem that would lend him a very strange kind of immortality, 95 lines in Latin, which that were titled Incertamen Pile, on match at ball. Why should we care? Well, as far as anyone knows, it is the very first piece of cricket literature. Cricket has a genuine appeal around the world, and today is certainly the topic of conversation for my 2 guests who are joining me from Singapore and Sydney. Most importantly, they are both best-selling writers about the game that we love. And I'm very happy to say that I've been lucky enough to record extensive interviews with both about their work. So today, we will of course discuss their latest books, but we're primarily going to dive into the pain, rewards and sheer hard graft of the writer's craft. Firstly, Anindya Datta is a banker and now writer and guerrilla cricket commentator, who for a while has been keeping the likes of Sourav Ganguly and MS Dhoni off Amazon India's top spot with his latest book, The Greatest Year, the story of India's 1971 tours to England and the West Indies. Anindo, hello, and a very warm welcome.
Hello, Tony. Thank you very much for having me here. Delighted, as always, to be with you.
Delighted to have you. And with him, from Sydney, Ashley Gray. Ashley's a sports writer whose stories have appeared in Wisden, Fox Daily, The Daily Telegraph, The Guardian, and All Out Cricket. Most recently, he's written The Unforgiven, Mercenaries or Missionaries, the untold story of West Indian cricketers who toured apartheid South Africa, which has been nominated for a Wisden Book of the Year prize. So, Ashley, a huge welcome to you as well.
Oh, lovely to be here, Tony, yet again, and looking forward to our chat.
Well, let's then. Shall we start with you, Ashley? Because what we're really going to focus on today is the art of creating stories and writing, and particularly about cricket. Ernest Hemingway once said, "There's no rule of how to write. Sometimes it comes easily and perfectly. Sometimes it's like drilling rock and then blasting it away with charges." But let's start, if we may, with you, Ashley, and just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to be a writer about cricket.
Yeah. Well, I was always a cricket fan as a kid. Perhaps what you would now call a cricket tragic. I combed the statistic books and for the right stats of the players that I loved. I used to play as well. I read all the biographies. I used to get Cricketer and Wisden when they'd come out to Australia, 3 months late by a ship. Yeah, and obviously I'd watch it all on TV as well, so, I mean, I don't think I was particularly different to a lot of other boys growing up in Australia, late 70s, early 80s, that kind of period, and yeah, it left an indelible mark on me. Those guys that I admired then, like the Lillies and Thompsons and Chappells and Marshes, I still love them now, I mean, yeah, they're heroes to me, and they still stand out as different to the men of today in some way or other. They just seem realer. Maybe it was just because I was just a little boy, but even now that they seem like, that they're from a different age, a different epoch. So, yeah, it's kind of in my blood. My cricket career was, well, I was coordinated. I could hit the ball, and occasionally I could do something with the ball bowling. But the way cricket was organised back then, especially in Australia, was that often it was up to dads to coach sides, and dads always had favourites. And if you weren't in with the in crowd, you didn't always get a bat. So sometimes you'd be fielding for like 3 weekends in a row, but I suppose it was character building, standing at, swapping from third man to fine leg for an hour, in a very hot, blazing Australian sun. But, yeah, ultimately, in the end, I probably wasn't good enough. But, I loved it, and loved playing. And I still play with my son out in the backyard, and I love taking him to games and scoring. And, yeah, it's just, I think the thing about cricket, as opposed to, say, football or soccer or rugby league, which is also popular here, it's more of a game of the mind, and that appealed to me. It's a dreamer's game to some degree. When you are at fine leg, there's a lot of time thinking. And,
there is. It's a very psychological game.
Yeah.
So, but you too often got the Adil Rashid Award under Joe Root for turning up and neither batting nor bowling, by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Anindo. Now, obviously, we kind of know each other a bit now because you've been the seer of some of our cricket commentaries. But pretend we don't know each other, Anindo. Again, it's the same story for you. I remember asking you this before, but from the world of international finance to the world's best spin bowlers, was that a huge journey or a smaller journey than you might think?
Well, I think it was an unimagined journey, more precisely. I didn't set out to be a banker, I became one. And somehow you can say I didn't set out to be a writer and became one. So it's just at different parts of my life. I was a banker until fairly recently for 26 years, for much of which I didn't write at all, unless I was writing things for my clients or for my bank. And a feedback that I always got was that it was interesting reading even when I was writing on very dry finance, and I was a trader for most of my life, so I was writing on trading. But I never thought much of it. And then a few years ago, I wrote an article for one of the Australian websites, and it came out, and there was immediately I got a lot of feedback saying that they really liked it, etc. Then I got a call from Kersi Meher Homji, another Sydney-based writer, and he said he loved the writing when I'd written a couple of articles, and he actually picked up one of them and said that there's a book in it, and I'd never contemplated writing a book. So it was a 1,500-word article. And I was like, Kersi, you've got to be joking. I mean, I can't turn a 1,500 word article into a book. And he said, no. it's there. I've written 14 books, so his 15th was yet to be published, and I can tell you that there's a book in it. I said, okay. So I did something as basic as call him back again and ask him how he structures a book, because I didn't have the remotest idea how to do it. And he told me how he does it, and of course he put the caveat there that you've got to find your own way. And so I've found my own way since then. And then I started writing. This was about 7 years ago, something like that. And then I found it to be an all-encompassing passion, if you like. So I was working full time. I was writing in the morning. I was writing at late at night whenever I got a chance. And the nature of what part of cricket interested me made it more difficult, because I've always been interested in the history of the game, which obviously involved a lot of research. And the one thing that I've been always very careful of, even when I wrote for financial matters, was that I shouldn't get a single fact wrong, and which makes life very difficult when you're that nitpicky about something. But then you have to be when you do research.
Especially with cricket.
Exactly. And you're going to be found out very quickly if you don't, right?
Well, it's a rich theme.
Exactly.
Which is good for us. It's interesting that, from three of us, I think, two of us, probably me and you and Indo, have taken the path via other industries and things and sort of worked our way into a hobby becoming kind of a work.
Yep.
Actually, perhaps a little bit different for you in that you are by trade a journalist and a writer. Is that fair?
Yeah, and a sub-editor as well.
I always think that must be a thankless task.
Yeah, the thing about being a sub-editor is that people would say to me with this book, they would say, look, just pump it out, just write it and get it done, then go back and correct it and hone those sentences, make it sing. But the trouble is, when you're a sub-editor, you're used to polishing as you go, so I couldn't do that, because I would feel uncomfortable knowing that something I just left wasn't perfect, in my eyes, so I couldn't go on that way, and I had to do it this way, and people would say to me, you're crazy, but that's just the way I did it, and in the end I got there. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But that's one of the sort of drawbacks of the trade, I suppose, is that you learn how to do things in a certain way, and that kind of works for me. But I've always like I said, I've been doing it for 20 odd years now, so I've always been sub-editing and writing, and not always on sport, not always on cricket either, but I think having to write in different tones for different publications and on different subjects sort of rounds you out as a writer as well, because you can draw on a lot more different expressions and ways of putting together stories as well, because one magazine might have a certain style that you have to adhere to, or it might have a certain way of structuring things. But the newspaper will have a different style and structure again, depending on which one it is. So I suppose that's been the benefit of my.
That's an interesting. You've touched on an interesting point there. So the idea of style. When you're sub-editing or writing for someone else, if it's advertising copy or if it's even autobiography writing or any of those things, you have to sort of adopt a different persona, that of your audience, or the editorial style of the publication you're in. But when you start to write your own books, it's you, even if the subject matter is very relevant to a particular group or a particular audience. It's your way of putting it across. So I think one thing I'd like to ask you both is, your books are the books certainly the ones I've been reading, have similarities and differences. One is very much about a history of a certain type of art or craft or of a team. So in Indo, perhaps you're more the historian, but you're a storyteller in the way you bring that game history across. Actually, you're also a historian in that you've picked a very specific, or the current book, The Unforgiven, is sort of politically charged. It's sociologically charged with so many different sort of depths about those West Indian cricketers. But again, you're essentially telling a history story through multiple personalities. So in some ways, the books have similarities there.
Sure.
So anyway, that's kind of a long-winded way of asking the question, which is, how do you evolve, Ashley, your own style and way of your own storytelling so that you feel this is me, even though you're telling the story of something else?
Sure. I think at some point you have to back yourself and back your experience and back your way of looking at the world. Otherwise, there's no point in writing a book or a long form article. I mean, you have to trust that what you're writing about and your perspective is unique in some way and is valuable. I mean, there are many times when you're writing something and you feel that isn't the case, and that can kind of freak you out as well. I mean, there was a time here when I was doing Lawrence Rowe's chapter, and I could not get past the first paragraph, and I was sitting right here, right where I am now, and it was a lovely summer's day, and I was looking outside, wishing I was outside, and I just couldn't get, and I found that there were 3 or 4 different options for the next paragraph where I could go with the story, each chapter, and they all seemed quite appealing, but when I'd start them, they wouldn't work, and it was just this utter sense of frustration, and I just let out this primal roar. It was like, "Argh!" And it didn't work, by the way. But I had to go on, and even I've got a book here from Neville Cardis, his autobiography.
Yeah,
and it's got some great stuff in here because obviously he wrote for the Manchester Guardian, but there's an interesting bit here which I really related to when he said the Manchester Guardian was a great but dangerous school for young journalists. It made us so word and phrase conscious that sometimes we suffered the embarrassment of the centipede, which one day became aware of the complexity and delicacy of its muscular organisation and reduced itself more or less to permanent immobility by wondering which foot to put forward next. Well, that's where I was at with the Lawrence Rowe chapter, and to move on to the next part of the narrative, I had to take a chance and believe in myself and get on with it. At some point you have to bite the bullet, and that's ultimately what I did. So, yeah, that's kind of how I approach things, Tony. But usually with a lot more, with a little more success than I had with Rowe in that beginning.
What finally unblocked the start to the Lawrence Rowe chapter then? What was the critical moment that you went from blank page to you felt you were onto something? Stephen King said the scariest moment is always just before you start. After that, things can only get better. And he wrote a few books.
Yeah, he did, yes. I think I went out and had a walk and experienced some of that sunshine, came back and just looked at the first thing I had written, which is often the best thing in a way, because you come to you're closer to being pure about the subject when you approach it, and I went with that, and it just started to roll. I knew a lot about him obviously anyway, because I'd researched him so much, I'd interviewed him, I'd seen him, I knew the man, and the thing about my book was, even though it's well structured in that there are 20 chapters on different guys that went on the Rebel tours, each chapter itself, I didn't have a particular structure for it. It would just sort of happen, and I would just sort of work it as I was going. Once again, the sort of the polish as you go thing. I couldn't move on if the stats weren't right and the words weren't right. Like you were saying before, if the stats aren't right, you can't go.
Well, the rigour certainly comes out, and actually you've said something there I will come back to, because it's the 20 different people. I have a slight feeling that each chapter's gets to the heart of those personalities, so is slightly different in its feel, because I think you almost inhabit the trials, tribulations of each of those people. But I'm going to hold that thought, because I was going to ask Anindo the same question. You know, for you, as I say, a kind of a historian. I don't know if you'd like to be called a historian, but you're a storytelling historian in cricket. Yeah. But tell me about the inspiration for you, because it's not just the Wizards and the story of Indian spin. You've written about Don Bradman. You've written about the gentleman's game and the old style. You know, we imbue the history of cricket. You know, even when none of us were born, even me, who's older than you two, you somehow in your mind have a vision of what cricket was like that is actually probably black and white and men running around impossibly quickly. And yet you feel like you were there because you've read so much. So tell me a little bit about your inspiration to get pen to paper for your first book, perhaps, Anindo.
Yeah, it's interesting, Tony. You say that what you just said, because the first book, although it's not the first book I published, the first book I actually started working on was Spellbinding Spells. That's the one which Kersey asked me to encourage me to write. It just took a while to write, so by that time I had The Gentleman's Game, which was almost like an experiment, because The Gentleman's Game was more a collection of articles that I had written earlier, and I sort of polished them and I put it out there to see what the response to my writing would be while I was still writing Spellbinding Spells. I wanted some feedback, if you like. So it's interesting that a lot of people even today are writing back to me and telling me that they love A Gentleman's Game, which is nice to know. But that's the reason why I wrote it. And then when I started writing Spellbinding Spells, it was quite interesting because for some reason I decided to be very bold. And I said, I'm going to write this in a manner which I have not used earlier. And in line with what you were talking about, that where if I can call myself a quasi-historian, just because I guess I read so much of it and enjoy it, I actually thought that a unique approach would be if I were to write a book where I'm visualizing what's going on in front of me and I'm writing the entire story in the present continuous. So, which was an absolute experiment, because it's a 50-page book. And it had to be right because the facts in there were very important. It was the first book ever written on single bowling spells. So no one had really dissected a single bowling spell and, ranked them. So I have, I think, 6 chapters with 7 of the top bowling spells, which first I had to make sure, cross-referencing, that I didn't make a mistake. And thankfully, in the last 4 years, no one's come back to me to say I've made a mistake. But maybe someone will someday.
Well, you're the reference.
Yeah,
you say it's true. It's true.
Well, they'd have to go back to a lot of archives to prove me wrong on that one, because for the 19th century spells that I wrote about, a lot of them, I have to say, are quasi-conjecture, because you only have the scoreboards. There's nothing else. And you look at those scoreboards and then you try and cross-reference a bit of writing from somewhere about the match, and you try to make up your mind as to whether it was logically a single spell or not. And then I thought that if modern readers read it, they can't relate to the same way to an 1890 test match as I would. So why don't I narrate it like someone would watch a match on television? As if it's happening in front of them. So my entire book is written in the present continuous. And I can tell you I was one tired man by the time I finished.
Well, that's definitely something we're going to come on. Now, you both said something here which I think is really interesting. It's almost as though you're cricket statisticians and historians first, and then the writing wraps around that. And is that perhaps something that's sort of almost unique to the sport that we have in common, because it is so incredibly rich in data? And we're back, and you've been listening to me, I think, but talking to two fantastic writers in that particular instance. One, Ashley Gray, who wrote Unforgiven, about missionaries or mercenaries, the rebel West Indian tourists to apartheid South Africa, and Aninda Dutta, our own Aninda Dutta, author, of course, of Wizards, the story of Indian spin bowling, as well as India's Greatest Year, and a number of others. But what matters today, as we are focused on Old Trafford, is England have somehow hauled themselves to 231 for 9. So 232 the target for Australia. I'm joined by, as Hendo would probably say, men of great wisdom. The Wizard of the Wirral, Alan Hotchkiss. Al, you there?
I am here, although I would turn around and tell you that wisdom's something that's talked about that should be earned before anything else. So it's always best to take perceived wisdom on its merits going forward rather than look on previous performance.
Well, yes, and Knuckle, I have a sneaky feeling, Knuckle Pandy, of course, who's joining us, from the green room, or rather from our studio, but also in Rollers. Are you summarising for this one?
I am indeed, yes.
Well, how do you summarise England's position now, then?
Considerably better than it had any right to be, really, given how they batted for most of the innings. It was a very good partnership between Tom Curran and Adil Rashid. I think they're England's second best for the 9th wicket against Australia. The previous one also involving Adil Rashid, with Jos Butler in a game that England won at Old Trafford, you may remember, with a fantastic 100 from Butler in 2018. It was really what I thought was good was not just the boundary hitting, but it was there was a sense of urgency to the innings, and a sense of being able to England being able to find gaps in the field that hadn't really been there for most of the innings. And I know Australia didn't bowl as well at the death as they had done up until then, and I know that it's easy to look at a tail end partnership and think, why didn't the top order do that? But there is a little bit of that, and England have got themselves up to a score that is, I described England's aims as getting to a score or a chase that is screw-uppable, and this chase is screw-uppable for Australia.
Well, yes, and I mean the interesting thing, it was a very backloaded innings for a start. All of England's top and middle order seemed to get incredibly bogged down, and it took the kind of freedom, I suppose, that death or glory conveys upon a player lower down the order to look like that there was the ability to free the arms and attempt to clear the boundary, and it took the likes of Rashid, Curran and Wokes to do it, although Wokes also took a long old while to get going, didn't he?
Well, so did Tom Curran. Tom Curran at one point, I think he took 12 balls to get off the mark, but once he found his range, really did found his range, hit the fast bowlers back over their head. Rashid, I thought, was that was a little gem of an innings from Adil Rashid. It really was. It won't come up on the the potted summaries because you tend to do the top 3 batters, but Rashid's 35 not out of 26 was infinitely better really than Root's 39 of 73.
Well, and we know, Al, don't we, that he's well capable of that. It's just England have been so strong, we don't often get the chance to see it, really.
I think that he's... It seems strange, really, that he's... I think we still underestimate his all-round talent. Even after all this time, even after all the wickets, that we look at him as still a work in progress, an experiment that we're still to see the end of, when really what we should be turning around and saying is, essentially he's the first or second name on the team sheet.
Well, he'll definitely be getting the ball today, but for now, Messrs Finch and Warner are there in the middle. Chris Wokes has the ball in his hand. We will jingle them up, starting right now.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Bowling to this man.
He's quite good with the bat.
He's got a stick in the start.
He's short and he's fat.
He's got a stick in the start.
He's a bit of a twat.
He's got a stick in the start.
David Warner's got a stick in the start.
With his captain at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, and Finch.
Well, indeed. And it is David Warner, the left-hander, who is going to face Chris Wokes, who will be... is that the Statham end he's bowling from?
Anderson end.
Oh, it's the Anderson end. I beg its pardon. He has just the one slip in place, and he swings this in initially to the left-hander, and there's a horrible misfield. I think, was that Moen? No, it was... who was that?
Tommy Curran.
Tom Curran?
Yeah.
It was Tom Curran, I think. It was away to leg by Warner, leant into it nicely, stopped because he thought there was nothing there, and it went straight through the hands of Tom Curran, who is shaking his head angrily with himself, and he's gifted Warner his first run. Something England would have, on this slightly sticky, slower pitch, would have been desperate not to do. They would have wanted to work on his frustration. There's a ring of 1, 2, 3. Well, England are flipping their field around.
They've moved Archer to mid-on and Morgan to mid-off. So I think the plan from Wokes is to bowl mostly on the off stump. There is a shortish mid-wicket in place as well as that.
Yeah, no, I was just about to comment on that, as this one is in and pushed. The shortish mid-wicket, the shortish mid-wicket was across, but it went through him, but mid-on did the tidying up behind.
It's interesting. It's often Owen Morgan in that position at short mid-wicket, but today it's Johnny Bairstow. I wonder if Morgan is... I don't know if he did injure his finger in the...
well, he did. I'm just wondering, perhaps a little bit of finger protection.
So
it could well be. As Wokes is in past umpire golf, and it's driven, and Wokes dives to his left. He gets a hand to it. There's a diving throw, and it's gone through 3 England fielders. And there was, for all the world, I was sure they would be about to take another run there.
Finch was running like he knew he was out if there was a hit.
Well,
he was out if there was a hit.
Wokes diving to his left got a hand to it. In came Morgan. He put in the throw. Wrong-footed Johnny Bairstow. It went past him. He was gone by a mile if it had hit. No blame to Morgan.
It's a terrible throw from Morgan from that distance. It's an awful throw. It's missed by yards.
I would say it's a terrible run, and I think Morgan had more time than he realised.
Yeah, well, exactly, because when we looked, he wasn't even in frame, was he? Anyway, Wokes is in, onto the back foot goes Warner. It's away to short cover. There is no run. Something we got very used to saying while England were batting.
Certainly until Adil Rashid started to get going. What did they put on? They put on 76 off 57 balls for the 9th wicket. Really, really good.
Tom Curran chewing for what all he's worth. He might be chewing over how he misfielded that first ball of the innings as Wokes is in. Short, pulled to square leg, and there will be no run. That was tidier fielding by Tom Curran that time. He'll probably be glad about that.
Saved a run there.
Well, he did save a run, so he's got net 0 in terms of his contribution, even in this first over. He's been in the game twice, cost a run and saved a run.
He might have saved 2.
Pretty much equalises things out.
Might have saved 2 actually, depending on how far away that was from deep square. Well, there's a sort of deep mid-wicket, quite square, who might have been able to get round.
Yeah, 2 without loss. England will want to be really turning the screws here.
You see apart from the cover point who's back on the edge of the ring, the rest of the offside field is a good 10 yards inside the circle.
Yeah. And this one is wide, dabbed down to third man again. It's just a single.
Right, let's have a look at who's with us on the Twitter sphere. Jay Grover, Knackle, what did you have for dinner?
We still don't know the answer to that. Did we just give up asking after a while?
I think so. Did you go through every cuisine under the sun?
Honestly, it was almost as boring eating it as it was listening to you lot trying to guess it.
Well, go on then.
It was a ready-made Chinese. It was beef in black pepper sauce.
Well, that sounds all right.
Yeah, it was from Budgeons. It wasn't.
Let's see. If you work for Budgeons and you're listening, absolutely nothing against your black pepper Chinese.
It was entirely...
Jofra Archer
Sorry, it was
is
entirely
going to
adequate.
take up the attack for England. Now, he has been pretty successful against David Warner in recent matches. Not quite as successful as Broad, but getting there.
Yeah, let's jingle up the man who ended England's innings with a very nice slapped four down the ground.
And now it's time for Jofra Archer.
And Archer's in, and that one is wide of Warner, and in the manner of the ways he has found it to get himself out. He steps back, looks to cut, and it was too quick across him, and was through to Ross Butler like a shot. We're watching previous dismissals, combination of hit wicket, bowled, and caught in the slips for Warner against Archer. That one caught behind. It's quite a montage, actually, isn't it? Those Warner dismissals. Archer in again. That one is wide. It is cut. It's up over point. It probably won't go all the way, and is indeed fielded by Owen Morgan down there in the deep. Warner will take 3. He'll move on to 5. Finch on 1. 6 without loss. Australia. That one, everything we were saying that beat the bat the first time was pretty similar, but this time it was just a little bit shorter, and Warner was onto it like a shot, but didn't really seem to middle it fully. If he had middled it, you suspect it would definitely have been 4, not 3. 6 without loss, Australia. Remember the target, 232, and it could have been far less than that were it not for a terrific little partnership towards the end between Rashid and Tom Curran. Remember, we have a brace of Currans today, as Arch is going to be in over the wicket, full, driven straight to cover by Finch. So again, there'll be no run.
Little hint of swing.
3 off 3 for Archer so far.
Little hint of swing from Jofra Archer. We saw the ball swing. We saw the ball even reverse swing towards the end of the Australian innings. Josh Hazlewood was getting the ball to reverse swing. It is very dry, the Old Trafford pitch and square.
Indeed. Well, it's been a beautiful day in Manchester. If anyone's listening from Manchester, I might have to say that again just to make sure it's true, as this one is steered down to backward point by Finch for no run. It is a beautiful day in Manchester. The sun is shining. There is no rain.
We get that in the northwest occasionally.
What, rain?
Well,
or sunshine?
Also days with no rain as well.
I'm sure you must do at some point.
Apparently, I know that the weather tonight will be dark until morning, but.
Well, brilliant. You heard it from the Wincy Willets of the Wirral. As this one is cut into the ground to backward point again once more, there is no run. 87 miles an hour from Jofra at that time.
87 miles an hour, and yet it didn't seem to arrive at Finch.
No, 100%. It's sticky.
Yeah, the same was true with Hazlewood and Stark as well. There did seem to be some different types of bounce that seemed to.
Yeah, was it you described
confuse.
it as a
like
tennis ball bounce?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I remember you saying that during the England innings. As this one is full and looking for the Yorker to Finch, who just gets something on it somehow into the offside. There is once more no run. Now, how are we doing on various messages?
Right, let's have a look at
platforms.
Jen Rowe. Hey, lovely people. I need to either browbeat local sports channels or to broadcast cricket or set up calendar reminders. Was the first innings worth missing?
Yes, it was. Although England could have been a lot worse than they were, and
you missed some very good bowling.
You missed some terrific bowling. Yes, that I think is a very fair point, and they did manage to sort of just about rescue themselves to post a. Possibly on this wicket, competitive total. We wait to see.
Leah has also commented on her to compensate for Knuckles' boring lunch, I will try and get some right things pronunciated in between balls.
Okay, as in comes Wokes again. It's his second over. Straight to mid-off by Warner, who has I'm not sure if that's a grimace, a smile, or it's very hard to tell. It's a very thin dividing line between aggressive grimace and cheeky grin with Warner, isn't it?
So Leah says that she had a rosemary brat katafin with beans and a hog's neck. Leah, I apologise if I've got that horrifically wrong.
A hog's neck?
A hog's neck.
Wow. Lord. I suppose you can have a neck of lamb, can't you? Probably a neck of hog, as this one is away to the offside. Warner is definitely smiling that time. Neck of hog, obviously no relation to Rodney.
Yeah, it's lovely to go into the butcher's. Neck of lamb with the leg still attached, please.
It's just the whole
he was on the back foot, wasn't he, that time, was Warner. Hurried up a little bit by Wokes.
Leah also believes that the fact that there is sunshine in Manchester means that it's an alternate universe.
Yes, this one's pushed into the onside easily enough by Warner. He'll take a single. Moves him on to 6. Brings his captain, Aaron Finch, on to strike. I did see a very interesting stat, actually, while I was thinking about this game. Only twice in 19 ODIs have Australia won without a 50 from either Finch, Warner or Smith, which of course is what was happened courtesy of March and Maxwell in that last ODI. That one's a shout from Wokes. Knackle's waving something, he says, which I think he's suggesting it went down leg. I thought there might have been some inside edge as well. England don't seem mildly interested though. Knackle,
no, I think it came in sharply off the seam, but I think too sharply off the seam. Oh, and there was an inside edge. So.
Yeah, no, definitely the inside edge.
Given the fact that there's no Stuart Broad, who's going to waste a review?
Well, they didn't in that occasion, and it was wise of them not to. As Wokes is over the wicket and in again, and he's driven, but he's driven straight to mid-on. Shows that diving to his left. And they still get a single though, so good sharp running.
Yeah, I think Finch was a couple of yards down the track. I think straight to mid-on, I think is underrating the work that Archer did really to get around.
No, he was slightly wider, wasn't he? He just moved pretty sharply to his left.
It looked like 4 off the bat. It was very nicely hit by...
it was, and he'd certainly come to meet it, hadn't he? He's 2-3 paces down. He sort of skipped down to meet it. Perhaps thinking he might go aerial with it, and then ended up playing a more conventional on drive. As in comes Wokes, carved by Warner straight to cover. And he's clearly not happy that he picked out the fielder, so he plays the shot again. And it concludes that second Wokes over. None for 5 for him. Al, give us some messages.
So, Jay Grover, what is the protocol with hand protection re-COVID-19? Surely adhesives would be vectors of disease. He also suggests a new game. What is Knackle having for tea?
I've eaten all the food I've got with me. I only had for one. Also, you're definitely not allowed adhesives on your hands while playing cricket. That's one of those old baseball scandals from the... people going...
there's all manner of different scandals about what different people have had and how much pint are you allowed on bats and various such things. It's
what was it called? Stickum?
If you're not Stickum is what they use in American football.
Well, Jofra Archer is going to be in, and he rather hurries Finch there. An Archer who seems keen, and indeed he should be, was looking to field off his own bowling. He didn't quite get down to it, but he had at least 2 other England fielders for company, and once more there was no run.
I'm sure it's
8 without loss, Australia.
Anna Forsyth says that her highlight so far is Tony mistaking Tom Curran for Moeen Ali.
Yes, it shows how bad my eyesight is.
I mean, it's fine margins.
Moeen's not even playing.
I miss that Knackle completely. As Archer's in, pulled, looking for the pull was Finch, and it was too quick for him. And through to Butler, 88 miles an hour. Butler enjoyed that as well. He might have done. It's quite short, wasn't it?
Yeah, the thing is about Archer is he doesn't have to pitch it that short because he bowls so upright and he bowls from such a high release point that even him bowling it halfway down, the ball will bounce. And he's got that beautiful flick of the wrist at release to get that little bit of extra bounce, like Glenn McGrath used to have.
Yes, indeed, as Archer's in, and that one's flicked off his hip down to long leg. And just a single will be all that Australia get. They'll be happy enough with that, though. There was Tom Curran again. 9 without loss. We're halfway through the 4th over. 232, remember the target. That, as we've said a couple of times, could have been a lot less, bar some effective lower order hitting as Australia continue to work their way through England's upper and middle order. So 6 for Warner, 3 for Finch. It is a beautiful cloudless sky above the empty Old Trafford, and that one's taken an edge. Warner has gone, Archer has his man yet again. Broad step aside, Archer step forward, same victim, same result. Warner's gone for 6.
That is, to be fair, another absolute jaffer that Jofra Archer has got David Warner with, rising on a length just outside off stump. Can't cut it, you can't really leave it alone because of the line, and Warner just gets the little feather through. Absolutely beautiful bit of bowling from Archer.
It was a terrific delivery.
He's done really well to edge it.
You think so?
It might be an indication of what type of form he might be in for the rest of the IPL, but he's even getting a bat to that. That's you wouldn't want too many of them, would you?
No.
Would you think that's what he'll be saying in the dressing room?
I think
other players wouldn't be good enough to get an edge to that.
Well, also it moved off the seam, but it moved sufficiently little to take the edge, as it were. You know, you think in a Test match with a Red Duke that would zip past the edge almost.
And it had a little bit of lift, gave him no room. He was looking perhaps to cut towards a ball that he just didn't have the space to play that shot to
at pace.
And well, it did the trick once more. So it's going to bring this man to the crease.
Continuing to deputise for the continuing to be arrested Stephen Smith.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis is the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis, yeah.
David Warner went for 6 off 11 with no boundaries.
Indeed. We're looking at he wasn't really playing cut, really. It was more just a sort of a little fence at a ball outside of his off stump. Just moved away enough, and it was just too good for him.
It wasn't really a shot, it was a sort of instinctive reaction to the line and length of the ball.
It was, rather. England have a slip and a short third man. Mid wicket and a mid on. 3 other fielders in a ring around that offside, and Stoinis plays his first ball competently enough as he chews determinedly. And it's away into the offside. Again, there's no run.
It's interesting for Marcus Stoinis. He seems to have carved out a niche for himself in white ball cricket, or a role for himself that he's much better near the top of the order, opening or at number 3 rather than.
Well, this was it, and this is where he'd been doing well in the Big Bash, wasn't it? And then they dropped him to the middle order to see if he could do it there, and just they felt he just didn't get going quick enough. This one is played off his hip by Stoinis. He'll get himself off the mark. It's down to backward square, and he is off and running quite literally on that occasion. 10 for 1. It's the completion of Archer's over, but a successful one. David Warner, everybody's favourite pantomime villain, is back in the hutch. Al.
So on Crick Tracker, I want to say hello to Shahid Ali Brolly, Vijay, Sarah Pali, Reina Albino, Mohammed Mushtaq, Victor Vincent Vicky, Smart Shankar. There are people on Crick Tracker. And I'll come back to tweets in between balls.
Have a little look at Hot Mic when you get a moment.
I will try my best, sir.
10 for 1. Chris Wokes is going to continue, so he'll be bowling his 3rd over. So we're looking at Justin Langer. Forward with a prod comes Stoinis into the offside. No run, just 82 miles an hour from Chris Wokes. I say just. Most club cricketers had watched that whistle by and wonder where it had gone, but nonetheless, it's you've got Jofra Archer, and they don't, of course, have to worry about Mark Wood today, do they?
No, but I think the slower ball and change of pace and cutteriness of the Curran brothers might be quite useful for England on this
Well,
pitch.
I think that could be a good point, as this one is again misfielded in the onside. Now we have seen, well, more by England, more misfielding than I would be comfortable seeing. If I was Chris Silverwood, I would be looking at this and I'd be going, what are we doing? Australia fielding was characterised by litheness, speed, athleticism, and England seems to be rather, not clowny at times.
It's a bit nervy, like they're sort of snatching at the ball and not picking it up cleanly, and it's not what you want particularly when you're chasing or defending rather a small totals. You need almost everything to go right for you.
Well, you do. Well, it's gone right-ish with the wicket of Warner. Down the track, though, comes Stoinis, lofts Chris Wokes all the way for one of these.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Well, it was beautiful. I mean, he executed it quite superbly. Full face of the bat, back over the bowler's head. Okay, I'll have a look at hot mic for you, Al, in a moment, as this one's full and it's driven straight to mid-off by Stoinis. So there is no run. 16 for 1. 2 balls left of Wokes' third over. He has just been launched for a rather sumptuous 6 by Marcus Stoinis. We're looking at his big bash figures for 1920, which are pretty impressive. As we said, mainly from the top of the order. That one, though, hurries him up. Good ball by Wokes, right on a line and on his off stump, and Stoinis has to stand on his tiptoes to push it back to the bowler.
Yeah, he was the leading run scorer in the Big Bash and the player of the season. Scored at least 100, all opening for the Melbourne Stars on their run to the final. Melbourne Stars captained by Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah, actually I'm having trouble with hot mic. It all seems to be a bit... were you finding as we wait, as Wokes is in and that one is defended away into the onside by Stoinis? Oh no, it is now working. It wasn't working before. It now seems to be. Jimmy C and Tonka both having a conversation. So it's also quite a lot behind. So
yeah. Right, Jay Grover. No one take the piss out of Tony. He's delicate. Roy Pom. The baseballers use something called pine tar. Jen Rowe had a lovely spiced veg salad, poached eggs and buttered biscuits, scones in your parlance, and a bucket of tea. And sends a lovely
I hate to tell
picture
poor
of
Jen Rowe, but I have a horrible feeling that whatever various herbs and vegetables she might have left from her time in the green room at Sydenham are probably still there. Archer in, ooh, and that hurries Finch up as it goes away into the onside. So they were there last time I was there. Knackle will probably tell you. Have we finally managed to clear out the fridge?
I'm not sure, to be honest. There might be some stuff there. I think
I remember some ginger lurking in there.
Yeah, I presume the cheese rolls or whatever they've gone were in the freezer have long since gone.
One would definitely hope so. 16 for 1. Also long since gone is David Warner. In comes Archer. Cut through point. A despairing dive was unsuccessful, and it'll smack itself into the boundary sponge. Archer looks distraught, but it's 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, Jason Roy flung himself across to his right, but it was nicely timed by Finch, and he does that thing that you can do when you have a sort of hard wicket block. You bounce it into one of the practice wickets, and it zips off at pace with bounce. You see that at the Oval quite a lot.
Yep, and this one again is played into the onside by Stoinis.
Finch.
Good recovery. Sorry, by Finch. Thank you. Good recovery by Jofra Archer after being cut away for that 4. 20 is up for Australia for the loss of just the 1 wicket. With a big one for England. So it's interesting, isn't it, how Warner and Roy both seem to be struggling up top in this series. Roy looks like he can't buy a run. He was poor again today, I'm afraid, before going LBW. That's pulled, it's gone up in the air. Is there going to be anyone there? No, it's one bounce down to very, very fine leg. And actually it was leg buys. That's interesting. I thought he got some top edge on that.
Helmet. Bounced
off his helmet, was it?
It's bounced off his head and gone for 4, according to umpire Saggers.
Well,
yep, on the.
It was indeed. Well, it was a heck of a header. If that was a defensive header in football, imagine if you'd headed it from the 6-yard box and it probably had made it to the halfway line. That's how good a header that was.
If you turn to the flick on, it's gone slightly beyond the back post.
It's over the stands and down the high street.
Right. Well, there's a natural break in play. Francis Brett says Warner becoming Archer's bunny in a good way. Farong, as mentioned on Friday, Warner, Jafra as the ball on the right line. The length is irrelevant. Last 3 innings, identical line. Well bowled, Archer. Jen Rowe wants you to stop her from buying a bunch of mulberry trees.
Mulberry trees are lovely. Why would we want to stop her if that's what she wants to do?
I'm not sure that's helping in the in that sort of element.
Yeah, Jen.
You can't don't buy mulberry trees.
You can't outsource your self-control to us.
Not if you want
I can see a lot of things that might make you lose self-control, but rarely have I walked out my front door and my first thought is, I must get a mulberry tree.
You go walking out the wrong door. Jay Grover is finding Knuckles' man bun hypnotic.
Oh, I hadn't even noticed he had a man bun, has he?
I mean, I don't know what to say.
Well, let alone whether one could be hypnotised by it.
Yeah.
You are feeling sleepy.
The millennial magicians. Yeah, that's a hell of a delivery from Archer. Potentially he's bowled the 4 via Aaron Finch's head.
Well, he's going to carry on again. And let's see what he's got this time. And it's quick. And it hurries Finch away into the onside. The good part of that, I suppose, from an Australian and certainly from an Aaron Finch perspective, is there appears to be no damage from his flick on to that speedy previous delivery from Archer, because he was very solid there.
Yeah,
so 1 for 9 for Archer, the 1 being David Warner, of course.
Yeah, indeed, they changed the helmet, they checked him for concussion, all as well. It is a bit of a sensory illusion maybe with Archer. He just seems to hit the bat so much harder.
In he comes over the wicket, and this one is flicked around the corner down to long leg. They just take a single backward square, really. I think, actually, given as leg buys. He's hitting all parts of the body. He's hitting the helmet, the leg, and occasionally the bat. And in the case of David Warner, the edge of the bat to see the end of him. Ow.
I think that's the concussion protocol, isn't it? Do you want to stay out? No. Right, you're fine.
Shouldn't joke about these things, but yes, that's very funny.
25 for 1, and let's see who we got. Chris Wokes is going to continue, but let's have some messages first.
Peter Ward talks about pine tar. Pitchers put it in their hair and rub it and transfer it into the ball. Yeah, like I said, if you're not cheating in baseball, you're not trying. Gemro, I only left non-perishable instant cocoa and a cutting board. Apparently they will outlive us all, and the scented candles will amuse the archaeologists.
Hey, I remember asking about the ginger, and I was assured it was yours, but clearly not. In comes Wokes, cut, and no point in chasing that. It was short, it was wide, it wasn't Wokes' finest moment, and it was dispatched by Finch.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Ferocious white ball player, Aaron Finch. Is a fantastic record, including in England. Very, very
well,
good player.
Absolutely. But I mean, he that one was there to be hit, and away it went through cover for 4 very, very good-looking runs. 29 for 1. Where in the 7th over, of which 1 ball has been bowled, in comes Wokes, down the track comes Finch, pushed to mid-on. They take a single, they hurry it, and get home safely enough. So another 1 is added to the total. No wicket yet for Chris Wokes operating, of course, without his headband.
I wonder if Chris
But
Wokes...
I think he's also trimmed his beard. Would I be right to think he looks like he's given his beard a little bit of a number 3 or a number 4, just to
maybe just a
look
bit
a little bit less shaggy?
Maybe a little bit of a scissor cut as well. He's also sort of shaved the sides of his hair a little bit.
Yeah, he's had a bit of sculpting. As he's going to be in to Stoinis, who plays that very solidly indeed to short cover. And
I think there's a slightly better
no run.
strategy by Australia. There seemed with the England start that it was like, we're going to throw everything at everything. It's death or glory, 4-6 or nothing. Whereas there's been the occasional really brilliant shot, but they've also tried to nurdle the ball around far.
Yeah, and you're right. That's what England didn't do quite so well as Wokes is in, and again it's well defended and solidly defended onto the onside this time by Stoinis. I'm not sure it was for want of trying. You're right. I mean, Roy and Bairstow poked and prodded, and neither lasted long.
Well, Jason Roy was actually looking at... He played a couple of absolutely cracking shots off Pat Cummins in particular before he got... Well, obviously Bairstow, a 7-ball duck, never looks good, but Roy was just starting to look quite good before he got run out, I thought.
Yeah, as Wokes is in, and up onto his toes goes Stoinis and steers it away to cover. No run. 30 taken. Yeah, he did. To be fair, he made 21, didn't he, before he was run out, of course, in the end was Jason Roy. So nearly a runnable, 21 off 22 for him. But Root, 39 off 73, 42 off 52 for Morgan. Butler, another failure, is second. Billings, 8 off 28. I mean, this shows the degree of control on a difficult wicket that Australia were exerting. As Wokes rolls in again, and that one is pushed to mid-on. They take a sharp single. In came Archer, thinking about releasing the throw, decided against it.
Oh no, he didn't. He fired in the throw, and Butler do well to get a half a hand on it.
Well done, Joss.
And stop it going for any more overthrows. To be fair, it wasn't that far away from the stumps, but Finch was in quite comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was there to be taken.
Dylan said that the ball that hit Finch on the head would have made an interesting video if he wore a GoPro on top of that helmet. Gemro says this is the golden age of outsourcing your decisions to the internet. Thank you very much.
Well, that's true, actually. Yeah, you could do it as a Twitter poll, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Mulberry trees or not?
And Jay Grove at Knuckles' new status means beard trimmed and man bun, not Yorkshire.
No.
Ah. Well.
What new status is that, Jay?
7 overs to England. Oh, I missed what that said. Maybe Knuckle can remind me, as this one is played off the hip by Stoinis. Down to backward square. Strolls a single that time.
It was just an at this stage comparison between where Australia are after 7 overs and where England were, and Australia obviously ahead.
I know I always end up thinking, well, that's obvious whenever I look. I'm going to have a look at our friend WinViz, though, which has Australia at 78% and England at 22% and isn't bothering with the tie. Just so we know, I think, Al, that's probably a fair reflection.
I think so, given what we've seen.
So Arch is in. He has that slip, and that has lofted up in the air, but didn't take any bat. And Jason Roy has his hands on his head. We'll have another look at that. No, it came off. Did it just drop short?
It dropped short.
Yeah, it dropped short of Adil Rashid.
And say that Finch didn't know where that had gone.
No,
is being kind.
Yeah, came off the glove. Otherwise, that might have flown all the way to short third man.
But he has survived. Archer will be encouraged, though. In he comes again, and that one shorter and pulled down, and again England make a complete ricket in the field, as who was that? Johnny Bairstow dived over it, through him he went, and it's 4 runs that should not have been.
Yeah, for all the criticism of Bairstow's wicket-keeping, much of it valid. He's a very good outfielder normally. That's very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, but it seems to be endemic at the moment with the England team. So, and not with Australia. So if you wanted to find excuses that it's a bumpy pitch or the light's difficult or any of those, they won't wash because Australia fielded so well. Archer in onto the back foot, into the air goes Finch, just pushes away into the offside. Once again they run and they think about taking overthrows. Best not, they decide, and probably quite rightly.
Yeah,
looking
Finch
at a
is
range of deliveries from Archer to Finch this series, where I think the suggestion is that he tends to like to work the short ball and the ball into the hips.
Yeah, trying not to give Finch anything to drive. He's very powerful straight. He's also a very good puller of the ball, but even for someone like Finch, Archer is hard to handle.
He doesn't have a noticeable backward trigger in his setup as well. He's not trying to take a backward step to give himself more room to pull. He's very much he's standing still in the crease.
Made 16, only 16 in the first ODI. What did he make? He did pretty well. He was consistent in the T20s, wasn't he? 39, 40 and 46.
They're showing against Archer that he's in this series he's scoring at 60 runs per 100 balls, so it's under 4 and over against Jofra Archer, Aaron Finch in this series.
Well, Archer's going to be in again over the wicket. And that one has gone up in air. Surely Jos Buttler's going to take this. He does. England have their second wicket. Stoinis has gone. High fives and back slaps all round. Who's that? Is that Jason Roy wearing 2 caps? Well, anyway, England have their second wicket. It's the angular Stoinis has gone.
Good luck with that.
It's another absolute brute of a delivery from Archer. Is that short ball again? Not a bouncer, a short ball that's just risen on Marcus Stoinis. He's had to fend it off from in front of his face. Nowhere he could go with it. The glove loops up, off the glove loops up, and a simple catch. Just before that, they'd put in a sort of deep short leg for sort of in the James Taylor position at short leg under the helmet. So obviously the plan is clear for Archer, is to just bang it in back of a length, get that bit of extra bounce, and that was almost unplayable really from Archer to Stoinis.
Well, 2 wickets to fall so far for Australia. Archer, the architect of both in fact caught by Butler.
Yeah, he did really well because you're out, but I'm alive. You can say that sense, that sort of like, well, what would you like me to do with that one?
Yeah, it's a classic play that lad. Marcus Stoinis gone for 9 off 14. He played very well the other night on Friday, and so Australia lose another potential run scoring. They just need to keep plugging away here. They can sow some panic in the Australian ranks.
Well, again, it's going to be interesting because they haven't got that extra pace option that Wood provides. But you do have on this wicket what might potentially be interesting is the brace of Currans. We're going to see another man who I guarantee will be chewing that like mad, and yes, indeed he is. It's Steve Smith 2, the return, Marnus Labuschagne.
He keeps floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's Marnus Labuschagne. It's Marnus Labuschagne.
3 on the someone there's got a curiously broken helmet in the field.
You should wear that properly.
Yeah. Archer in. Oh, welcome to the crease, Marnus, as he forces him to lean back, and it goes through to Butler. End of that Archer over. Another successful one for him. 2 for 15. Australia 37 for 2. 232. Remember the target, and we're 8 overs in. Ow.
Jay Grover, all this beard trimming is bang out of order. I've never had to use that phrase in real life, but it seems germane. Ravi Nair, England's fielding is dismal and their bowling, also unlike Australia, gives a 4 ball and over. Unless we take their wickets quickly, we're fucked. Jay Grover then goes,
Ravi.
Jay Grover then says, serious question for people talk cricket. Is there a trigger movement recommended for batsmen?
It's all very individual, isn't it? Some batters go back and across, some kind of go slightly have a slight sort of forward press. Some like to stay very, very still. I think the modern trend is sort of backing across and get to off stump like Steve Smith does or Coley does, but it's quite individual.
Not like Rory Burns would be my first advice. As this one is onto the off stump of Finch by Wokes, who's continuing. It's dabbed away to the offside. There is no run.
But
only a slight beard trim for Wokes. It's not an extreme one. He's just had a little bit of a tickle up, I think.
It might even just be take the trimming scissors. Burns is very exaggerated, and it's for a specific reason. It's to get his better eye in line with the ball.
Yes, is he left eye dominant? Is his reason?
Right eye, I think.
Right eye dominant.
But it can be, those sort of things when they go wrong, they look very, very bad.
In comes Wokes over the wicket, forward and solidly played by Finch. No run.
I know it does all seem very ordinary, the difference between like having to deal with a Wokes over and having to deal with an Archer over. It's like it's so much quicker and it's fizzing around your head and it's like, oh my god, I might die. And this, it's just like forward defensive.
Comes Wokes again to Finch, who again solidly just gives it the full face of the bat away into the offside, and again there is no run. 17 so far for Finch off 25. So often we've seen him go off like a bullet from a gun, but not today, not on this wicket. And I'm not sure I agree with Ravi completely about the bowling. England have bowled pretty well, and this one up onto his toes goes Finch. Again into the offside, and again no run. Although Jofra Archer, and you're right, I take your point, Al, that Jofra Archer is a different kettle of fish when he's bowling to Chris Wokes. But Wokes has got a lot of variation in his bowling, moves it both ways, is normally pretty consistent with his length.
Yeah, he's a decent Yorker bowler as well at the death, but I do know what you mean. Archer's come to that after this ball.
He's in again, met on the drive. Again, who was that? Diving to his right. Parried it rather than taking it cleanly, but it was enough to stop the single being taken. He got horribly squared up with that. We're looking at the Stoinis dismissal again, and
again, I don't know what you can do with that really, other than hope you miss it. Really, it's not just that Archer's quicker; is that he's a particular type of quick that just means the ball gets onto you that much faster.
Wokes again. Edge taken and drops short of Jason Roy down there at gully. Well, sort of deep gully really. If he'd have been in a more conventional gully, it would have dropped straight into his hands. But there was no run. Al.
On Crick Tracker, Pragnesh Joshi, Australia collapsed today, England win by 20 runs. Faisal Malik, England win today by 15 runs. Saravana Maxwell, hi. Mohamed Niaz, hi. Ravi Pal, Australia win by 6 wickets.
Well, there you go. It's one of those scores, I think. It's one of those scores and one of those wickets. You could see it both ways. Wonder what that second wicket has done to our Whiz friends. What are they feeling about life now? They've reduced Australia to 67%. They have England at 32, and they've suddenly decided perhaps the tie could just happen, and they've given it 1%.
Tony, just a question: would you normally you'd give Archer one more over and then make a change? Would you keep him going for another, maybe bowl him 7 overs in his first spell?
Well, he's bowling his 5th now, and this one is slightly wider. And Labuschagne was looking to cut, didn't really get hold of it, perhaps that little bit too quick for him to do that. No, I think I would still want to hold him back, because I think it will be interesting. I'm really looking after the way Zampa bowled, and with Australia 2 down, I'd be very interesting to see Rashid. And the 2 Currans, I think, will offer a different dimension. So I might shuffle my pack and look at my options as Archer is in. This one is short, it is cut through point, and it should go all the way to the boundary. Yes, it does. 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, very nice from Marnus Labuschagne, not just poking
beautiful.
at it, but actually got deep back in the crease, properly on the back foot, so his weight is nicely adjusted. I think the next ball might be, normally you'd say a bouncer, but I actually think the next one might be a bit fuller.
Well, we shall see. To finish that thought, a summary, I guess, is I think I would shuffle my pack, because I think there's something in it for the bowlers, whoever's bowling. As this one is fuller. Knackle, you are so wise with your beard and man bun as you sit there in the chair of knowledge, because it was fuller and it was away into the offside and there was no run. So 4 so far for Marnus Labuschagne.
See, with words like that, you can see why we could easily outsource decision making to the Knackle on his tree.
Knackle in the mastermind chair of knowledge.
Yeah.
There in the studio. As in comes Archer. That one was short and it reared up, and they take a single down to short third man. And Labuschagne is signalling for something. Does he have an issue with about 89 miles an hour? Oof. Oh no, that's a replay from.
No, this is a replay of all of his
from earlier. That was, I think, the ball that smacked the helmet of Finch. In fact, we're looking at
We're looking at from the World
range
Cup.
of Archer deliveries.
Looking at this from the World Cup, I remember this, where he bowled Soumya Sarko and the ball went for 6 off the bail against Bangladesh in the 2019 World Cup.
Well, presumably the ball's dead, though, isn't it? Once it's
obviously,
once it's taken the bail off.
But as in it
he's out.
As in
but
it
was
the
like
bail.
it went so far off the bail that it cleared the boundary.
So it went for 6, but it would not have been a 6 because the dint of the bail removal by a ball makes anything else redundant kind of after that. Archer, 2 balls left of this over, and that one is full and low and rushed single. The throw came in to the striker's end, but Finch, Labuschagne got himself home. He'll be back on to strike.
How close
43
was
for
this
2. It was Owen Morgan. He was in and he threw in one sweep motion, and had he hit, it would have been curtains.
Sam Billings, in fact.
And was that Billings?
Yeah,
was it?
It was Billings, and it would have been really close.
Well, I think it would have been out. Archer, bit of a double teapot for him. And what's the equivalent of a double teapot when your hands are on your head as opposed to?
It's the recovery position.
The recovery position for Billings. 1 ball left of Archer. Knackle seems to think perhaps he may be kept going. I more think he might take a breather after this ball, assuming it's not a wide or a no ball. Labuschagne stands ready. Archer's in, and that one was periscoped really down to third man as Labuschagne held his bat high, and it came off it down to third man and got him a single. End of the over.
Just bunted by Labuschagne. Right, let's give you a couple.
End of the over indeed. Al's going to take off the ball by ball. Neslis is doing tweaks, and Grubby's going to summarise. But Jofra Archer bringing the heat.
And I shall take a temporary leave. Take care all.
So Jay Grover agrees with Tony that we should keep with the Corrins and maybe leave Adil Rashid for slightly later on. So, what do we think of the first 10 overs, boys?
Interesting, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah.
Isn't it? No, I mean, it's superb. I mean, there is nothing more kind of thrilling than the visceral glee of watching someone charging and bowl at that pace, with the very, I'm afraid it is part of a very real threat of physical injury, and he really has, to use that phrase, brought the heat.
Certainly has.
And I mean, there's no way that Stoinis is playing that ball, and he did.
Yeah, he's done well to hit it. Same with one. We've got our first change in the bowling. We've got a Curran coming in.
He's not South African. Let Tom Curran. You'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more.
That's Curran into Labuschagne, who just works that away onto the leg side. They've run the first quickly in order to try and give themselves a bit of pressure on the fielder for about a second, but Adil Rashid more than up to that. Just a single taken. Australia 45 for 2. 12 runs ahead of where England were after an equivalent amount of overs.
Shame our version of Alan Partridge wasn't on for that Wings jingle.
No, absolutely. Going into Finch, and Finch really no footwork there, just tries to punch the ball on the up onto the through the covers, but only finds a short cover fielder, and there's no run.
What's your favourite Beatles album? I'd have to say The Best of the Beatles.
The Best of the Beatles.
Yeah, I had the TV sound on a few minutes back. I'll tell you something in a moment about Joffrey.
Okay. As Curran comes in, third ball of the over, and that's just slightly onto leg stump, but Finch only is able to work it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Go on, Grubby.
So he just got Stoinis out with that absolute jaffer, and you could see when he got, because that's a proper fast bowler's dismissal, isn't it? And it really injected him with adrenaline, I think. And then the first one, he whizzed past the outside edge of Marnus's bat, didn't he? And I don't know who did it, but there was a huge whoop. I don't know if it was Joffrey himself, someone in the field, or one of the batsmen. Someone went whoop, whoop.
Curran in, and that is again just on middle and off stump. Finch probably back to a ball he should have been coming forward to, and again only plays the ball to a short mid-wicket, and again there is no run.
Jay Grover says, as someone reduced to a gibbering mass of fear by 8-year-olds bowling at my bollocks, I can but agree.
Well, hopefully all protective equipment was given to you there, Jay. In order
I think he means now.
Well, true enough. Curran in, bustling away, and Finch slightly more forward and tries to drive that one through the covers, but point fielder right on the boundary, right on the edge of the circle, stops that quite comfortably. No run again. Australia 45 for 2 with one ball left of this 11th over.
This should be a good pitch, I think, for Curran to bowl on with his box of tricks. But the one thing I'd say is don't go too funky too early. I think you probably get a fair amount of joy from a bit, err on the side of line and length early on, I'd say.
Yeah, it shouldn't really be a different variation every ball, and it really hasn't been. And that's attempted again to be driven through the covers by Finch, but mistimed. And again, no run, so just a couple off that over. Australia 45 for 2. And Nestlers, what have we got in the Twitter sphere?
Well, I'm going over to Crick Tracker. There's a range of opinions. Pragnesh Joshi says Australia collapsed today, and then says England won by 20 runs. My prediction today. Faisal Malik says England win today, 15 runs. Saravana Maxwell says hi. Mohammed Nayez says hi. Ravi Powell says Australia win by 6 wickets. MD Razul says hi. Blimey. MD Arifal Jamal Ashlik, reply by Harsha Bogley, Australia win by 4 wickets.
As an ice cream truck arrives, so does Adil Rashid into the England attack.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it on the 45.
Slightly short of a length with that first delivery, and Labuschagne's able to just rock back and be able to play that to a deep cover for a single. Do you guys want 99s?
Yeah, can you get us one with a double flake?
Do you want double flake? Do you want strawberry sauce?
Nah, just the double flake.
Just double flake. How about you, Grubbs?
Hundreds and thousands?
Mate, I can only afford one each, mate.
Tim Vine, eat your heart out.
As that's pitched up by Finch, who drops to one knee and plays that high and hard and over everybody's head, back over the bowler's head for 6 runs. I did think he was going to try and sweep that, but he's just got down on one knee and played it straight back over the bowler's head for 6 runs.
It was like a straight sweep, wasn't it?
A straight sweep.
It was a biff.
he smoked it.
Biffed it.
It was smoked, and that's maybe the wrong in there by Rashid, slightly wider, a mistimed drive. Archer doing the honours, keeping Finch to a single, but Australia have moved quickly on to 53 for 2.
Might and smelt.
Is it? Yeah, I thought it was smoked. Was the past tense.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Moted.
So, Rashid in, and again well pitched up, and that's fielded at. Oh, Roy might have done his finger in the same way that Morgan did at a short extra cover.
Big girl's blouse. Get up.
Nestle showing us why he had to abandon his career in the medical profession as Rashid comes in and gets short of a length again, and Labuschagne just turns that ball through a vacant mid-wicket, and a boundary rider at deep square leg will keep that to a single, but definite difference in control, I think, from Zampa to Rashid, but then again we're bringing Rashid into the attack a heck of a lot earlier than Zampa was. Last ball, I think, of the over. Yes, it is. Finch trying to work the ball into the covers. Tried to take a quick single, but sent back by Labuschagne. Australia 54 for 2 after 12 overs.
I just wonder, Al, whether England might have brought Rashid into the attack a little bit early.
Yeah.
It's a pitch that we know gives you plenty of joy from the various types of seam up bowling on offer. And whether we might have just held Adil back.
I mean, I think we really see Rashid as as an attacking wicket-taking option, and wonder whether Australia sees Zampa in that same sort of way. Even though he took 3 wickets, that sense of are we using you as part of a platoon of people to give us that 5th bowling option? And if it is that you do well, then all much more the better.
Yeah, and his role in the side is probably a bit different. I know I'm biased, but I think Adil Rashid is a far better bowler than Zampa.
Oh, absolutely.
Overall.
Current in for his second over, and Labuschagne again flicks that towards a deep square leg. I do love the way that at the top of the Australian order, they really do try and run that first run hard. Try and turn ones into twos.
From a few minutes ago, Knackle was telling us from the green room. Did you hear the clip from the second T20 as Warner edges a snorter off Archer? He audibly yelps, "For Jesus!"
Yeah. Suit you, sir. As Curran in again, and a semi-drive, semi-defensive shot by Finch, just pushing that to our short extra cover, and there's no run.
More clarification from Jay about the 8-year-olds. They were Tibetans and Nepalese. The majority were teenagers, but that's less funny, and I was still shit scared. It was 4 and out. My international batting average is 4.
Somehow, yeah, more clarification means more questions, really. Curran in again, and that's more on leg stump, and Finch trying to work that, but only works it to a short mid-wicket. Woke's doing the fielding, and there's no run.
Old Fart at Play says, I think Pete Best has an album called Best of the Beatles. # Alan Partridge.
Who said that?
Old Fart at Play.
That's a new one on me. But I like your style.
There's a new podcast of Alan Partridge. Got to get my hands on that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be very good.
Just outside the off stump from Curran, and Finch he's only to play that to point fielder, and there's no run.
Is it
5 for 2?
Is it from the Oast House?
Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, it does look good.
Chris the Choir says things you expect here on Gorilla Cricket. Number 240. One thing I will say is don't get too funky too soon. Gorilla, # Gorilla quotes.
Yeah, it's also why Grubby is the best DJ out of all of us as well. Curran slightly wider of the crease onto Finch's leg stump, who again pushes the ball. Deep square leg does the fielding. Bairstow firing the ball in and doing potential injury, I think, to Owen Morgan as it kept kind of low there. It's
that finger again.
Well, the thing is, though, it's like if you've got a dodgy finger, it's like every time the ball hits you, it feels like it's only hitting that finger, though, doesn't it? That's kind of the way it works.
I can
And
testify
by the
to
way,
that.
as Chris the Choir will know only too well, you can't go too funky too early. If you can't go for maximum funk early doors, Chris, can you?
God,
as you'll
no.
know.
You do.
Otherwise, you've got nowhere to go.
But
but it goes all the way to 11.
You want to take them to Funky Town, though.
A ball outside of stump, flicked away onto the leg side by Labuschagne. There's a single there for him every time he wants it. Just a single, though, that last ball of the over. Australia 57 for 2.
And Jay says Grubby is wise. And we've had a...
Great judge, that, Jay. I've always said so.
We've had a tweet in from a Nigel Walker.
Oh,
I've heard of him.
Sounds familiar.
I don't know. I think he might be a new listener. Probably doesn't know what this is all about. What's going on with the pitch, Gorilla Cricket? Is it a 2:30 pitch? He asks.
It's a bit
Well,
up and
it is
down.
today.
Yeah, quite literally is today.
Yeah. Is it capricious, to use the words of Mr. Naylor?
Would you trust it with your last shilling? I don't know. Is it capricious? I don't think it's. I don't think it's a terrible pitch. It's just a little bit too paced. It's a little bit up and down on the bounce.
And Rashid with a standard regulation leg break that Labuschagne just moves the bat vertically in order to be able to make sure there's no chance of any edges or gloving or anything like that, straight through to Butler, and there's no run.
Leia's getting very feisty about the Beatles. She said, "Fuck the Beatles, we'll blast Edge of Sanity's Crimson later on."
And that is full but yet wide and driven by Labuschagne, but only finds Bairstow again. Deep point, and there's a single taken. And Labuschagne's moved on to 12 from 14. He seems quite a useful accumulator of runs without anything doing anything too mad, really.
Labbers.
Yeah. Into Finch, and Finch rocks back in the crease and punches the ball down to long on, and will take an easy single. Wonder whether there's something about, maybe with what we've seen from the pitch, just push those, long on and long off to mid on and mid off, and let's, put the onus on the batsman to try and be able to do something to beat you. It seems like there's too many easy singles. And that's down the leg side, and again, just able to be flicked through a vacant mid-wicket area, and Labuschagne takes another easy single. It's a field set to be able to concede 5-6 runs and over pretty easily that Rashid is bowling to.
Stiff ask when you're defending 4.5 and over.
It doesn't seem like it's the wicket. It doesn't seem like the field matches the game situation really. As Rashid comes in, and that is hoiked away. Whether it went exactly where Finch wanted it to go but it's gone behind Tom Curran, and that's gone for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just the latest example of the opposition batsman not picking Adewashide's googly.
Yes, you're pretty unlucky there.
In the long line.
Oh, is there a free hit?
Oh, you must have overstepped. That's poor, isn't it?
That's unforgivable from the spinner.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's the foul.
And with that free hit, Finch again goes down on 1D, but mistimes the straight drive down to long on. Archer throws the ball back in, but the single taken from that free hit. Australia now 66 for 2, with Finch 32 from 44 balls, and Labuschagne 13 from 15 balls. Last ball of the over, and that is pitching well outside leg, but a prodigious amount of spin there. Labuschagne seemed quite confused by that, but no run. End of the over. We got any more tweets, Nestle Boy? You've gone very silent, Nestle Boy.
Nestle's unplugged.
Hello.
Hello.
Best of the Beatles is true. Any questions, Alan? I'm an open book, says Jay Grover. Chris Acquire, who tweeted in the Gorilla Cricket Funky tweet about number 240, was asked by us, is that the right number? And he said, the last I found was 239 on the 8th September. I do check.
Are we keeping an actual running total?
He does check. Get alive.
Doesn't Messi Jez keep? He's the official keeper of the books.
Is he? I just thought he randomly made them up.
There's got to be a bookkeeper somewhere.
The only word in the English language with 3 double letters in a row.
I don't even know how to respond to that as Curran runs in for the first ball of the over, which Finch just plays defensively to silly cover. Or a small cover.
Jay Grover says, "Real cricket, come for the cricket, come for the strangely inevitable Beatles arguments."
It makes me laugh whenever the Beatles get mentioned. There's always one person who goes, "Oh, I hate the Beatles. Beatles are overrated, rubbish." You know.
What have they done recently? Curran bustling in again, and Finch is only able to play that defensively back to Curran, and there's no run. I mean, like
didn't have any hits, didn't sell any bloody records. What's the fuss about?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, what's the one thing you don't want to hear at a Paul McCartney concert? Him saying, "Here's something off the new album." We didn't come for that, Paul.
Or Hey Jude.
You know it's coming at the end, so if you want to leave early.
I heard Wilson Pickett's version of Hey Jude on the radio yesterday, and it was mighty fine.
Yeah, he didn't go on for 13 minutes or anything, though, did he?
No, long enough though. It was good. Check it out.
Curran in, and that is a Yorker length delivery, and Finch tries to drive it, but only drives it as far as mid-off, and there's no run again.
There was a good moment earlier. I know he was only there for a short time, Stoinis, as he was winkled out by that tremendous piece of fast bowling from Archer. But early on, where he just took one stride down the wicket and crashed, it was Wokes back over his head for 6.
Yeah,
I'm not saying England should have done absolutely that, but that was a ball of good line and length that he played that shot to, and we didn't try too much of that early on against Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins. Maybe we could have done a bit more of that.
As Curran comes in again, and that keeps a little low. Finch tries to drive / cut that, but it misses it completely and goes through. Cross seam delivery there from Curran that seemed to confuse and befuddle Aaron Finch. Yeah, when Joe Root hit the first 6, it came so out of character from the rest of what had happened before in the innings that Hendo was like shook to his boots. But that was also in his second commentary stint as well. So it's like 20 odd overs into the inning.
Yeah.
Curran in for the 5th ball of the over, and that is on middle and leg stump. It kind of tucks Finch up for room, and a short mid-wicket will take care of the fielding, and there'll be no run. Potentially a maiden, I think, for Curran if he does well with this delivery.
Handy.
Yeah, he's gone to slightly more cross seam over the last couple of balls. What we've been able to see from the highlights by our television, and Curran will come in for the last ball of this 15th over, and that's a good length ball. And Finch does try to drive it down the ground, but only drives it as far as mid off, and that will be the maiden, I think. Good over there by Curran, 0 for 4 off 3 overs. Wokes 5 overs, none for 17. Archer 5 overs, 2 for 22. Curran 3 overs for 4 runs, and Rashid 2 for 18. It'd be interesting about whether we keep with Rashid or maybe deploy him later on in the innings.
Talking of highlights, if you want a bit of fun later on tonight, do check out the F1 highlights. I'm not allowed to say anymore because Mark Zipper will kill me.
Yeah.
Leia says Labbers sounds pretty naughty. Got to try calling her labia that with the wife. I even think Mash admits he just says it to piss people off.
Who says what to piss people off?
Mash.
Says what?
I don't know.
Something about
Is it Labbers or is it the Beatles?
It's probably about the Beatles, to be honest. It was Rashid in for his third over, and that's a slightly shorter length delivery that Labuschagne's able to watch onto his bat and then turn into the leg side. A deep square leg does the fielding, and he'll quite comfortably take the single.
Yeah, it was quite Henry Blofeld-esque, wasn't it, Labbers?
Labbers. Can't look at him the same way again after that. So.
Labbers would come in.
And that's more flighted and pitched up. Finch attempts to drive, and our short cover tries to only half stops it, and Archer moves around from mid-off, but is unable to prevent the single from being taken. And Finch will move on to 33. Australia 68 for 2.
Yeah, we nicked Starkers from Blofeld, which is quite a good one, wasn't it? When I first heard that was funny.
Well,
it's interesting to know where these things first come from. Because Rashid runs in, and that is again a regulation leg break, but Labuschagne's able to quite easily turn this through square leg, and there's a single there for him every time he wants it.
Bizarrely, the other day we were talking about I was going to do a ball in the style of Rolly Birkin from the Fast Show, and I saw an interview with the guy with actual Rolly Birkin, the real one, and he's
fascinating.
Yeah.
And that is driven by Finch aerially, and that is cleared. Everybody, one bounce, 4 runs over mid-off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, at least it's putting the onus on Finch to go ahead and do something. If you time it as well as that, well played, sir.
Yeah, and in fact, that's not a dissimilar delivery to the one that Zampa bowled to Root to get him out, nice and full and spinning away, but he just played it very well.
Dragged a little short, not understood, not without reason really, given what happened in the ball before. But Finch is able to play that to deep point, where Bairstow will do the fielding, and he'll move on to 38. Australia kind of ticking along really quite nicely, 74 for 2, just with 1 ball left in the 16th over. Rashid will come in, and that is onto Labuschagne's hip. He'll flick that away, and they've run the first one really hard in order to be able to try and take 2, but a nifty bit of fielding, I think, by Curran there, will limit them to a single. Australia have 75 runs after 16 overs, and there's going to be a couple of drinks.
The Bear is really happy. There's a short mid-wicket. And Jay Grover says, you can go too far the other way. I went to a school with a lad who maintained Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds due to his son's friend's school drawing. Aye, the Beatles, no labias knowingly involved. Are you sure you're not on the sauce again?
I think he's back on the good drugs.
Is he?
Possibly.
And on our own Facebook page, Chris Donovan, a couple of hours ago though, brilliant way of listening to this cricket. Wished I'd found this years ago. Fully hooked now, he says. Well, Chris, welcome on board, mate. We are a gateway drug.
Tell us something interesting about yourself, Chris, if you're a first-time listener. And we'll try and weave it into a funny story that we can make up about you.
Or about someone else that isn't here.
And since he or his dad inspired the name of Bond's nemesis, I expect that filth to involve the white Persian observing the dirty deed, says Leia.
Oh, it's about blowers, that, isn't it?
No, blowers, yeah.
It's all just... It is interesting. I mean, that Rolly Birkin, it's brilliant.
We didn't look the same, but
but the voice is amazing.
He met Whitehouse fishing, didn't he, on a fishing trip?
Oh yeah. No, I've seen it.
We had a couple of perch came up. Well, of course, we had a couple of drams, not too much. We weren't. I don't remember anyone being drunk. And I was just, you really just basically just imitating.
Yeah, you just copied the voice. No, what are you supposed to do? It's like it must be like, just like, how does this fall into my lap?
Jay Grover says, when was I off the sauce? We thought you'd stopped drinking.
Yeah, we thought you were sauce light.
I asked him about the good drugs, though.
Yes.
So, you know, doesn't have to be stellar, does it?
Wife beater.
You know, I haven't had a drink since the 15th of March.
Have you
I'm a bit worried about that, Nestlers. A bit worried about that.
Is this for health reasons or good reasons or?
No, I just haven't been to a pub because of COVID.
Are you aware that you could buy a drink and then take it back to your own house?
I've never drink at home.
Never drink at home?
No.
Huh?
No.
Is that for?
I mean, I can recommend it. It's great fun.
No. It's a drink for me. A drink is a social thing.
Mm.
I'm not a great lover of alcohol, but I do drink it when I'm with people. If you know what I mean. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
I'm saying yes. In my head, I'm thinking, nah, not really.
No. I mean, I've always said if they banned it tomorrow, I wouldn't give a shit. If I really wouldn't. They said, right, all alcohol's illegal. I'd just go, yeah, right. Is tea still legal? Because then I'd be out on the streets if they banned that.
You and Mrs. Doyle out on the streets going.
Go on.
And my wife as well. If you were to, if she was to cut herself, she'd bleed English breakfast before she'd bleed blood.
Yeah.
You'd be out protesting on the streets, Nestlers. Down with this sort of thing. Careful now.
Careful.
Well, there's bending and stretching and twisting and flexing, but it is going to be Tom Curran who's going to carry on after that drinks break.
My neighbour's cat is here, and you'll have to wait 4 more overs before I take you for your dinner. Sorry.
Says the evil intergalactic overlord.
Yeah. Live from the Death Star.
She's been very good. She's just been lying there all day.
That's what cats will do to you.
Brilliant. She deserves the gold star.
Curran in for the first ball of his 4th over, and Labuschagne just tries to bump the ball through a vacant second slip, third slip area. I think the ball just kind of bounces up on him a little bit, doesn't really time it. Able to take a single, and he'll move on to 17. But that ball did seem to surprise him a little bit. But he seems incredibly comfortable. Seems like within no time at all he'll be raising his bat 50 not out off like 65 balls and batting off a slightly different pitch to everybody else who's batted on it earlier on today. As Finch takes a good stride forward to the second ball of the over, but is only able to play that to a short cover, and there'll be no run. Australia 76 for 2, chasing 232 for victory in this second one-day international. Marnus has got 4 50s but no centuries from 7 innings, best of 80. Although, sorry, that was at the Ashes. Sorry, I'm looking at this like it's his one-day international career. Maybe he's got England's number. Finch takes a good couple of steps down. It's wrapped him on the pad. Probably too much doubt in the umpire's mind to really give any sort of definitive decision either way. Morgan turns away from all concern so that he can't make eye contact to be swayed one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean that was an impressively vociferous appeal, wasn't it? But
yeah, it's.
I think he hit it, didn't he?
I think it's hit. I think it did. I think he didn't hit it, but he's just so far down that the umpire's not really going to give that. And that's worked away off his pads by Finch towards a deep square leg, and where Bairstow will run in and limit the damage to a single. As we see Hawkeye impact umpire's call and flying high over leg stump. Morgan wise to have avoided eye contact with Curran and everybody else.
I think Curran would have got pretty short shrift from his skipper on that one.
Yeah. You are. Who do you think you are asking for such an appeal?
There's obviously a plan to pull little Sammy Curran in the middle overs, isn't there?
I think he's going to be the Zampa of the England innings. As that is, Labuschagne is rocked back and hit that high on the up through the covers, and quite easily 4 runs. No real footwork involved, just stood tall, right on top of the bounce. Textbook cover drive. Wouldn't mind a few of those in every one of your innings?
It's glorious, yeah. We know his credentials in the Test match arena, and it's quite a Test heavy side they've picked today, isn't it?
Certainly is. As he'll just let that ball come onto him and to middle and leg stump and work that away to deep square leg again and take an easy single. 22 off 22 balls, Labuschagne or Mars. Finch 39 not out as we reach the end of the 17th over.
Jay Grover was hammered on Monday. He's confused about when he said he was off the source. Jeff Perkins says, didn't the Beatles
Probably pissed when you told us, Jeff.
Yeah, probably. Didn't the Beatles write Blue Jay Way about some tentacular porn that Jay Grover had proofread? Pirate Badshaw, poor old Erno Goldfinger, architect of Trellick Tower, received the same treatment from Fleming, Bradnan.
I'm not quite sure how to respond.
Not understanding your banter.
Yes.
Wouldn't be English breakfast, says Jay. It would be Barry's tea, Irish tea. I always drink at home, says Nigel Walker. I can tell you all about the good drugs.
Oh, are we going to have multi-current action?
Looks that way, doesn't it?
Because replacing Adil Rashid is the other current.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
He's not from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
And so Sam Curran takes Adil Rashid's place in the attack. And he will come in with his left-handedness. And Labuschagne looks to try and move that ball through mid-wicket, but can only play the ball back to Curran. And there's no run off that first ball of the 18th over.
He never goes anywhere without his left-handedness, does he, Al?
Well, is it, I mean, it's always good to be sinister. As a fellow lefty, it's often
better to be sinister than dexterous, apparently.
Well, if ever, only the good people end up being left-handed. True geniuses like John Patrick McEnroe and the like. As Curran comes in, and that is on Labuschagne's hip, and he'll move that to deep square leg, and he'll take an easy single. And he'll move to 23.
Jimmy White, David Gower, Garfield Sobers.
The list goes on and on.
It does. It's about 15% of the population, I understand.
Ish. In the region of, give or take.
I just made that up. If it's anywhere near, I'll be happy.
I think it's somewhere between 10 and 15%.
Yeah, there we are.
As Curran turns at the top of his run and comes in, and that's just dropped almost on his toes by Finch as he looks for a single, but that runs as far as a point fielder who will make sure that there's no run taken from that third ball of the over. Australia 83 for 2. It's not exactly panic stations yet, but these two look incredibly comfortable considering the trials and tribulations of the first 40 odd overs of England's innings. Curran in again, and that is short of a length, and Finch will pull that through mid-wicket, and there'll be no stopping that, and he'll move to 43 with this lovely boundary. And it was too quick for Root. Yeah, that was through him before he'd had a chance to really drop to the floor and try and save it. And that's brought up the 50 partnership for Finch and Marnus. Pretty evenly distributed runs between the pair of them. As Curran kind of hurries and bustles Finch along, who can only drop the ball on the pitch. And that is swept on quickly by the cover fielder, and there's no run. One ball left of this 18th over.
He fairly rapidly got put in his place there with that short ball. He's not quite quick enough to bowl that, not to someone like Finch who's in. And he played that well in front of square, that pull shot, didn't he, 2 balls ago? So,
certainly did.
Fuller.
And that is a slightly slower ball, but on leg stump. And Finch, I think, slightly bemused by the lack of pace, only in the end plays a defensive shot back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. Australia 87 for 2.
Leia says she's not a new listener, but here's a fun fact about me. I once defeated the Planet Killer with a Klingon frigate in Starfleet battles, which is noteworthy because Klingon frigates don't have many science stations. Make of that what you will.
I don't know whether to lead with good or congratulations.
Yeah, well done.
Well done.
Jeff Perkins. Oh, he has England's number all right, but the bastard never calls.
Calls once every 18 months or so. Are you still in? Yes.
It looks like a gorgeous evening in Manchester. I don't remember that ever happening when I lived there, says Anna Forsyth.
No, it is. It's been a glorious day all day. Apparently it's going to stay like this till the early part of next week.
Jay Grover says, I still maintain I flogged Eckies to Walker, but then again, who didn't? Eckies?
I'm not entirely sure. We are going to have a Curran at both ends. This is marvellous stuff. All we need is the third Curran brother in here and we'll be fine. Tom Curran comes in and that is lent back, and Labuschagne's tried to smear that through point but could only find the point fielder. Morgan's looking at the ball like, I don't know how this is different from when I batted in the first inning.
Jay has looked back through his tweets. At no point did I say I was going teetotal. I applaud the sentiment but resent the implication.
Yeah, how dare you say that I'm going teetotal. Shocked.
A few weeks ago he said you were going off the sauce. Oh, well.
I thought you did as well. Curran comes in again and a slightly slower ball there, maybe a cross-seam delivery, but Labuschagne just plays the ball back to the bowler and there'll be no run.
He'll have to go some, Ben Curran, to get in the England setup, given that Knuckle tells us he wasn't even in the Northants squad for the Vitality Blast game recently.
I always thought that there might have been a third Attenborough brother to go along with Dickie Attenborough and David Attenborough, who was like the painter and decorator or something like that. Gary Attenborough, who didn't really amount to much, that nobody talked about. As Curran comes in, and that's more on Labuschagne's leg stump, and he'll work that again to Bairstow. Deep square leg. A single taken. And Australia move on to 88 for 2. And really, Morgan can't really find a field to stop the bleeding here at the moment.
I'm kind of with Knuckle. I think just before I came on, and Archer had bowled 5, and it was kind of, should we give him one more? And I think Knuckle was saying we should.
Maybe 1 or 2 more.
And I think if he was fully revved up, if he was feeling it a bit and needed to save it till later, then fine. But if he was still revved up, and it looked like he was, then I'd have given him 1 more. Such a low total, you've got to push the boat out of it.
Absolutely. It's Curran again, slightly more pitched up, and Finch just drops the ball onto the pitch. I think Knuckle made this point earlier on. The pitch is so hard that because he just dropped the ball straight into it, but it hit so hard. The bounce went so high. You were able to take a really comfortable single, even though it went directly to the point fielder. Finch has moved on to 44 of his 61 balls faced. On Australia now 89 for 2 with 2 balls left in this 19th over. As Curran comes in past the umpire, and then that's again on leg stump, and Labuschagne again, as we've seen a number of times in my spell doing this 10 overs, just able to flip the ball to deep square leg, no problem, single every single time he wants it. Whether it is that Australia just did a slightly better job of bowling to their field, or had a slightly better field, or a little bit of both, but it all seems a little bit too easy for Australia compared to how England went. Maybe batting first might not have been the idea. Last ball of the over, and Finch just flicks that down to fine leg, and Rashid runs around from long leg to fine leg, but he's unable to stop 2 runs being taken, and that's the end of the over. 92 for 2.
Jamie McAllister, Soapy J, tweets in, for a long time I've wanted Nestor's to say this for me. I could be wrong, I could be right, but we're doomed. Hold that thought though. I'm not completely in doomage.
Are you not full doomage?
I'm not. No.
Would you say partial doomage?
There's a bit of doomage. I've got a little bit of doomage here.
What are the other parts of you then, if you're not full doomage?
That things happen in sport.
Okay, just that's it. It's like,
well, look, there could be 2 wickets in the next over. Then what would you be saying?
I'd be saying that's Sam Curran. What an over by Sam Curran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could happen.
It could happen. Let's see how Nostra Nestlers gets on as Curran comes around the wicket. Tempts Labuschagne forward, who plays and misses.
Come on, Sammy boy.
Now he's interested.
And we all look at Nestle just a little bit more differently, don't we?
Ooh.
Yeah, he's reached and groped a little bit for that one. Sam Curran's just like, noted. Noted. As he goes wide of the crease. But unfortunately gives Labuschagne a little bit of width as well, and he drives that but only finds deep cover. And they walk through for a relatively easy single. Well, there's going to be a change at the end of this over, is that right, Knuckle?
Correct.
I will take my leave. I may not see you again because I'm only down to do the last 10 overs. It might all be over by the time it comes to that.
Come on, Sammy.
He comes in around the wicket again and tucks Finch up for room, who just dabs the ball down, and point fielder comes in and does the honours. Oh, right. That seems like it's a change from. But Grubby, you're coming in to do. You're coming into the hot seat, mate.
Yep.
And again, wide from around the wicket, and that's an easy single, dabbed through to the cover fielder. And Finch moves on to 47. Some really good running between the wickets from all of this top four of Australia's batting lineup. Very much prepared to do the hard running as well as try and hit the boundaries and maximums. Curran in for the fifth ball of the over, and that is angled onto Labuschagne's stumps, and he'll be able to turn that to a deep square leg and walk through again for a single. And with one ball left to go in my spell, Australia are 95 for 2.
It's that stage of a game where you're massively behind the game as the fielding side. You just, I think you've really got to put the squeeze on. You got to, I think, bring men in close to the bat.
Got to try and make
it happen.
Yeah, and that is again angled in, but Finch can only find a short mid wicket, much to the delight of Nigel Walker. There is no run. Australia at 95 for 2.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit, Nestle.
Cheers, Nestlers. Cheers, Al. Yeah, it's Grubby here, sidling effortlessly into the hotspot, the central missionary position for the next 10 overs. Australia cantering at the moment towards this very modest total that England set. 232 they need from the full 50, and they are currently 95 for 2 from 20. So, yeah, as I was just saying, I think England have really got to try something here. Even if you gamble, you bring some men in close, you get one in the eye line up, up close and make them, or you bring people in on the one. Don't just let the game drift, I would say.
Yeah, it is drifting away from England pretty quickly. Oh, ball and change.
And we're shade on the 45. 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 And you can turn it both ways. And you can turn it. And you can turn it both ways. And you can turn it. And you can turn it both ways. And you can turn it on the 45.
And he starts with a nice regulation leg break. Got a slip in place. It's defended back at the track. There's no run. Tony's also with us, doing your social media. How you doing, Tony?
I'm doing well, Grubs. I hope you are too.
Very well. Since we last spoke, my little boy's come out of hospital, and also, just as importantly, I had steak and chips. Here comes Rashid, who bowls a topper or straight on here just outside the off stump. And Labuschagne doesn't quite time it, perhaps thinking it was going to turn like a regulation leg break, it didn't, and he under edges it back towards the bowler. There's no.
How do you have your steak?
Hot, straight out the oven.
On a plate. Boom.
Yeah, it was probably on the. It was probably medium-ish. This is the googly from Rashid, flicked around the corner by Labuschagne, and they are through for 1 as Chris Boakes does the fielding in the beautiful Manchester evening sunshine. Yeah, how'd you do your steaks, boys? Are you steak fans?
Medium-ish.
All of my youth, it was well done, but as I've got older, it's become more medium.
Yeah.
A sign of maturity.
Oh, a terrible delivery, and Finch gets a little under edge on this. It would have been cooler wide anyway because it was fired down leg side. A rare bad ball these days from Adil Rashid. But Finch did get under edge. It races away to the very fine leg boundary, and that is 50 for Aaron Finch. Very well played.
1, 2, 3, 4.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
It's cut out towards the point boundary where it is fielded. They stay to 1. We didn't ask whoever was singing that how they had their steak, but clearly it was well done. No, I'm quite happy to have medium rare or even rare in restaurants. I'm not sure I quite trust myself to do it properly at home if I were to attempt that. Many people think that you ruin it cooking at anything medium or above. This is driven up towards mid-off by Labuschagne. A full delivery from Rashid. Completing the 21st over. And what was it, 102 for 2, I think?
I think so.
I'm not quite sure where Nestler's got to, so stop me if you heard this one before. For wrong saying left-handedness, what are the qualifications? I batted left hand but bowled right arm. Sorry, just answered my own question. Throwing out time here and Dhaka. If you're confused, well, so am I. Bugger, still have a 2-mile walk home from the club. Damn tequila. Oh, well, it could well be a 4-mile walk if you lurch around too much. So, whatever you do, do it safely.
Stream of consciousness.
Yeah. How's it go? 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, floor.
Yes, all very good. Anna Forsyth says, I think I just choked on hearing a current at both ends. And Rowe says, how does a multi-current compare to an omni-akmal?
Favourably.
Younger.
It's little Sammy who's come in, and this is pushed into the covers. Think about a single. Labuschagne was backing up miles there, and there was a chance of a run out, or England fielders thought there was, briefly. But nothing doing in the end. It was Captain Morgan who raced round to do that bit of fielding. He was actually backing his ground, but he had backed up a mile there, Labuschagne. 101 for 2 is the score. Here comes
Brett says, my wife loves Curran S and Curran's tea.
the current, as I like to call it. Finch drives this one square of the wicket, and they come through for a very comfortable single.
Because she reads classics, according to Francis. It's a Latin thing, don't ask me why. Well, funny, I was about to, but I won't now.
Just a hint. Any clues? Anything?
Yeah, we're all thinking about it now. But
yeah,
perhaps we will get the answer that we're looking for without asking the question, because we've been told specifically not to ask.
I always, my brain always switches off at University Challenge when they say about the classic.
Curran angles one in towards Labuschagne's stumps from around the wicket where he's taken the bowling this over, but Labuschagne just defends it into the leg side. Archer has been doing a bit of warming up. We might be seeing him sooner rather than later. And you would think, wouldn't you, that you may as well. There's no point leaving it another 5 or 10 and then going, the game's gone. Archer has looked England's biggest threat. He's gone for 4 and a bit and over, which in the context of this game is relatively expensive, but he looks like the one who can take wickets more readily than most. And this is pushed by Labuschagne through the covers, and they jog through for a comfortable single. So the score has rocked on to 103 for 2. Labuschagne has up 29 of them, and Finch 53. They've rebuilt any small amount of panic that might have been setting in with those 2 early wickets. These 2 have done a great job, really, of
they've judged it well, haven't they? They've classic playing every ball on its merits, really.
Yeah,
done it pretty comfortably. Yeah, which they should with a modest total like this one. Finch just guides this one down half off the outside edge, down towards third man, and they come through for another single. It was a short delivery. I'm intrigued by Labuschagne's jumper, one of those sleeveless jumpers. Looks like it's straight out the packet, meaning that the shoulders are a little bit pointy. I remember James Vince for Hampshire last year in the Blast, I think. He got one. It was really fresh out, and it was so exaggeratedly pointy in the shoulder region. I'm surprised if there's not memes to that effect out there somewhere. This is defended by Labuschagne into the leg side. Finch this time is backing up a mile, almost getting into trouble with the run out. But
was it Alexis Colby-esque?
It was
with
sort
shoulder
of,
pads.
Yeah, it just as if someone sort of pinched those sleeveless jumpers, as if someone sort of pinched it upwards, or starched it somehow and then ironed it. It's very strange indeed.
Jay Grover says, I for about a week to beat off the sickness. Gary Attenborough. Naylor's nature documentaries would be mint, or could you imagine? Might need an editor mind. Gary.
I think
the life of the Brazilian tree frog.
Gary Attenborough would be a brilliant mini-series that Peter Kay could do. Here comes Rashid starting anew over to Aaron Finch, who's back in his crease, using his crease very well there to cut this one forward of square on the offside through the covers for a single.
Anna Forsyth sent us a picture of what's his name, Burko, saying behave yourself, be a good boy. Don't know if that's who particularly that is aimed at.
We'll take it all on board.
Rashid nicely flighted and beating Labuschagne on the outside edge, taken by Josh Butler behind the sticks. That one really landed on middle and off and fizzed past the outside edge. We saw a few turn quite sharply from Zampa earlier, and Rashid has done similarly with to lesser effect thus far. This is another leg spinner which Labuschagne watches carefully as he's playing it with not great feet movement, just sort of dabbing at it with his bat, and it's fielded at backward point. No run. 105 for 2 halfway through the 23rd over. Here comes Rashid again, and just a little bit short if you're being ultra picky, such that Labuschagne is able to watch it off the pitch and just turn it against the spin towards square leg into a gap, and they bomb back for 2.
Jersey Oak.
Oh, sorry, Tony.
That's right. Jersey Oak says there was actually a third Attenborough brother, Johnny. He sold cars. When I was in Scotland, Fred Macaulay in Morning Radio used to get people on the phone for chats. When he had Richard Attenborough on, he always first asked how Johnny is.
Oh, that's nice. Where's my knighthood? Rashid flights one in. Nice bit of drift actually onto leg stump, and it turns, and Labuschagne is up to it though. Again, able to go back into his crease and turn it to leg and take a single.
It does make conversations around the dinner table at Christmas a little bit more awkward, you know. Oscar, BAFTA, life-changing
salesman of the year.
Yeah, I was about to say 3 stars on Checkatrade.
Again, he's a little bit leg-sided here, mindful of not giving too much room outside the off stump, I think, to Finch, and Finch just turns it around the corner. And they come through for another single. It's the end of the 23rd over. It's 109 for 2. Australia in pursuit of 2-3-2 for victory.
Jen Rowe says, also, if there's to be a third currant, we'd have to assign a black currant, a red currant, and a white currant, and then lament that only one of them is good for jam. Jersey Oak says, we're doomed. Batting looking easy here. Yes, it is.
Certainly is.
Jay Grove says, bother, I meant thank you very much, Nestlers. I don't know what Nestlers is being thanked for, but consider yourself thanked, Nestlers. Francis Brett says, Labuschagne looks like a nutter chewing gum and trying to out-excentro Stevo. Yeah, we've often talked about that. A, his chewing, and B, we said how just like the replace E as a concussion substitute do you need to be, because Labuschagne does it in so many ways.
Little Sammy Curran coming round the wicket, and it's just played up defensively by Finch to mid-off, and there's no run.
You've always got to be cautious about stuff like that, because in the early 1920s, the first baseman for the New York Yankees turned around and said he didn't want to play. So some fella called Lou Gehrig went in his place and played the next 2,830 games without a break.
I've heard the name Lou Gehrig, and that's probably why. Round the wicket again comes S. Curran, and angled into Finch's pad, just drops down in front of him. That is the length he's got to bowl, I think, Curran. He got spanked through mid-wicket, didn't he, by Finch when he dropped short from over the wicket. So I think that fuller length is what's going to serve him best. But Finch played pretty well, hasn't he? 56 off 74.
No, it's interesting. He's caused a few different problems coming around the wicket rather than over.
Yeah. This is edged, a genuine edge, I think.
Yeah.
But there's no one in the slip cordon or at gully. And Rashid does the fielding down at third man. It was straight to him. And it's just a single for Finch. And strolling along, really, towards this target now. These two, really just sort of shut England's chances down in the last 15 overs or so. Any glimmer of hope might have been there. But still a long way to go. This is quite full and on Midland leg, and Labuschagne's able to turn it around the corner. They're going to definitely get one. They, in fact, come back for two. So just a bit of milking going on at the moment.
I think that's been the thing is that there was real problems getting through, for England to get runs, where it's been, like you said, it's a steady milking of every England bowler except Archer.
Yeah, and when you have a target as low as this one, you can afford to do that. You're not under pressure to hit two boundaries every over.
Yeah.
If you're chasing 350 or whatever. This is just defended into the offside by Labuschagne. He open palms his way to say, shall we take a single here? And they don't. So it's 112 for two. One ball left in the 24th. Little Sammy Curran. He's bowled okay. He's not posed a serious threat for these two. He's gone for 14 off his 4 balls minus 1 over. Here comes that final ball of the fourth. A bouncer just outside the off stump. It's been called a wide, probably rightly so. Yeah, the margins are so small, but I think that's fair enough. A little bit of that tennis bally bounce that I think you were alluding to earlier on, Al. Which
A little bit, but also because of the way he bowls and the speed he bowls at. Knuckle made a really good point that Archer's bouncer is always a surprise.
Yeah.
Fuller
this time from Curran and dabbed down towards point by Labuschagne. He's going to steal the strike off his skipper. He's got 35. Finch has got 57. That concludes the 24th over. It's 114 for 2.
Big Rover says, Grubby, very glad your lad is all right, but more importantly, how do you cook steak in an oven? Baked steak?
Yes.
Well, okay, there we are then. There's the answer. Leah says, anyone ordering steak other than Texas medium, brackets, kissed by the flame, should be put to death, the death that Donald Trump deserves. That's the firing squad, just to be clear. Yes, what is it? Pull out its horns, wipe its backside, stick it on the plate. is the normally the instruction, isn't it?
A good vet would have that back on its feet.
Yes.
Adil Rashid's going to start on you over. He's been expensive so far. At 38, he's gone 4 in his 5. This ball is short enough that Labuschagne can rock back in his crease and cut a ball that was relatively straight out towards point and come through for a single.
Grover says, the 4 yards from my sofa to my toilet has become a journey of 1,000 miles.
Going wrong.
Wrong turn.
He's on the downers. Just outside off stump this time, and a delicate little dab cut from Finch. 1 more to the total. So this can't stand this for England. Something has got to change, even if it means losing the game faster. Losing the game anyway, so may as well try something. Al,
what is it that Bugs Bunny always says? I should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque. Maybe that's what Jay needs to be doing there, taking the left at Albuquerque.
Well, there is more to that tweet, but...
Nicely fly to delivery on leg stump and turning, but just leans on it, does Labuschagne, and they come through for a pretty chip single, which they complete. So 117 for 2 now, just 115 required from more than half the overs remaining. And unless something happens pretty soon for England, what is a slim chance will become a non-existent one. This is dabbed to backward point by Finch. Another leg break from Rashid, and there is no run this time. Violently and highly unlikable colour, isn't it? The kit of the Australian team. And that's just my objective calling of reality.
Shot.
Yeah, this has been driven beautifully timed by the Australian captain Finch. It was past Rashid in a flash, and Billings and whoever it was at long on had no chance really. They didn't have very far to travel.
He's had about 15 yards to go and he's got no chance.
It's actually, if you're being picky, it's a chance. It's a chance. One of those where you go, oh dear, missed that one, never mind. And you check your fingers are still intact. He really, he's absolutely smote that one.
He's 3 inches away from that being the greatest caught and bowled ever, but also an inch away from not having any bowling for the next 6 months.
Oh, and this time, great comeback there. He beats him in the flight, and Finch looking to whack this one high over long on, gets nothing on it. A little bit quicker, and it turned a bit as well.
Yeah.
Butler couldn't take it clean either, but it beat Finch, and he finishes well with a dot ball.
Barong says blast from the past, and then he puts an exclamation mark after having put an exclamation mark, so he spells out exclamation mark. Obviously knows I'm reading the tweets. Definitely an 80s ODI today, and no, I haven't started the walk home from Banani to Mohakali, where I live. Cheers. Well, just go safely when you do.
Yep.
Jay Graver says, as always, Leah is wise. Diana Patterson says, Grubby78, I'm sure someone has already pointed this out, but you know the name Lou Gehrig because of the disease named after him.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the A is, but it's ALS, where LS stands for lateral sclerosis. If you follow rugby, Doddy Weir, Rob Burrow in rugby league, it is a horrific illness.
Jamie McAllister points out England needs some wickets now, hence this change of bowling, I suspect.
Yes.
And now he will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Yep, he's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 22, and he bowled seriously quickly and seriously straight and at people earlier on. He got Warner with one, just threw him and couldn't do anything about it, caught behind, and Stoyne is one that he was trying to play into the leg side, not dissimilar to the one that Labuschagne has just got from him first up here, where he's looking to turn it into the leg side, and it just comes off, I think, pad. I'm not sure there's any bat involved there. It rolls backward square on the offside, and they threw for what I think is a leg by. But yeah, we've seen some serious wheels on Jofra today, and it's just a joy to watch.
It's straightened off the pitch, which almost doesn't seem fair, does it? Bowling at that speed, and you're going to get it to just move ever so slightly off the pitch as well. It's just like, give me a break. The pace is enough.
Yeah. I'd be looking just to come across my off stump here and favour the leg side. Get a bit on it. It rolls down to fine leg, or you can maybe look to play in through mid wicket if you're very brave. This is just outside the off stump, and Finch allows it to pass through. Again, that was just in on the angle and a little bit off the seam, I think, off the pitch.
I have to admit, I would be non-responsive from the non-striker's end if you were looking to play.
Yeah.
No. We're just pointedly looking the other way.
Yeah, I can't think of a bowler in world cricket at the moment who is as exciting to watch or as sort of physically threatening. This is a bit floatier for him, just outside the off stump, and not timed by Finch, inside edgily up towards mid-on. He was aiming it through the covers, however.
Does that count as the slower one at a mere 86 miles an hour?
Yeah. I mean, some of his slow balls the other day were properly slow, weren't they? So it's down at 70.
I think that's the thing, he's able to disguise without sort of perceptible changes in his action, you might get a really rearing bouncer.
And this one is fired in towards leg stump, and it's turned off his legs behind square by Finch. I don't know if there's a bit of dew coming down. There's a few people sliding all over the place in the field. Billings most recently. 2 runs to the score though. Finch moves on to 64. The score is 124 for 2. 2 balls left of this Archer over, which is the 26th of the Australian innings. 108 more required to win. But yeah, I mean, like, Stark is fairly quick. Cummins can be pretty quick. Hazelwood can be quick, but none of them seem to pose quite the physical threat that Archer does when he's bowling spells like this, to the one we saw earlier. That's a fuller ball which is driven up to mid-on. A bit of a bone shaker there as Finch takes his bottom hand off.
It's like,
yeah, clang.
Yeah,
horrible those. They fizz right up your bones, don't they?
That's like every golf shot I hit.
Yeah. And the odd time you get it right, you go, I felt nothing there. And it's saying, what was I doing differently there?
Yeah.
The secret of being a good sportsman.
Yeah. Fine margins.
1 ball left of the Archer over, tailing in at the last moment towards Finch's off stump and drives it back to Archer, who does his own fielding. Archer looking a little bit cross about something, like he's not had the luck he deserves, but at the end of the over, 1-2-4 for 2. Tone.
Yes, indeed. Jamie McAllister says England need some wickets now. Yes, they do. Jersey Oaks says Attenborough Senior was principal of University College Leicester and grew it into the University of Leicester. Overachieving family or what? Well, there you go.
They're just the pair of them. I mean, I'm sure the other one is a brilliant car salesman, but you know, the programs that are on Sundays, the extension programs. I mean, to think that whole Natural History Unit and BBC Two was that man's legacy is ridiculous.
Yeah.
The man who brought snooker to television.
Yep.
Hooray! And for that alone, he deserved the knighthood.
More changes. More changes in the bowling.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Here he comes, Birmingham's finest, and he starts with a good ball just outside Marnus Labuschagne's off stump, which is defended back to him, and there is no run. His hair worries me a bit at the moment, Chris Wokes. He's in danger of growing a pair of 90s curtains.
He needs to pull himself together.
Favoured by boy bands and children's TV presenters alike.
Do you think he should just pick a side? Is that it, or have both sides got to go?
I never thought I'd say this, but I preferred the Alice band. Just outside the off stump again, and Labuschagne plays it under his nose and guides it down to third man and takes a single.
Madugawa says on Cricket Tracker, says, "Sir, please help me. England can win." Okay, well, I don't know if we can help you, but then yes, all things are still possible, although it's getting more and more unlikely.
But it's still possible, if that's the help that you need.
Yeah, in the words of Will Young, anything is possible.
Will Young, your musical references are
all over the place.
Interesting.
Very Catholic. This is just short of a length by Wokes. Finch threatened to come forward and then just stayed in his crease and was beaten on the outside edge. So there is still something in this pitch for the bowlers. That was a beautiful seam position he had there, Wokes, pointing towards a notional first slip. And it hit that seam, went away, and even a man on 64 with an eye of Aaron Finch couldn't get near that one. So, a small amount of hope, which England must cling on to. This one is angled in rather, and Finch turns it to that short mid-wicket position where there is a fielder. Thank the Lord. Close-up of Tom Current. No, he's not Tom Current. He's just the Current in my book. Currenty.
Well, he needs to learn how to conduct himself.
Oh, Jesus. Get some AC. Get some AC/DC on. Finch faces up to Wokes once more. backing his crease and dabbing this to point. That would have been out with a direct hit by quite some way. That it missed, and they're through for a second run. Worth a go. Jason Roy was the fielder, I think. He missed that. He's a decent fielder, Jason Roy, but I'm afraid that was not his finest hour.
And Bairstow backing up took a almighty tumble. I mean, it's that last minute slip as you're trying to slow down, and just feet went from right underneath him. They're not showing him like there's anything wrong, but just seemed like he took a bit of a nasty tumble then.
Was it a cartoon sound effect underneath it?
Yeah.
This is, an attempt at turning it towards leg, but it bounced on him a little bit there, that ball from Wokes, and took Finch high up on the bat, or maybe on the gloves, just dropped down in front of him in the leg side. It's the end of the 27th over, 127 for 2. Decent over that from Wokes.
Yeah, on our own Facebook page, Daryl Conlon says, as an Irishman, can I please complain about the very bad attempt at an Irish accent? Who was guilty of that this time? Could have been any one of us, to be fair.
I probably did a bit of Father Ted. Something like...
More than likely it was you then. John Batham says, here looks a long time in ODI cricket. England comprehensively outplayed by improving Aussie side. First game, never in it from 123 for 5 onwards. Today, never in it, full stop. Well, you're sadly right, I think, John. By the way, enjoyed your Middlesex Hampshire account. Good job.
Archer's going to continue. He's bowled 6 overs for 24 and he's taken 2 wickets. He's got a slip in place. And Labuschagne defends the first ball he gets fairly full in front of off stump, back up the track. And there is no run.
No, it's all seemed... as the sun sets on Manchester, the sun may have already set on England's chances. Wonder whether the idea that the series is done and dusted, whether there might be a couple of squad rotation, a bit of experimentation for the third.
Well, hold that thought. We'll come back to that in a sec, Al. This is just outside the off stump from Archer, tailing in slightly, and guided down towards that gully region by Labuschagne. They come through for a sharpish single. So yeah, what would you do then, Al? What would your thoughts be?
I know this sounds a little bit far-fetched and a little bit... I would consider resting Archer, because I think the less that the Australians get to see Archer before an Ashes series might be just anything, any data's good data, but I know I'm kind of reaching for that. I would consider dropping Bairstow, moving Butler up to open.
Ooh, wow. Here comes Archer again to Finch, who gets in position to pull a short ball.
Has he got that on his helmet again?
And instead just wears it. Again, it was on him very quickly. He was hanging back in his crease rather than he went back, and he just wore that right on the grill, like an uppercut. Goodness me, he's already been hit once, isn't he?
It's kind of right underneath the collarbone.
I mean, it's classic Archer. Cramping the right-hander for room at quite some pace. It's very hard to get out of the way of. It's hard to play a shot at. You can't free your arms at all. It's on you in a moment. So a moment of discomfort there for the batsman. This one doesn't get up quite as high, and he's able to steer it into the leg side.
Oh, that's a brilliant
up on his toes, and I don't know how they got 2 there, but they did. Lightning between the sticks, these two. Labuschagne gives the old thumbs up to his skipper, saying, "Keep me in the side, mate." And yeah, very well run too.
Yeah, they have run very well, these two.
There's like a 5-yard gap in between the 2 deep fielders on the leg side, where he's maximised the distance that both of them would have to travel to get to the ball, and in that gap they've managed to get that too. It's brilliant running by the pair of them.
Persisting with the slip, which I quite like, up on his toes playing this ball just outside the off stump, is Finch into the short cover region, and there is no run. Archer 1 left in this over. He has 2 for 27 off his nearly 7 overs. England have Australia at 130 for 2, and Australia have this game in the palm of their hand. Was it Daryl Conlon, the Irish chap, who was complaining about the Irish accents?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, I should apologise, but that would sort of say that I'm not going to do it again, and that's not true. This is turned down to long leg by Finch, who's going to come through for the single that will take a strike. 131 for 2 after 28.
I need a bit of time for this one. So Jay Grover, who's gone more lateral than usual here. That were a theoretical based on me on tequila since Sparrow. I've been on Stella from Sparrow, but I turned a sharp left. This is after he fell over, I think. Now I'd get nutted by a Ganesha and ball punched by a ceramic Moomin. Motivation to walk in a straight line. Okay.
Quite right.
Earlier in the day, his tweets sometimes make sense.
Yeah, they've taken a bit of a wild turn. Leah says, this is abysmal. Thank all the goddesses and gods that we will have the titanic clash of the immortals against the backdrop of the world being consumed by flames on Saturday. What's that then? What's happening on Saturday that I should know about? Oh, first game of the IPL. Of course it is.
Wokes starts with a good ball outside. Finch is off stump. Finch trying to jump as he plays this one through to the keeper. Again, I'm not saying this is a shocker of a pitch, but it does have a little bit of inconsistent bounce. I'm not quite with Gary on this. Gary thinks that any pitch that offers any inconsistency in bounce should be, consigned to the lowest depths of hell. I actually think that it's not so marked as to be ridiculous, but there's just enough there to keep bowlers interested. This is angled it in and a bit aerially played by Finch as it goes past the left hand of Wokes on its way to Curran. That's mid-off.
So the last 4 overs, the last 2 from Archer and 2 from Wokes, we've sort of seen a couple of demons re-emerge from the in the pitch, that it's not quite been as easy. Is that an indictment on the 2 Currans? That there's another shift of level that we really need them to make in terms of their ability to be good bowlers on any pitch.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. This is pushed into the covers by Finch, and they're through for a quick single. They have run very well together, these two, and they've done it again now. Yeah, when we were watching Tom Curran's first couple of overs, I think he bowled 3 overs for 4 runs. I think first 3 of his spell, didn't he? And I think he called the pitch quite well. He didn't go too mad with his variations up front because he understood that the pitch was offering enough, and he did it pretty well. Any bowler can improve, and they'll all think that they need to do that. Oh, and now he's gone across his stumps here, Labuschagne, and he's whacked this away on the onside. A good pull shot there. Really made his mind up early, across his stumps, down the pitch, astride, and Wokes didn't quite respond well enough, and he was able to pull it across himself. A couple of bounces into the rope for 4.
Yeah,
I don't think he saw it. I think Wokes. I think when Wokes gets to like his delivery stride, it's head down, and I think right. Wokes never ever saw him move across the stumps.
Wokes again. He's just shuffling a little bit across his stumps once more. Labuschagne turns it into the square leg area. Johnny Beale in the fielding there. They're through for another. Last ball of the over then. And yeah, very well played. Very well played. And Marnus, I'm guessing, wouldn't necessarily consider himself to be a first choice in the one-day setup. So he's done his cause no harm at all if he has ambition to be that multi-format player. Yeah, not least his sticky out ears. You could hang your coat off with a pocket full of wet change. This is through to the keeper. Kept a little bit low, that one, and Finch just decided to let it pass. That is the end of the 29th over. It's 139 for 2.
Neymar Butlin says, anything's possible gives me a weird visual in my brain of a small animal trying to shag an elephant. Anyone else have this picture? I didn't, but sadly I do now.
Try not to think about it.
Especially as our family has just acquired a hamster.
Ooh.
Craig Nutley says, England require Australia to perform an enormous England-like middle-order collapse to have any hope here. Yeah, I think you're probably about bang on there, Craig. Jay Grover says, Gary thinks that any pitch not made of tarmac in the middle of Utah is capricious. Probably true. Probably true, Jay. Shall I try and have a look at Hot Mike, who we haven't really paid much love to? Let's see if there's anyone. you there? No.
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 Meanwhile, Archer is going to come in for his 8th over, short delivery, which Labuschagne just plays from the crease, guiding it down to third man.
Although I can just repeat where some people are listening from. Jimmy C's in Perth, and Nick is in Japan. So, as ever, delighted to be. Our tentacles are reaching across the globe.
We've got an email from Sydney, Australia, which we'll read out after the next call.
An email.
Konnichiwa and g'day, mate. Finch has 70, faces up to Archer, gets the ball outside the off stump, which is fairly full. Plays it through the covers once more, and they're through for another single there. 139 for 2, so the target is under 100 now, and there's still way more than 20 overs to go.
This email is from Brett Gould, which may be a character from Neighbours. I'm not sure. Hi guys.
I've been having an affair with Brett Gould behind my own back. Sorry, slower ball from Archer. It's defended to mid-on. Sorry, Al.
You flaming galah. Hi guys, enjoying the coverage all the way from Sydney, Australia. I too also bake steaks in the oven, and you can also do sausages as well. Cheers.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I must admit, I do sausages.
I do sausages in the oven.
It's just like grilling them, really.
To be honest, I do bacon in the oven as well.
Yeah. It stems from a time when our grill didn't work on our oven. You had to close the door and effectively bake everything. And I've just done it ever since then, and it's fine.
Also healthier for some things.
Picture of health. Yeah. Archer, he's moved that slip wider, but not wide enough, as this ball is guided to the right hand of the man who's now moved.
Oh, they've gone for 2.
Gully, they have gone for 2 again, and they've made it once more fairly comfortably. It's Joe Root who's made that move across, and he looks a bit glum. 2 more to the total. 141 for 2. 2 balls left in the 30th. I think I'm due back for the last 10 overs, but what I've got to do in the meantime is dash to the hospital to get some meds. So
I am also off for the next 10 overs, where I'm going to catch up with what's going on in the world of American football.
I thought we were meeting for a pint on the way to the hospital.
Pint of what? I'm AB negative.
Who am I with?
This is an involuntary shot as Labuschagne tries to sway out of the way of another short one from Archer, and inadvertently sort of ramps it over the slip cordon's head for a fortunate single. He definitely pulled out of that. Didn't mean to play.
Yeah.
His back was just held close to his body, and the ball thudded into it. And
that's an example of the old adage of making your own luck, though, isn't it? When things are going your way.
Yeah, it wasn't outrageous luck.
It out. Sometimes you get them.
Exactly. Yeah, he certainly didn't mean it, but I'm not going to begrudge him it. And this one he gets on the leg stump and turns it down towards long leg. He's come through for his 49th run for Labuschagne. Is that right? Or is it Finch?
Yep.
Yeah. And it's 143 for 2 after 30. Right, handing over to whoever it is.
It's me, I think.
Handing over to Tone. See you later, everyone.
Okie doke. And I'm with Nestlers, who's finding out that it's lonely out in space. Knackle, who knows it's lonely in Sydenham.
I know. I've got a message on Facebook that I need to read out from John.
Please do. Go for that right now.
Talking about left-handers reminds me of years ago. I used to play at a table tennis club. One night we had a weak-handed tournament. I made it to the final. I was just about to begin when a close friend walked up and whispered in my ear, "Be careful, your opponent is bilingual."
There we go.
That's the sort of thing my mum would have confused back in the day instead of ambidextrous.
Was your mum Mrs. Malaprop?
Give my right arm to be ambidextrous.
She'd have gone, "Be careful of that fella now, he's bilingual."
Or amphibious.
Amphibious, that was another, yeah.
It's going to be Chris Wokes again. England, have not lost a bilateral series at home since 2015. Australia were the last team to beat them, and they're going to have to do something dramatic, or England, if it's not going to happen again. As Wokes is in and played quite low. I thought that one kept a bit low, but played solidly by Finch, who's 72 for him. Off 99. I wouldn't really bother to look too hard at the number of balls it's off, because he's played perfect innings for the conditions, I think, here.
And also for the target.
Well, and also for the target. He's been ably assisted, as one has come to expect from Marnus loose bus change. In comes Wokes, shorter and cut straight to point though. And, on this occasion there is no run. 143 for 2. 89 the target for Australia now from 118 balls, an equation that is massively in their favour.
Although
and it really is going to be something of interest to knock them off this perch.
It's sort of equivalent to the target they screwed up in the first T20.
Yeah, somehow. Well, as you say, you can never be fully sure. As in comes Wokes, and nicely played on his toes by Finch away into the offside. Once more, no run. None for 26 for Wokes today. 8 fours, 1 6, and a strike rate of 71.3 and 135 minutes for Twiddly-dee, Twiddly-diddly-dee, Aaron Finch. Australia 143 for 2, and those 2 seem like an eternity ago. In comes Wokes, forward comes Finch, drops the bat on it, they run a sharp single, and it's one more. Goes to that total. Their target drops to 88, and it seems to be getting ever closer. I do wonder, Knuckle, I mean, would England have been better off with Moeen Ali? I mean, he has, as we were saying, his bowling form has been pretty poor.
Well,
he was probably due a rest, but he's
certainly not been penetrative. He's been quite economical, but not massively more so than any other England bowler.
As in comes Wokes, huge shout. He thinks he's got his man, but umpire Goff just shakes his head. Owen Morgan has agreed with Wokes as that's worth a review. I thought that was shading a tad down leg, but England are fairly desperate, and desperate times demand desperate measures, so this has been reviewed. It looked to pitch outside off. He didn't get an inside edge, and I might change my mind on that.
The thing that I was looking at was whether it hit him outside the line of off stump. I'm not I think it might have just hit him in line. It might be umpire's call. It's hit him on the inside of the front pad. I think it's hitting. Michael Goff doesn't get very many wrong.
No, he doesn't, and he said no, there's absolutely no hint of an inside edge. It smacks into the front pad, I think.
Yep, front pad.
Yep, into the front pad.
It's kept quite
below
low,
the knee roll.
And
below the knee roll. It's outside off.
Out.
It's the impact's in line. It is hitting. The review is retained, and England finally have that breakthrough that they needed, and it's Marnus Labuschagne who, in disgust, spits out his chewing gum. I'm not quite sure how allowed that is in the... Did he spit it into his hand to take off and dispose of later, or did he spit it onto the ground?
I don't know.
He spat it and hit it with his bat.
That's even worse. It could have gone anywhere and smacked anyone. Imagine getting that in your eye.
It's got a thick edge.
Marnus Labuschagne is for 48 off 59 with 3 fours. A decent innings from Marnus Labuschagne, and should, along with Aaron Finch, have broken the back of this target. But cricket is a really weird game.
Gone.
Yeah, gone he has. The third wicket has fallen for England, courtesy of Chris Wokes, who pinned Marnus Labuschagne, LBW. Now, I wonder who Australia, I beg your pardon, are going to pop in fourth. Who are we expecting?
It was Mitch Marsh is listed at number 5. I suppose they could send in Maxwell and try and get this over with quickly.
Yeah, that was the only thought I potentially had, but I can't see why they would change, particularly after Mitch Marsh's previous performance. It'll be Marsh or Maxwell. Obviously, those two batted so well together, and indeed took the 5th wicket record for Australia at Old Trafford.
There's the highest 6th wicket.
May be called upon to do it again. Well, they won't be called upon to get a record, but they might be called upon to see Australia over the line.
It was the highest 6th wicket partnership for Australia against England in all ODIs.
Do you want some tweets while we wait?
Yes, Nastas.
Baking sausage and bacon fine. I just don't see how you can regulate steak, especially if you had a grill, frying pan, or George Foreman fryer on hand, says Joe Grover.
Well, yeah, I have never done steak in the oven, whereas, like as I said, I often do
sure it's fine.
sausage in the oven.
Basically.
Lee, there's no reason why it shouldn't work.
Leah says, what's going on in competitive concussion? Having people that are not smart to begin with are having brain trauma that will in the long term end their lives. Great. She was talking about American football.
Okay. Well, 2:31 for 9. Remember, England. Australia sit on 144 for 3. They've just lost Marnus Labuschagne, who went for 48 to LBW to Chris Wokes. So 88 is what they need. They've got a luxury of 115 balls to do it in, and it is Mitch Marsh. So let's get him jingled.
Mitchell.
Going to face Wokes, and he's immediately forward and steering this away through cover. They've taken 1, they won't come back for 2. So Marsh, who of course made that excellent 73 before Wood, I think, pinned him LBW, didn't he, in the previous game. He's off and running already. Oh, I didn't realise Jim was still going in the background.
He's no cocky ass, he's Mitchell man.
Yeah, it was a very good innings, and he started quite quickly. He did slow down and was looking, might have put himself and his team under pressure, but he and Maxwell dovetailed together very nicely indeed. And it turns out it was a much better partnership than we even knew at the time.
Well, Jofra Archer has 3 overs left. No, he doesn't. He has 2 overs left, doesn't he? And England are going to need him to do something quite special, I think. He has the slip in place as he's in, and Marsh just pats this down really to point. There's no run. Archer turns on his heels and heads back to his mark. 145 for 3. 2 of those 3 were victims of Archer. Both quite magnificent deliveries. The first, of course, was the one that got rid of David Warner. In comes Archer again, but solidly played again to a point this time by Marsh, who must be feeling confident about life after that terrific performance a couple of days ago. Helped to see Australia home on that occasion, and he'd be a very happy man indeed if he can do that again. As Archer turns, and he's in, and it's quick, and it's well played on the off stump by Marsh. It's away to that offside once more, but no run. But what can Jofra do? Bit of variety, short ball, full ball. He needs to do something.
Yeah, and
I wonder if England have just been slightly over bubbled. Perhaps they've just, this is the end of a long and fairly intensive period of cricket for them. This one is driven again to point, and again there is no run. I mean, I'm not making excuses for them by any manner of means, but Australia are,
I know what you mean, though,
hot and fresh. They haven't been in bubble world anything like as long, and perhaps just England are at that point now where they see the end and they're just not quite at their game.
I don't know. I think they have not adapted to how well Australia have bowled.
Well, that's also that one kept very low, and he's bowled him. I think he's got through him. Archer does have his man. He has Marsh, and hello, 87 from 109, but 4 wickets down for Australia.
Aye.
Oi.
Says Major Tom there in space. Was it LBW in the end?
No, bowled. Zing bells.
I thought he bowled him, and then did it keep a little? I thought it did keep a touch low, but it was just too quick, and he just couldn't get the bat down quick enough. he didn't move his feet. He didn't get in any kind of position to play any kind of shot, really.
Well,
it was too good.
It did keep a little bit low, and he ended up chopping on. He sort of jabbed down on it and sort of got a sort of bottom corner of the bat onto the stumps. But as you say, a combination of the fact that it kept a little bit low, and the fact that he didn't move his feet, and the fact that it was too quick for him, it's the kind of thing that can happen early in an innings. Australia have suddenly lost 2 quick wickets. We've still got Maxwell and Carey in terms of proper batters. Then you're into the bowlers. I don't know if Aaron Finch gets out soon, then this could be very interesting.
Well, I mean, taking wickets is the only way I think England are going to win this game. Mind you, they ended up only 9 down, didn't they?
Yeah,
and they did see out their overs. 87 from 109 balls is a comparatively easy equation under most sets of conditions. But the gloom now is gathering at Old Trafford. It's under the lights. 2 quick wickets have fallen. Were it 2 new batsmen at the crease, you might feel just a little bit differently. With Finch there so well set, you'd still have the equation very much favouring Australia. Archer in and onto his toes, spearing. He's coming around the wicket to spear the ball in to Carey. Seemed to enjoy that.
He flicked it between Morgan's legs, I think.
That's a. Oh, it was nutmegged him. He nutmegged him. Did he actually chop on?
I think he got a bit of a bottom edge.
Well, this will be the angle which probably tells us if that was the case. And yes, he absolutely did. He absolutely did. But Archer is pumped, and you could clearly see how delighted he was as that off stump was pegged right back. So the 2 wickets have fallen in fairly quick order. Labuschagne and Stoinis. Marsh, I beg your pardon, Marsh. In comes Wokes to the well-set Aaron Finch. Captain's knock. So far, yes, it has been. 73 off 103 for Aaron Finch. And whilst he's there, you feel that all is well, and this is just a little blip on what has seemed to be Australia's relentless march. 1 more wicket though, and if that wicket were to be Finch, then who knows? On the drive goes Aaron Finch, fielded though at short cover, and there will be no run.
Yeah, it's
England trying to apply pressure.
It's interesting. If Finch gets out now, obviously it becomes very interesting indeed. But Archer's only got 1 over left. Wokes has only got 1 left after this. I don't think Finch will be playing many shots of any kind against these 2. Well, no.
He's smart enough, I'm sure, to have worked out that equation as well.
Oh!
Bowled, absolutely gone. What was I saying? His middle stump has been pegged back by one that kept low from Wokes. England do have their 5th wicket, and it is Aaron Finch.
That's a hell of a delivery from Chris Wokes. Little bit of nip off the wicket. Finch, even though he's batted for 105 balls, was caught on the crease, perfect length. It's just nibbled away, taken off stump. Beautiful bit of test style bowling from Chris Wokes. Good innings from Finch, 73 off 105, 8 fours and 1 6. He was starting to slow down a little bit with victory in sight, but now got Alex Carey, who's faced 1 ball, Glenn Maxwell, who is yet to face. We've got 9 balls left of Wokes and Archer, 145 for 5. Australia have lost 3 for 1. Suddenly.
Well, yes, and I thought that nipped back into him. You saw it as just nipping away a bit, didn't you? It'll be interesting to see the replay. But 3 wickets in less than 2 overs with the captain gone. Suddenly we'll have England believing once more, whereas they were just showing signs of, I won't say give up. Don't think this side under Morgan is ever in giving up mode, but they did look somewhat disconsolate. However, this is no small obstacle they're going to have to deal with. It is, of course, the big show. Has he got a big show for us tonight? Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah, famously hates that name, but...
he does. but he's got it.
And with the local GC News, Glenn Maxwell's comeback. Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Respect took in mental health with your peers. Bowlers' tears rain down like a monsoon. Watch another 6 go boom.
Wokes is in, flicked off his leg straight to mid-wicket. Brought by Maxwell. Archers, Butler behind the stumps. Watching the replay there, but Archer, I think that one might have hurried Maxwell up a fair bit as well.
What did this do?
Judging by Archer's reaction, Butler's reaction, I don't know why I keep calling him Archer.
Yeah, I think it just held its line a little bit because it's beaten Finch on the outside edge and clattered into
the outside edge. You're right.
Middle and off stump. I'm going to jingle up Alex Carey, I think, when he's next on strike. So cue me in.
Wokes in. That one. Wow. Now, Wokes, who looked all a bit innocuous, really, suddenly looks like a world beater again. What a difference a couple of wickets make. Because that one was really did hurry up Maxwell, but he played it well enough. Wokes jogs down the track, eyeballs him, lets him know that he thinks he had the better of that particular ball. He's got the last ball of his 9th over to bowl. He's bowling to Maxwell, who dabs this down to third man. They take a single, and it will mean Maxwell, I think, will probably retain the strike. In fact, he does. It was the last ball of the over, and Maxwell will retain the strike. Nestlers, who have we got?
Jonathan Laverick on Facebook. Thank God for the wicket. I think it was the previous one to that. The only entertainment for the past hour has been the auto subtitles on Facebook. Enjoying the coverage, though, in Botswana.
Oh, well.
And Jay says, when does steak become roast beef? I must let this go, he says.
Well, he's got a point in a way, because steak in the oven ultimately is roast beef, isn't it? Roast beef, traditionally, you do it as a joint.
I was going to say it's a different cut, isn't it?
Sliced thinner.
It's a different cut rather than the flank steak or the rump or something.
Indeed it is. Captain, 2 caps, Morgan has a second cap on. Archer's in, and this one is on the pull by Maxwell. It dribbles its way out to mid-wicket. Hurried up 91 miles an hour from Archer without really seeming to put any additional effort in that, although it was certainly short. And Maxwell turned his head away, but rolled his wrists on it. So actually played it fairly well, whilst not actually looking like it was the thing he most would like to be doing right now, as he was really not looking at the ball when he did play it. In comes Archer again. Maxwell forward, push to short cover, no run. England now applying some pressure. They have precisely 100 balls left of the innings.
And precisely
Australia, for their part in this, only need 86 runs.
I would get Arthur Rashid on immediately.
How many overs does he have left, Knuckle?
I'll give you that in just a second. You maybe like Wokes bowl out and then.
I can tell you he has 4 left, as this one is on the leg stump this time of Maxwell, pushed to mid on, no run. 86 from 99, 146 for 5. Not so long ago it was for 3. But Chris Wokes and Jofra Archer have come to the party to ensure that England will not hand over that impressive home record in bilateral ODIs without a fight now. Archer in again, down leg, and flicked away on the 45. They run a quick single. I wonder if that was a leg by. Yes, it was. I had a feeling there was no bat on that. So Maxwell stays on 1. His partner, of course, Alex Carey, yet to score, and Winviz has condensed the equation quite dramatically. 52% for England, 48% now.
Where have we heard that before?
Cursed numbers. Cursed numbers. I'm going to jingle up Alex Carey.
He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his
Archer, 2 balls left for him. And as if knowing that, Carey says, right, well, that's one of them gone, as he puts a big front foot forward and plays that away into the offside. And I'm sure in his head he's thinking to himself, right, I've only got one more from this bloke and he's done. One more and I'm safe.
And Archer's thinking, I'm just going to split that middle stump in half.
Well, Archer, interesting. It would be interesting if one could see inside the brain of Jofra Archer at the moment. He's only got one more left in this match, and it's full, and it's an absolutely terrific delivery. Carey took that on the thigh. I don't think he got any bat on it. It's the end of the Archer spell. 3 for 34 for him. Carey survives, but only just. That one really jagged into Carey, and did it? Well, it looked like it got him in a particularly uncomfortable area. Archer is down on his haunches. He can't believe that a bit of Carey kept the ball from the stumps there, but it did.
Dave Grover says torn. Love Maxwell. Want a decider.
The series would like a decider, I think, but we're watching how the various wickets have fallen today. The last one there was up in the air by Stoinis, which again seems a long time ago.
Jay Grover also says...
Oh, he's bowled him!
Oh. What?
Maxwell had live. It was. Oh, I was watching. Next thing it came in live, and Maxwell has gone neck and crop. His middle stump pegged back, and England have their 6. It's Wokes again with another terrific delivery that beats the outside edge, knocks back off and middle, and this is becoming a quite extraordinary match.
So when Wokes came back for his second spell, he was wicketless. In his first spell, he took... When did he come back on? He had none for 17 in his first spell. He's now got figures of 3 for 29.
Don't make him angry.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic performance. I would imagine now there are some knees are knocking and some nails being bitten in amongst that Australian group, because what looked like a walk in the park has suddenly become tiptoeing across a minefield with mines laid by Wokes and Archer. Glenn Maxwell absolutely cleaned up by another superb delivery, very similar to the one that got Finch. And it brings to the crease this man.
When bankrupt scuffed it, then threw you the ball. You must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering.
In comes Wokes and takes an edge, and Cummins knew very little about it, and it's down to third man, and he was probably quite happy to get off strike.
Oh, the sabre leading edge, and yet again it was almost identical really to the Finch delivery. Maxwell caught on the crease by the length. He has the excuses.
It moved substantially. It was like a quick leg break.
I was just about
to
say
see that one from behind the stumps. Justin Langer's looking on. He's got just shaking his head, going, "Oh no, what's happening?"
Not again! Not a bloody again!
148 for 6. So now 84 from 94, but it's not so much the number of balls as the wickets in hand, as 3 quick wickets have a tumble, 4 in fact, as forward comes Cummins to push this away into the offside.
Carey.
Single area, I beg your pardon. So 2 new batsmen at the crease, Carey and Cummins. Cummins will face next. Carey has got himself off the mark. He certainly will be. He will be very happy, I suspect, that Jofra Archer is no longer in the mix, because he hasn't particularly looked fond of pace as Carey.
I don't think many batters would be particularly fond of facing Jofra Archer in this form.
In comes Wokes. Forward comes Cummins. He knows he's definitely a bowler that can bat a bit. Is Pat Cummins, isn't he?
Oh, he's got a very decent technique. He looks a little bit like Wokes used to. He sort of looks like he could be a batter who bats much higher up the order. He's not quite good enough for that. But he's a very handy, certainly in this position where you don't need to score particularly quickly.
Well, he went into this series averaging just averaging a shade over 9 in ODIs with the bat, which was pretty much what he got in the last match. So he got his average. He'll need hopefully more than that. This one is edged behind along the ground though. I don't want to get anyone overly excited unduly. And it's no run. We're going to have another look at it. Yeah, squared him up a wee bit, didn't he? Now, who have we got after this? You've got Curran has 6 overs left, Rashid 4, and Sam Curran 6, and Tom Curran 4.
Yeah, I suppose you do have
Rashid.
Got Root as a potential 6th bowler.
This, of course, being coming up the last ball from one of his main destroyers, Chris Wokes. Archer nearly blessed his last ball with a wicket. Can Wokes go one better than Joffre did? We'll see. As he's in to Cummings, who whips him away nicely backward of square leg. They will just take the single. So Cummings it is actually who's helped himself to the strike there. He's moved on to 250 for 6 Australia, 82 needed from 90 balls, and that's the end of the Chris Wokes spell. Nestlers.
Jay Grover, before that wicket, I'm not a gambler, but total knobs, England being favourites. Well, that's my problem sorted, he says. And then he says, shit, forgot Bancroft, quite tidy. And then he says, quite tidy. Nestler's Epping Argot has spread down the interwebs.
Also, Bancroft. Where did Cameron Bancroft come into all this?
I don't know. It's his tweet.
In Jay's, well, yes, I'm not sure how, indeed. Wokes well bowled him. 3 for 32 of his 10. 3 for 34 for Archer. Very similar figures indeed. They've taken all 6 to fall between them. And as we said, now, unless Owen Morgan wants to get very creative and perhaps Joe Root appears for some reason, as we were expecting, the next over will be bowled by this man.
Yeah, this is not going to be fun for Carey or Cummins.
Adel Rashid on the 45. 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 Adel turn it both ways. Adel turn it.
And Cummins knew very little about the inside edge he got there. I think he was looking to push to off, and away it went to long leg. Very little about it. It was the googly, and it completely bamboozled Cummins, but he is still there. They were able to take a single, and it will bring Alex Carey on to strike. So now we have a left-hander, I think, don't we? Morgan and Rashid deep in conversation, trying to plot what they can come up with to get another wicket down, because wickets is what they're going to need. Or the most amazingly frugal bowling ever seen probably in the history of ODIs. I'm sure someone would tell me, no, it's been done, but surely this has to be all about wickets. Although 81 for 89 now, that equation of balls and wickets is getting closer.
Yeah, I don't know quite. This is one of those situations where if you weren't watching, you will have wondered how the hell this has happened.
Indeed. In comes Rashid. Flicked nicely away to leg. They take one. They won't take a second because it went straight to Jason Roy at long on.
Just looking at the scorecard, so Aaron Finch 73, Marnus Labuschagne 4, next highest scorer extras with 9.
Yeah, it's been without Finch, this innings would be a bit of a sorry tale, wouldn't it?
And Labuschagne.
But then they've had Finch, and he did make 70 something. I can't remember exactly.
73.
He's the glue that's held them together, and this one is full and whipped straight to mid-on by Alex Carey. One of the Currans. Was that Sam? It was Sam, wasn't it? I always get my Currans confused. Curran S or Curran T. Rashid. Oh, and he beats the outside edge as Cummins was looking to. Well, I think he was looking to launch that. And he just looks back at Adil Rashid. It was a sharply turning leg break into the gloves of Butler. It went. The good news as well for Cummins was he kept his back foot planted because Joss was ready. Forward he comes. There was another leg break, but he's going to get a single, and he'll probably be glad of that. Knuckle, I think you said this is not going to be fun for either of them. Rashid found a sharply turning leg break there that beat Pat Cummins. All ends up. He has one ball left, does Rashid, of his 7th over, and this one he's going to bowl to Alex Carey. Slip is in place. Alex Carey sweeps. It's around the corner. It's going down to long leg. A man will come round, but will enable them to take 2. It'll reduce that target to 79 now from 85, but with just the 4 wickets left. 155 for 6 for Australia. It's the end of that Rashid over. He's made 50. He didn't want, and still without a wicket. Nestlers.
Barong says walk home and 4 wickets fall. Amazing. I wonder if the draw is still 1%.
He's walking home from the pub. It was 2 miles, wasn't it? Willie B picked a hell of a time to choose your walk.
Yeah,
and actually, could you walk back to the pub?
Yeah,
because that would probably do it if you take those wickets.
But the whole point he's walking back from the pub is that it's closed. Australia, by the way, lost 4 for 3 in 20 balls.
4 for 3 in 20 balls. Well, it is going to be Tom Curran.
Yeah.
5 overs, 1 maiden for him so far, none for 16. What has he got?
Al was doing some maths in our Zoom.
We
chat.
tried that earlier. It didn't go well. Are you sure it's advisable?
yeah. Looking at the number of overs everyone has left, and basically said that Tom Curran had to bowl this over unless they were going to go to a 6th, and he is.
He's not South African, but let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control.
In he comes. Right arm over the wicket. Worked around the corner by Patrick Cummins. They'll take a single. They'll leave it at that. Have we retired the Top Cat jingle these days? Oh, it was actually a leg by. Again, I wasn't sure. Have we retired the Top Cat jingle these days?
We're trying to move away from anything that's ripped from YouTube because we keep getting unnecessary copyright attention.
We get dinged. Well, yeah, I'm all for originality. I am all for originality. And we do know our jinglers have that in huge dollops and lashings. 156 for 6. Carey on 4. Cummins on 4. And it's Carey who is going to be dealing with the bowling of Tom Curran, who's in around the wicket to the left-hander. Carey forward, and it's straight to short mid-wicket. England now fielding on their toes. They're looking sharper. They're looking keen. They're looking like they believe. Just a little while ago, they really didn't quite look that way, I don't think, Nestlers.
No, I didn't either.
Jofra Archer's got a smile on his face. He's happy with his work, so he should be. He took 3 wickets with 3 fantastic deliveries. Could have been 4 with that last delivery. He wasn't sure how he didn't get that 4th one. In comes Curran around the wicket and beats Carey's outside edge, and it's through to Joss Butler. It's a prod from Carey. A very pensive looking Aaron Finch is looking down upon the action, probably thinking if only I hadn't been out, because this suddenly looks like hard work for Australia.
And it's getting to that stage where every dot ball is important, isn't it?
And
it is. It is. 76 from 81.
Yeah, all of a sudden those 3-4 singles and over aren't actually that helpful for Australia.
Curran's going to be in again to Carey. Carey forward. There is another dot ball. It's pushed to mid-on by Alex Carey.
Australia haven't really needed a boundary for most of the last 20 overs, but suddenly they're in the situation where they probably do need a boundary every other over.
They don't need them in that. The runs needed is less than the balls available.
But in terms of just settling the nerves,
in terms of doing that, yes. In comes Curran, and a huge shout from him. No, says umpire Goff. And I don't think there is any inclination to review on that occasion. For me, down leg knackle.
I thought he hit it.
But
no, he didn't.
Also, I think
too high.
I don't think he hit it. Could be height.
It's too high. It hit him on the thigh pad. I thought there might have been an inside edge, but no, there wasn't. But it did hit him on the thigh pad. Was probably going over the top and going down leg.
So not a lot to commend it, I think, is the team view. 1 ball left of this 6th, I beg your pardon, over of Curran. In he comes around the wicket on the drive, but driven straight to mid-off by Cummings, and there is no run. End of the over. Number 16. I think was that a maiden? There was just the leg bye off that, wasn't there?
There was. So technically, yes, it is a maiden.
Yeah. So technically, it's a maiden, and there was one run, but not off the bat. 155 for 6. Nestlers.
Jay Grover, of course. Muppets Razor suggests, I misheard, but I'll double check. I know you'll be shocked I'm wrong on a daily basis, but it's sadly true.
No, well, we all make mistakes.
He thought someone had said Bancroft. Going back.
Yeah. Well, I do remember that discussion. We were all a little perplexed.
And he demands to go on the lash with Farong in Bangladesh. He demands it.
Well, as we know, it's a 2-mile walk from Farong's home to the pub now. And wickets tend to tumble when he does it.
That's a fair old trek, isn't it?
Depends how much you want to get to the pub. And maybe that's just the pub he was in, as opposed to there might be other pubs on the way.
All right.
Well, we don't know. I'd like to know. Farong, tell us about your walk home. How many pubs do you actually walk past? As Adil Rashid comes back into the attack, the slip is in place. That's the googly again, but it was dealt with comfortably enough by the big front foot forward approach of Pat Cummings. 50 miles an hour for Rashid as he flicks the ball from hand to hand. He's going to be in again. He gets through his work in rapid order. Plenty of air. That was the time. It's the leg break. Beats the outside edge of that forward prod and goes through to Butler. So we've had in 2 balls both the googly and the leg break. What is Adil Rashid going to serve up now to Pat Cummings? Cummings has launched him. Wow. It's huge. It's all the way. It's over long on, and it is 6.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful.
He's actually launched that into the Australian dressing room. And that one was the leg break again, rather squared. Cummings up. It's away into the offside. So no run on that occasion.
Yeah, that was funny that as the ball was sailing off the bat of Pat Cummings, a magnificent shot, the Australians suddenly realised it was coming for their balcony and scattered.
They did. Who wouldn't have done? This one is a leg break, and Cummings has no idea. As it jagged back into him. What he does know, though, is somehow he survived and he's still there. It was God, that ripped back. Not quite ball of the century territory, but it pitched well outside of leg stump and would probably have hit middle had Cummings not got something in its way. 1 ball left of this over for Rashid. Beats the outside edge again, and Cummings is prodding forward. He's going to go and do a little bit of gardening as if it was the pitch to blame. I suppose indirectly it is, but it's a master craftsman who's making the most of what's available to him. But at this stage, still a wicketless master craftsman. 162 for 6, 70 needed. Nestlers.
Jay Grover says the Top Cat jingle reminds us of Northcroft, also known as the Perpetual Amin Times. Isn't there only one pub in all of Bangladesh? Asks Jay.
There's like 200 million people in Bangladesh. Surely there can't be only one pub.
If it's only the one pub, he's done very well to be within 2 miles of it. I mean, well played.
I think he was joking. Yes, Jersey Oak says, after false hope, we're back to being doomed.
This game could get very interesting. 70 off 72. Would you like a ridiculous stat about Australia chasing?
We would. Yes. Can we have it after this ball from Curran?
Certainly.
And
any
before
ridiculous
the ball
stat
after
is always
that.
welcome.
So 70 from 72 now. Curran's coming around the wicket to the left-hander who is forward. Carey. It's to short cover. Nestle Knuckle, what's your ridiculous stat?
I'll pose this as so the last time Australia chased 210 or more in an ODI against anyone in England in ODI cricket was back in September 2009.
Wow.
They failed 7 times. On each of the last 7 occasions, they've had to chase 210 or more in England.
Actually, we should look at the run trace tracker on How Stat. That's always gives you some pretty handy stats. Do you want to have a look at that?
Pretty handy
Can you have a quick look at that? As forward comes Carey. It's away into the offside. They will get another single. 69 from 70 now the equation. Cummins is going to be on strike to face Tom Curran. Brother Sam is going through his limbering up exercises. So if you go to the information about Old Trafford, and then ODIs, and then it will give you the run chase predictor or the run chase aggregator or whatever they call it. But it's quite a nifty tool. 163 for 6. As Curran is in over the wicket. One hand off the bat, played down to third man by Cummings. A single taken. Number 18 for Curran. 68 from 69. Oh, I'm just getting quite nervous just watching at the point at which the runs needed and the balls coincide. It's getting closer. Just at the moment in favour of runs, with them having the lesser total. 68 from 69. A dot ball will change that equation. Can Tom Curran deliver it? And he's nicely drops in it. No, that's a single. Carey steers that to third man. So we've come 67 from 68. Shot for Archer, the man down there. Well, we're looking at both Archer and Wokes. They're not going to be able to do anything more now. They have done all that they can, and it turned out to be a fairly impressive effort from both of them, indeed. Indeed. How many overs have we actually had? Well, we're seeing the life in balls at the moment.
We are in the 39th.
So I've got one more after this then. So that one, hurries Cummins. It kind of top edge. It spoons up on away to mid wicket, where Joe Root, wearing two caps, is just a bit too deep. He was looking away to his right, was Cummings, just prodding the bat forward without really having any sense that he knew what he was playing. But again, he has survived. So we are at parity. 67 needed from 67 balls. Quite a change, is that? In comes Curran, driven straight to mid off, and it stops them taking a single. So it's a good probing over from Curran. Nestlers.
Yeah, indeed. Let's just fire up this. Jake Rover, more of a comment about the illegality of alcohol in Bangladesh. Adrian Lowe says, all I want for tea is wicket balls.
Well, that's what England will definitely be wanting.
So that
W balls.
if you want a wicket maiden. Yeah, so those stats. So teams set 232 or more at Old Trafford. They've been set that 20 times, have won 6 and lost 14.
So, set to 32
or
more, and yet over a 50% loss rate on a comparatively low total.
Quite considerably, and it hasn't been done since 1999.
Goodness me. Well, I know. I mean, the strange thing about any limited over stats, of course, is it was such a different game, and the scores have changed so much. But that is a very, very interesting stat. So actually, we thought it was a terrible total, and it was a done and dusted game. Once more, it proves to be not necessarily the case. I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, Knuckle, to just repeat those stats in a minute, because they're extraordinary. This one is Sam Curran, who we probably should have jingled up. It's away down to backward point. Only a single taken, well fielded. Number 17 for Sam. He's bowled one ball of his 5th over.
Yeah. Morgan having to shuffle around his bowlers to make sure that he doesn't have to go to root. Anyway, this man's come on to replace Adil Rashid.
Is he a better bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
So it's now 66 from 65. Around the wicket comes Curran, and he's played on as Cummins. Curran has the man by coming around the wicket to the right-hander. Well, it's now 166 for 7, 65 from 64. Crucially, Cummings has gone, and Don't go anywhere. This is a red-hot live match.
Just a bit skiddy from Sam Curran, isn't it, from round the wicket? It wasn't quite there to pull. Cummins didn't get his arms extended through the ball. The cross-back shots are not very easy on this pitch, on this slow pitch, as we've seen all day. And Pat Cummins, who's a very calm character and a very handy, useful batter down the order, has gone for 11 off 19. Australia 166 for 7, needs 66 up 64 with Carey and now Stark, Hazelwood and Zampa to come.
Could you just read us those stats again?
Yeah, I
before
will.
Before you do that, can I just say this again? I've said it before. Owen Morgan's captaincy, regardless of the result.
Well, it's extra. Yes.
Yeah, I think he actually. It looked like he was letting the game drift at one point, but it's not drifting now.
No, it's not, and that's why those stats were so important, so interesting. Because if we'd have looked at those when we saw that, what was it, 232 was the target, we might have been quite so confident on Australia's behalf, I fear.
Well, indeed, and usually with things like successful run chase stats, they kind of get blown out of the water in the last few years, since basically every team in the world has got better at chasing and better at batting.
It was a big play on inside edge, wasn't it, onto his middle stump?
Yeah, indeed. Just cramped for room. Normally you expect all the successful chases to be recent, but no, 232 plus has been, failed to be chased in 2020, in 2019, hang on, 200. Well, so in 2019 and more recently as well, twice in 2019 in fact, and the most recent time it was done was the 1999 World Cup.
Extraordinary statting. Well done, Knuckle. I knew. As soon as I found that little tool on House Stat, I thought, oh, that's going to be useful. 166 for 7. Sam Curran has just removed Pat Cummings, so he's now going to have Stark to Bolo, who's got an edge, and he's gone first ball. Curran's on a hat-trick. Australia are 8 down. Stark has to walk. Nestle has his hands on his head. Don't go away from your TV, radio, computer, phone, whatever you are listening on. Extraordinary stuff. Extraordinary stuff.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
And I think that is only the second duck of the match after Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, just a little bit of swing away from Sam Curran. Mitchell Stark, who's quite a fluent player and a good striker of the ball, sort of wafted at it. No, his feet didn't really go anywhere. Good catch by Josh Butler, diving away low to his left, and Australia don't know where to look.
Well, no, Amazing. They don't. Sam Curran will be on a hat-trick. That's we'll wait and see. Presumably, who will he have to bowl at? Will it be Zampa?
Hazelwood, probably.
That'd be Hazelwood more likely. No, it is Zampa. Tend to put Zampa.
It is Zampa. It is Zampa.
It is Zampa. Oh, yeah. I did wonder if they might bring him up.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear of all others. They fear Adam Zampa.
Well, I think at the moment Adam Zampa probably fears Sam Curran.
Yeah,
because he's got the hat-trick ball to deal with. 66 from 63, but in this one just little moment of the game, all that really matters is this hat-trick ball. Sam Curran intent, then into that chucky face of his, and it's full, and it's dealt with very nicely indeed by Adam Zampa, who gets a full face of the bat onto it, pushes it into the onside. There is no run, and we can all breathe just a little. Took that well. A little word for Josh Butler there as well.
Yeah,
took that nicely.
It was a very decent catch indeed, diving away low to his left. And so the last England player to take an ODI hat-trick remains Stephen Thomas Finn.
Yep.
One of the worst hat-tricks of all time.
As that one is in comes Curran, angling the ball in from around the wicket to Zampa, who again plays it very nicely. So this over has gone 1 wicket, dot. 166 for 8, 66 from 61 now, and balls are trailing 2 runs needed, and it's getting a wider gap. Remarkable stuff.
No, Jay, don't go to the shop.
We hear back from Farong. Anyway, let's wait until we hear that. So in comes Curran nicely, solidly met. And is that the end of that Curran over? Because if it is, it's also the end of me. I'm sorry to leave you at this incredible time, but you will be in the most capable hands to talk you through whatever transpires from here. And it's looking good for England all of a sudden.
Certainly is. Somehow, from 144 for 2 after 30.4 overs, Australia find themselves after 40 overs, 166 for 8. Archer and Woke started it, and Sam Curran's taken 2 in 2. Alex Carey is on 7 not out. Adam Zampa is on 0 not out. Australia needs 66 off the last 60 overs. 60 balls, in fact 10 overs, with 2 wickets in hand. And Grubby and Al, England are favourites now, aren't they?
We go away for 10 overs.
I know. I pop out briefly.
No.
and this.
I pop out to medicate my son.
Wow. We were hoping for a low-scoring thriller, and here it is.
In comes Tom Curran, angling into the pads of Alex Carey. He clips it round the corner and takes a single, possibly a leg by. Haven't had a signal yet from the umpire, but I think that thumped into pad. Yes, it did. Leg by, 167 for 8. Archer and Wokes were brilliant in their second spells, as Archer had been in his first spell. But even then, with Finch still in, Finch got out to Chris Wokes, but even then, it looked like Australia still had enough in the bank. But then Sam Curran comes in and does the business.
I have a question, because from Tom Curran's end, Curran's got to bowl out and Rashid's got to bowl out as well.
So you've okay, so they're rotating around Sam Curran. Back of a length goes Curran, and he pushes this Zampa into the offside. There is no run. So Curran,
Sam Curran bowls out from the other end. Now, would you let Tom Curran bowl out and then let Rashid bowl his 2 overs after that, or do you essentially stop Curran, say maybe after this over, 2 overs of Rashid, then 2 overs of Tom Curran?
That's the way I do it.
Who would you prefer as a final few overs death bowler?
After this ball, in comes Tom Curran, back of a length, angling into the pads of Adam Zampa. He runs this round the corner for a single, and he's off the mark. No, it might have been another leg by. In fact, 160. No, he's off the mark. I would go for Tom Curran and Adil Rashid as my death bowlers if possible. I think those are your best 2 options. Tom Curran's a specialist death bowler, and I think the tail trying to score over a run of ball against Adil Rashid is a recipe for trouble for Australia.
It's got to be Sam Curran from one end.
Oh, in that case, I'm going the Curran brothers then. So I bring back Rashid after this over from Tom Curran. Let's see what Morgan does. In comes Curran to Alex Carey, on whose broad shoulders Australia's hopes of a series victory rest, as he turns this to Chris Wokes coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. They come through for a single. Australia need a boundary.
Yeah, you definitely want Tom Curran bowling those crucial last couple of overs, I guess. I'd be tempted to bring Adil back sooner rather than later. I wouldn't leave him for the final couple. I think it's less likely that things can go wrong for England.
In comes Sam Curran to Adam Zampa, back of a length outside off stump. The ball just doesn't arrive, and Zampa toe ends it back to the bowler. There is no run.
I mean, let's face it, England are huge favourites here now.
Yeah,
huge favourites.
God only knows how. Well, 4 for 3.
Having been, behind the game for 80% of it.
It's
extraordinary, this game.
Having been dead and buried, let's be honest.
Yeah.
4 for 3 in 20 balls. That's how that happens, including losing Labuschagne, Mitch Marsh, Aaron Finch, and Glenn Maxwell. That's how that kind of thing happens. And yet again, as they did in the first T20, Australia find themselves in a losing position from a game they should never have been in the losing position. Zampa prods this to mid-off. There is no run.
Right, I think that's the end of the over. So let's get through some tweets. Farong, 167 million people in Bangladesh, and no, there are no liquor licenses. Dhaka has 8 licensed clubs. I need grog because I can't get to sleep. Adrian Lowe, wow, guys, spit the dog. What, the cafe? Come on, England. Vector Victoria, what were the odds on England win while Spanch and Marcus were happily batting away? I hope someone got some cash on.
Well, at one point during the first T20, England were 75-1.
And do we know anyone who backed us?
We don't know.
I very much doubt it.
Yeah. And apparently my giant head is a lot less scary when I sound squeaky emotional.
It is going to be Sam Curran continuing.
Giant head.
It is going to be Sam Curran continuing. He's got a
Jay Grover.
Sam Curran will bowl out from this end, from the James Anderson end. He's in to Alex Carey, shortish outside off stump and cut behind square by Carey. Tom Curran will come round to help his brother out from very fine third man, and for some reason throw it over Sam Billings' head as he comes around from deep cover, and they'll come back for 3 in the end, thanks to a bit of a miscommunication between Tom Curran and Sam Billings.
To watch any simple thing done overly complicatedly well is...
Well, it was fair enough for the relay throw. He just overcooked it.
Yeah, he just did it badly.
Yeah.
Remember the marvellous comedy sketch show Absolutely, where Jack Doherty played a director in one sketch and telling the actors, could you do it better? Not quite so badly.
Then comes Curran round the wicket from Adam Zampa, and that one seemed to hurry Zampa, and he blocks it off the splice, really, off the maker's name up to Chris Wokes at mid-on. There is no run. Only 82 miles an hour, but it really thudded into the bat. Aaron Finch and Pat Cummins staring with 1,000-yard stares at the action.
I loved Absolutely. One of the best underrated late-night comedy shows you could ever wish to find drunk.
Yeah. The classic Stony Bridge and all that stuff. For anyone who's not watched it,
in comes Curran, runs his fingers across this, and suddenly England's fielding is up to scratch. Morgan slides across to his right to field cover. There is no run.
He's like the coolest gunslinger in town, isn't he? Wandering into Dodge City, trying to find, whichever rascal it needs capturing. He just looks so cool, doesn't he, Morgan?
Yeah.
I suppose you can do when you won a World Cup, but I think he's always had that iciness about him.
He's got those eyes that make it look like he's in control. Curran in with those eyes that make it look like he's about to sprout horns at any moment. Pushes into the offside, does Adam Zampa, straight to Captain Wild Bill Morgan, and there is no run.
What's Carey's highest score in ODIs? Because Zampa certainly needs to put his highest score in.
85.
I can do that, Knuckle, while you commentate. Or
85 is Alex Carey's highest score. He's got a pretty good one-day international record, Alex Carey.
It's him, isn't it? It's really him who's got to get 70-80% of these runs.
Yeah, he probably needs another 40 of these runs, probably 60 off 50. Mid-on goes back, I think perhaps trying to give Zampa the strike. He defends this hurriedly from his stumps back to the bowler Sam Curran. There is no run.
He just doesn't quite have it within him to either play the attacking shot or play the shot well enough to get himself off strike to get Carey back on.
No, there's only 2 balls left of the over now, so I'm not sure whether Zampa would be looking to take singles, but the more you do that, the more pressure you heap on Alex Carey and basically your plan is, Alex, do something. Short ball, which Curran doesn't bowl many bouncers, but that one skidded through nicely enough. Zampa tries to run this over the keeper's head and misses through to the keeper. There is no run. End of the 42nd over. Australia 172 for 8, needs 60 still off the last 8 overs. Reminder, 20 overs ago, or 19 overs and 2 balls ago, they were 144 for 2.
You can have sorry, go on out.
Sorry, Grogs.
What am I talking about? Sorry, 10 overs and that many ago, they were 144 for 2. Bloody hell! Cricket.
I was just. I know. Again, it bites us. I was just going to say you can have 7-1 against Australia now if you fancy that. Al, sorry, over to you for socials.
Jay Grover goes and then goes, Grubby, your wife just shut the door on you like the last scene in The Godfather. Absolutely were meant. I thought I was the only one.
Oh God!
It is Tom Curran continuing. Bowls from mid-crease, round the wicket, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey, who pushes this into the offside. Point juggles a little bit, but they're not going to take the single.
Shutting the door of a room while looking at the person on whom you're shutting it is quite a strong statement.
Is Godfather 2 the best instance of where a sequel is better than the original movie?
It's always the one I go to when I ask that question.
Empire Strikes Back, maybe?
Toy Story 2? They may be the only 3?
Toy Story 3 is arguably the best of the lot. But yeah, I think The Godfather 2 is always the one I cite as my favourite film.
Yeah, it's just remarkable. Wow, 60 off 47, 2 wickets left.
Alex Carey with the weight of the world on his shoulders. This would be a Butler-esque rescue for Alex Carey to pull it off from here, such as the turnaround been in this game. Tom Curran in, and Carey works this up to mid-on. It'll only be a single to Jofra Archer, who he and Chris Wokes sparked this remarkable turnaround with their second spells. Archer took a wicket, Wokes took 3 in their combined second spells, and both were absolutely magnificent. Then Sam Curran took 2 in 2. Australia now 173 for 8. Need 59 off 46 balls.
It is frightening stuff. It's never over.
No, and Australia are a team who, in the last few years in all limited overs cricket, have found ways to lose games. They've not been a very good limited overs team for a few years now.
Yeah, well, if they're thinking about their process, it's quite clear which bit of the process needs some work, isn't it? All the ingredients seem to be there.
6 men up in the ring in the last 10 overs. They don't need to have this many. A big swing from Adam Zampa misses as it goes over the top of the stumps, and there is no run. You're mandated to have 4 in the ring. England have got 6.
I don't think the ball's going to go too far.
It just doesn't look like they've got a plan here, the Australian batsmen. Surely the plan is, Zampa, you just stay there and I'll score the runs.
Well, surely the plan is just bat on ball. Carey's swinging at everything, and he looks tense, as he did in the first T20. You know, he's a good player, and Zampa too is just swinging at everything and putting even more pressure on Alex Carey. 4th ball of the over from Tom Curran, over the wicket to Adam Zampa, back of a length, and Zampa does well here, pushes it off the back foot through the non-striker's legs. Archer comes herring in from long on, but it's always going to be a single. But suddenly, 58 off 44, Australia need more than singles.
And that is perfect, though, from Zampa. That's what he's got to do. He's just played a simple shot off the back foot. You know, nice contact, watch the ball, gets one, gets his partner on strike, admittedly. Just 2 balls left in the over.
31 balls since the last boundary. 25 minutes. We've got 3 men back on the leg side at long leg, deep backward square, or deep square leg really, and deep mid wicket with a mid on up in the circle, and Carey will take the single up to Archer at mid on. Australia can't afford to turn down runs, but now the field will squeeze it. Well, I don't know, actually the field probably won't squeeze, and now you want Zampa on strike, don't you?
You would think so.
Yeah. Probably won't change the field too much, but there won't be they won't be just shutting down that single, because if he takes a single, it's not the end of the world. Some furious gum chewing going on. Pat Cummins.
Yeah.
He's got the teeth for it, let's face it.
He's
that look of like, how did this happen?
He's looking around indeed, absolutely mystified. Last ball of the over from Tom Curran to Adam Zampa, who backs away to leg. Curran follows him, well bowled Tom Curran, and it's no run to Joe Root in there at short mid wicket. Australia 175 for 8, and now need 57 off the last 7 overs.
9.5 in over?
7.95 and over. I'm not quite sure what's going on with the Al Hodge mathsometer today.
Well,
7 overs, 8. It's 8.
Oh, sorry, 7 overs, not 6 overs. Sorry, my mistake. To my credit, thank you. I did get the bowling switches right.
Oh yeah, you'd be a good captain.
Thank you for that. It's quite all right.
yeah, no, I did.
No, it's quite all right. Thank you.
I credited you. Thank you very much.
It's just over 8 and over anyway. Sam Curran's hair is quite funny as well.
It's bedhead.
He's been sweeping it over for so long now that
it's bedhead and hat head as he's into Alex Carey, who works this into the onside up to Archer, the 1 man up, saving one in the ring on the leg side.
Yeah, Sam Curran and Zach Crawley could make quite a good Mulligan and O'Hare type duet.
Well, or either that, or the the tall thief and the thin thief, or the small thief from Home Alone. Sam Curran's not quite as big as Joe Pesci, but
He made that film around about the same time as he was in Goodfellas as well.
It was only about a year later, yeah, wasn't it? And then Home Alone 2 shortly afterwards. Josh Hazelwood, looking the most nervous man in the world in the Australian dressing room. He does not want to have to be doing what he's about to do. And who can blame him after his heroics? He wouldn't have thought that Australia would be in this position as Adam Zampa backs away outside leg stump. Sam Curran follows him from round the wicket, left arm, and Zampa misses his attempted cut, drive, thing. There is no run.
Jay Grover thinks Evil Dead 2 is another instance of a sequel that's worth consideration.
You think Jay and Mog are kind of pen pals?
Kindred spirits.
They're twinned. If they were towns, they'd be twinned.
Comes Sam Curran. Oh, good Yorker from Sam Curran, and a wide Yorker just outside off stump again. Zampa's trying to back away outside leg and squirt this away through backward point or third man, but that was too full for that shot. Very good death bowling from Sam Curran. Not renowned as such.
Yeah, if you've got someone backing away to leg like that and you can bowl that wide Yorker as he's bowled it, I mean, it's risky because if you miss it by a nano, then he's going to get bat on that and it may fly away for four.
Yeah, I want to. I'm a little bit hamstrung in terms of what I can tell you about what the bowler's about to bowl, because I'm not really seeing the field very often. But I can tell you, Zampa 2 off 17 and looking more nervous with every passing delivery. He squints down the pitch at Sam Curran, who's in. Back of a length, Zampa swings himself almost off his feet trying to launch this into the leg side, gets a bottom edge into his pad and it dribbles out into the offside. There is no run. Required run rate now up over 8 and over. Alex Carey's wandering down to have a word with Adam Zampa, and quite rightly. Again, though, Zampa shouldn't really be put in this position given how well he's bowled. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And same for Hazelwood, as you were saying, he was looking nervous on the balcony. There's no reason for him to be nervous because he shouldn't be in this position. If he goes out there needing to score 40 off 20 or whatever it is, and he does it, he's a hero. No one's expecting him to.
In comes Curran, penultimate ball of the over. Could be a caught and bowled. It's a slow ball that's popped up straight in the air. Jofra Archer takes the catch. England are 1 wicket away from victory. Sam Curran has a 3rd wicket. Adam Zampa goes for a torturous 2 off 19. Australia 176 for 9. Slower ball into the pitch. It just sat up and Zampa was through his poke too early. It looped up in the air. Archer will never take an easier catch. And Australia, having been 144 for 2 after 30.4 overs, only chasing 232, need 56 off 37 balls with Alex Carey, who is on 14 off 22, and Josh Hazelwood. Justin Langer, if his eyes were lasers.
Well, I know we don't often like to give credit to other former professional commentators, professional players who are now commentators, but Shane Warne said to me quite funny about Langer the other day. He said if he wakes up in a good mood, he kicks the walls, he's in a bad one. And I love that as a nice summation of Justin Langer.
He is the most wildly intense man, isn't he?
His mood has not improved by what you see in the last 30 minutes or so.
Right, shall I... do you want me to whiz through a couple of tweets? Merchant Engineer, a great game of cricket is a great game regardless of context. Jay Grover, my feelings on Morgan have been well said here. Go on. Sorry, you need to Hazelwood.
Indeed.
You need to,
Indeed. Facing the firing squad.
This is a jingle for Josh Hazelwood. This is a jingle for Josh Hazelwood.
Hazelwood has been absolutely magnificent with the ball in this series. He took 3 for in the first game. He took 1 for in this game, 1 for 27, and he's just about somehow got off the mark with a very, very hurried single. I think anyway. I'm not entirely sure, but in fact he was sent back. He was into the body of Hazelwood, and he tried to fiddle it into the offside. He ran sort of one by himself and then was sent back by Alex Carey. So Carey will keep the strike. He's on 15 not out of 23. Australia, after 44 overs, 177 for 9, need 56 off the last 6 overs, and Carey basically has to get all of them.
He does. To the tune of Rye Whiskey, according to Jay Grove. If it wasn't for Bedhead, I'd have had no head at all. Testy Test says GC is the better sequel of Test Match Sofa. Very nice of you to be able to say so. Leah, Godfather 2 isn't even the best film by Coppola. Apocalypse Now says hello, which is obviously The Seventh Samurai. Yes, Kurosawa is the best director to ever live, proving me wrong. Jay Grover, Mog is responsible enough to care any other sentiment beats his creative, compassionate man. I once tried to flying headbutt a fruit fly. I aspire to be like Mog. And, where is it? Farong wants you to let you know that he's home safe from the pub.
Very good. Just in time for England to complete a...
By the way, I think Carey got a single off that. I think they crossed.
They crossed while the ball was in the air, of course, so Carey took the single, and he's now on strike to Tom Curran. He backs away to leg and tries to whack this into the leg side, but it's just not there, and it's only a single up to Jofra Archer, exposing Josh Hazelwood to the strike.
Bring the field in. Slips.
Yeah, I was a little... England didn't go particularly aggressive, even when Archer and Wokes were bowling out, but well, actually, having said that, I would still keep a few boundary riders out, maybe sort of part way to the boundary for the one that gets slogged up in the air. Australia can't win this with singles. They need 54 off 35 balls. They need 9.25 and over.
It's not like the middle of the innings where Australia were only 2 down and England really had to force the pace. Then I'd have been up for all sorts, men around the bat and a couple of slips in place and whatever. There's no need to do that now, even though we've got Josh Hazelwood on strike.
Hasn't been a boundary since that 6 in the 38th over, and before that there hadn't been a boundary since the 29th over. England have put the squeeze on and blown through this Australian middle and lower order. Tom Curran in, yet to take a wicket, but has bowled very well. He's into Josh Hazelwood, who turns it nicely round the corner for a single to long leg. He gets off the mark and off strike. 53 needed off 34 balls.
I wonder if he's ever been in a position like this, Alex Carey. Or whether he can draw on any good memories of winning a game from similarly desperate positions. It's got to be all him.
This is the kind of chase where even with MS Dhoni in his peak, you would think, foolish outside off stump. Curran takes the pace off it. Carey losing his shape as he tries to back away to leg and flay it through that offside field. There is no run. Good back of the hand slower ball from Tom Curran. He disguised that very well. And Carey had backed away so far he couldn't reach it.
I was going to say that Dhoni might have managed Zampa better as a partner and protected him better, but the fact was that once Zampa was on strike, he just couldn't get off it, could he?
No, 2 off 19 balls for Adam Zampa. In comes Curran, bowls full, and that's nicely driven by Carey, but straight to Owen Morgan on the edge of the ring at extra cover. There is no run.
Let's give that a fair old lick. Good fielding, good placement, really.
Yeah, slightly set back on the edge of the circle, quite straight.
Do you think Morgan might try and give that finger a bit of a rest? But then again, if there's a decider, all bets are off, isn't it?
Oh, if there's a decider, I don't know. Same team? Maybe Moeen Ali comes back. I don't know who Moeen Ali comes back in for. No, I don't think England would make any changes. As Curran's in, short and pulled by Alex Carey, but all the way down to Jofra Archer, set in a little bit off the edge of the rope at long on, just a single. 17 for Carey now, but off 27 balls, and he's not hit a boundary in that time. Australia 180 for 9, need 52 off 31 balls at just a shade under 10 and over.
It's the old cliche there, hasn't it? We lost the game because the batting wasn't good enough, so we changed the bowling attack. And here, England might get out of jail with the batting has really failed and the bowlers have pulled us through. We might change the bowling attack again.
Maybe. I mean, depending if Mark Wood's fit, maybe. It's a nice problem to have again, as with the Test team. Last ball of the over from Curran to Josh Hazelwood, who works this to leg, and they trot through for a single. Now the situation is Australia might find themselves not bowled out but still lose. Australia 181 for 9, need 51 off the last 5 overs.
Tom Curran's bowled out, 10 overs, 0 for 28.
Yeah, very handy. Very, very handy in the circumstances.
We thought this might be his type of pitch, didn't we?
Yeah, he's bowled those cutters well, he's bowled those back of the hand slower balls well. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he's done a very, very good job for his team. Sam Curran's got 3 left. Adil Rashid's got 2 left. Credit to Morgan for recognising the maths and marshalling his bowling resources well, and for bringing back Archer and Wood. Maybe he brought him back. We thought he might have brought him back a little bit too late, but he's been absolutely superb.
No, he's had to bowl his death bowlers in the middle in order to be able to get to the point of here. Anything else, it just would have been that limp Australian victory.
In comes Curran to Josh Hazlewood. Full and in swinging, and Hazlewood just keeps that out and clips it to Joe Root, who's lurking at short mid wicket. There is no run.
Just held that one back a bit. It was a clever bit of bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah, very nicely bowled. Run rate now over 10.5 and over. In comes Curran, face scrunched in demonic concentration. Hazlewood has no idea where this has gone, and somehow they managed to come through for a leg by. He tried to turn it to leg, it sort of rolled down his body. Well called through by Alex Carey for the single, despite Sam Curran hitting the stumps with his side foot. There's probably a leg by. Good hustle from Alex Carey. Despite the fact
Still well to hit the target there.
Well, you say that, the ball's landed in the crease. You'd be disappointed to miss from that range.
Yeah, Mark Wood did one from a bit further out with his left foot, didn't he, in the previous game?
Yes, and apparently shouted "Ginala" as he did it. Apparently, when he aims a side foot at the stumps, he shouts "Shearer."
Of course.
But it was left-footed, so he went Ginala.
Absolutely. I'd have given him more props if he shouted Warren Barton.
Warren Barton was a right back.
No, I know, but less likely to be scoring.
Back of a length, and Carey chops this hurriedly and awkwardly out into the offside. Jason Roy fields. There is no run. They do take the single. Carey moves to 18, but you're right, Grubby. Australia really, once the wicket started falling, just completely froze.
Yeah, I mean, there's this game and the T20, the first T20, where they lost from an improbable position as well. And talking of their process, that's definitely where they need some work.
Full in swinging, and Hazlewood pushes this up to deepish set mid on, and they come through for a single. England don't mind about singles now. It wasn't very long ago that we were saying there were far too many singles on offer. But England's opening bowlers, Wokes and Archer, have turned this game around with a magnificent spell of bowling. Australia lost 4 for 3 in 20 balls. Then Sam Curran took 2 in 2 to make an already tricky equation now look almost impossible for Australia. They need 11 and over, 48 of 26. Carey backs away and tries to slam this through the offside. He gets a bottom edge on it, bounces back to the bowler. There is no run.
I know it makes no difference, probably, but they've even made a mistake in terms of putting Zampa in before Hazlewood. Hazlewood's been far better at getting bat on ball. You know, the idea of that, I know it's probably like the difference between losing by maybe 30 runs and losing by 50 runs, but even that seems like it's been a mistake for Australia.
In comes Curran, tight to off stump and turned to leg by Alex Carey. It'll just be a single, a very agreed single, really.
I mean, they've looked $1 million in many parts of these games that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, Australia. And yet, there's a fragility about them that you do not associate with the good Australian teams, or even the half-average Australian teams. In a position like this, you just cannot imagine sides that we've seen over the years capitulating in this way.
They've got out of the habit of winning, since really from sort of 2016 onwards. Really, they've been largely very poor in limited overs cricket. They've had a good run in T20s in recent times, but that was ended in that one day international series. Their one day form was wretched up until a few months before the World Cup, and they're looking for a new plan and a new way to be. So Tom Curran's bowled out, 10 overs, 2 for 28. Back comes Adil Rashid.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Oh.
Here comes Rashid, the leg break to start with, straightish and on a length, and Carey whips this round the corner to Chris Wokes at long leg. Just a single. Unfortunately, he seems to have hit the 8-hour limit on Facebook, which is deeply annoying and wasn't expected to happen because an ODI is not meant to last that long.
Leah takes exception with the idea that Dhoni wouldn't have been able to have chased this down. She calls BS on you, Knuckle.
No.
You're a better player when you're retired.
Dhoni did some remarkable things for India. Even this might have been beyond the great man in his pomp. Rashid in a googly, which is back of a length, and Hazelwood hangs back in the crease. I'm not sure he picked it, but he was able to play it off the back foot and turns a single out to Jason Roy at deepish mid-wicket. 45 needed off 22. Or Australia just hoping against hope they can find a 20-run over from somewhere.
Yep.
In comes Adil Rashid looking to finish it before then. Carey tries to reverse sweep. Oh, and it's dropped by one of the Currans, I think Sam Curran, at short third man. It looped up and over his head, and he sprang up and to his right and got both hands to it, but down it goes. It's Tom Curran, in fact. Bairstow comes around to field, and that could have been the game, but instead it's 2 runs.
Way up in the sky, little darling. And if it falls, I'll pick it up. Just pick it up, mate.
Sort of did a nice little twist in the air, did Tom Curran. Googly, which doesn't really arrive at Alex Carey, and he drags it down to Archer at long on. They come through for a single. 43.
He's bowling almost... Sorry, Knuckle. He's bowling almost exclusively googlies to the left-hander from over the wicket. It's the equivalent of Ashley Giles bowling over the wicket to the great Indian team of the mid-noughties.
A little bit more turn.
Bit more turn, though, yeah. Turns his wrong and more than Giles turned his stock ball. Apart from that one he got punter with. That was a gorgeous ball.
As Rashid is in, a leg break this time to Josh Hazelwood. Again, a little bit too short perhaps, or Hazelwood is just hanging on the back foot and turns it to square leg. There is no run. Rashid's leaked a lot of singles through square leg today. It's not been a great day for Adil Rashid, unusually for him in the last several years in one-day international cricket, but Wokes and Archer were magnificent. The Curran brothers have done their job coming into the team, playing together in a home international for the first time. And to be fair, Rashid, without his innings, England wouldn't have got close to a defensible total. Last ball of Rashid's 9th over. Big swipe from Alex Carey. Finally a boundary. It's been a very, very long time coming. Australia need many, many more of those.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Barong would like to know, do you think there's a change of pitch in order for Wednesday?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I'm not sure whether it's going to be a used pitch or not. I'm sure we'll find out. Even with that boundary, the first in 57 balls, nearly 10 overs without a boundary, Australia are 195 for 9 and need over 12 and over.
Jay Grover, I think this fragility is overstated. I can't speak for you. I thought England were proper fucked. I thought they were going to lose the first one. Now I'm dumb and I don't think Australia have suddenly become bobbins. The games have just been too close to call. They've been, all of them really, on knife edges, haven't they, really?
Yeah, as I said, they've done a lot right, Australia. Their bowling has been superb. They've just, at certain moments in the game, where they've had it, you know, and they've not seen it through, and that is uncharacteristic if you look back in history.
Sam Curran in and swings this into the left-handed Josh Hazelwood, and they come through for a single. Yeah, I say this isn't a. It's a team with some very, very good players in it, but it's a team that has a slightly fragile core to it. Some of the backup options are not as good as they once were some years ago now. And I think that the generational trauma that Australia inflicted on 2 or 3 generations of England fans, I think, has blinded people to that fact somewhat. As Sam Curran is in back of a length and Carey forces off really neither front nor back foot, and he's got to hurry as he realises Owen Morgan has ball in hand, but Morgan's not going to be risking overthrows with a loose shy at the stumps at this stage. 35 needed off 16.
And Morgan furiously trying to shine the ball there. I think he's fighting a losing battle.
Yeah, indeed. It's also just slowing things down and playing the game at their pace. England's, that is. As Sam Curran is in outside off stump, and Hazelwood pokes this out to the man on the deep point boundary. They come through for a single.
Yeah, no, you're right to pick up on that sort of historical thing, Knuckle, just because in history Australian teams have been particularly, all-time great teams, and would never. It's not to say that this team ought to beat that. It's just that any international team gets in the positions they got in, would expect to go through and win it. And the fact that it looks like they're going to squander 2 opportunities from very strong positions like that, you have to ask questions and how they're going to go about rectifying it.
Sam Curran in, slapped down the ground and over the man at mid-off. Mid-off was up in the circle. That's a good hit from Alex Carey. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, but it's not over. That's the other thing to say. And like when he jumped across his stumps and attempted that reverse sweep where he nearly got caught by Curran, I just, for a moment, it flashed into my head, Stokes at Headingley.
Maybe. I mean, that was a reverse sweep.
Similarly remarkable.
That was a reverse sweep for 6, though, wasn't it? That was a.
I know, but just the moment and the fact that the state of the game is 9 down.
I don't know. I think it was a fair enough shot. Short third man was up, so it was fair enough.
Oh yeah.
7 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. Short, and Carey tries to repeat the dose, but gets a bottom part of the bat on it. And they will hurry back for 2 as mid-off missed it, and Archer has to field at mid-on. You'll have to be a little bit careful here. 28 need off 13. It's not unachievable, but Australia need another boundary and then need to get Carey back on strike at the start of the next over.
Well, yeah, exactly. Now you come in on the one if you're England, don't you? If he wants to try and pierce the field, go over the top and hit a boundary, then you go, okay, fine. We'll have the next over at number 11. Thanks very much.
With Adil Rashid.
You want to cut the single off, though.
With the leading wicket taker in the world in one-day cricket since the 2015 World Cup and his unpickable googly. Back of a length goes Curran, and Carey will manage to get himself up the other end. So he's on strike for the 49th over. So that Australia need 27 off 12. It'll take a pretty big over to make this interesting, but Adil Rashid's got to hold his nerve here and just do the business.
Totally. That was sloppy from England, though, wasn't it? You would
expect better.
He's allowed the easy single we were talking about, saying he can't be allowed that. Just nudged it into square leg. I mean, that's poor.
10 runs came off that over. Still way under the rate, 13.5 needed, but now it's really ball by ball. It's 27 needed off 12. Australia need a boundary off the first couple of balls of this over. Adil Rashid has hold his nerve in tougher situations against tougher batters than this. Remember him bowling brilliantly to Chris Gale in the West Indies towards the end of a very high-scoring one-day international and getting Chris Gale out and resulting in the win. Now it's gone back to a more normal, really, one-day field. To be fair, there's 5 men still up in the circle. There's a short fine leg, short third man, backward point quite square. It is going to be just the 4 men, an extra cover, and then everyone else is back on the boundary. So deep point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. It's a very traditional field for this stage of the innings. Adil Rashid spins ball from hand to hand, right arm over the wicket to Alex Carey. Tosses this up and Carey tries to sweep and gets a bottom edge, and the man will field on the 45. Just the single. That's a good result for England.
Now, do we is there want to be able to obviously prevent the 4, but a bit more pressure on Hazelwood?
Yeah, maybe bring another man up, maybe in the sort of mid-wicket region. In fact, that's exactly what they've done. In fact, there's 4 men up in the circle. Short third man / backward point, short cover There might be a run out here. No, it's a very good running from Alex Carey. I'm not sure what that came off. It was a leg break that Hazelwood didn't pick. Maybe a combination of inside edge and pad. It dribbled out into the offside. Backward point, hurled himself forward and threw down the stumps. The one stump he had to aim at, in fact, it was the googly he didn't pick, and it bounced off his pad. Tom Curran flung himself in, and Butler broke the stumps, but Carey was good to get up the other end. 25 needed off 10.
Fair to say Carey was backing up a good old way there.
Oh yeah, watch the monk ad.
That's all that this game's missing, for that to be the final dismissal.
Hazelwood keeping himself in his crease. A googly from Adil Rashid, beautifully bowled, and it spun sharply. Carey lost his shape on the slog sweep, head went up in the air, and he was beaten by about a yard. Butler whips off the bails, but I don't think Carey's back foot was lifted. More to the point, dot ball.
And also it makes Carey think about the next time he wants to slog sweep like that. He was nowhere near that, was he? He was a mile away.
25 off 9, Adil Rashid doing the business. Not been his best day, but if he can hold out with a good over here. Down the track comes Carey. Butler whips off the bails. Another googly from Adil Rashid. He has his wicket. Alex Carey gone for 36. And England have won the unwinnable. They've won by 24 runs. The series is level. We go to a decider on Wednesday. Australia bowled out for 207. They lost their last 8 wickets for 63 runs in the space of about 19 overs. A very easy stumping for Jos Butler. He's never taken one in the test match, taken the odd few in limited overs cricket. Carey came down the track, missed the googly, misread the googly by some distance. Bit of turn. Adil Rashid didn't start his day very well, but he's held his nerve towards the end. But today really has all been about with the ball for England, the seam bowlers. 3 wickets for Jofra Archer, 3 wickets for Chris Woakes, 3 wickets for Sam Curran, and of course that magnificent partnership between Tom Curran and Adil Rashid for the 9th wicket. It looked as though it was gilding a particularly wilted lily, but that partnership of 76 off 57 balls got England up to a defensible total. Aaron Finch and Marnus Labuschagne put on over 100 at a good pace, but then Archer and Wood came back into the attack to close out their second spells, and Labuschagne fell, Marsh fell, Finch fell, Maxwell fell, all within 3 runs of each other. Then Sam Curran took 2 in 2, and yet again England have pulled off a remarkable victory.
I'd like to put a little message out to our tweeters, particularly the doom mongers, who at various stages in the game and other games will often just say we're doomed and why are we so shit now, and why are we so... Where are you now? Anything to say at this moment? Because
I'll have a look.
You've just witnessed, an amazing game. First and foremost, a fantastic game, but secondly, you don't become world champions by rolling over. Anyway, it was another good game, wasn't it? Australia will be kicking themselves, and rightly so, had the game in the palm of their hands, and for 80% of the game, well, until halfway through their innings, they were winning. There's no way they could lose the game. But a combination of their own fragility and England's perseverance and no little skill, and a couple of terrific spells from Woakes and Archer. Arguably, you could say Tom Curran deserves man of the match for 10 overs for 28 and the runs towards the end of England's innings that got us to some sort of total. But hey-ho, a great game of cricket, I think.
Yeah, fantastic. You go through the scorecard. David Warner, 6. Aaron Finch, 73. David Warner, 6. Caught behind by another absolute jaffer from Jofra Archer, his nemesis. Marcus Stoinis, done by another ripper from Jofra Archer, a bouncer that he couldn't get out the way of, looped to catch up to Jos Butler. Then Marnus Labuschagne and Aaron Finch put on that fantastic partnership. Before Labuschagne was tracked LBW by Chris Woakes, England successfully reviewed Michael Goff, which doesn't happen very often, and trapped Marnus Labuschagne LBW for 48. That looked to be just a little hiccup along the way, but then Mitchell Marsh was bowled by Jofra Archer, chopping on for a single. Then Aaron Finch and Glenn Maxwell fell in the next 2 overs, both to Chris Woakes, both bowled by deliveries from mid-crease that just held their line and took off stump, and suddenly Australia had nothing left. They had Alex Carey and the bowlers, none of whom had faced very many deliveries. Pat Cummins hit one magnificent six, but then was bowled by Sam Curran, chopping on a big bottom-edged pull. Mitchell Stark was caught behind next ball, a good catch by Josh Butler. Zampa survived the hat-trick ball, but was shaky in the extreme and eventually perished for 2 off 19, looping a slower ball to Jofra Archer at mid-on. And then it was far too much to do for Alex Carey and Josh Hazelwood. A few beefy blows from Carey got him up to 36 off 41, but he was stumped by a couple of feet by Josh Butler with the bowling of Adil Rashid. And Australia finished with those 13 extras, mostly leg byes, on 207 all out, bowled out with 10 balls to spare. Chris Wokes, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 32. Jofra Archer, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 34. Both absolutely magnificent. Tom Curran, very good despite being wicketless. 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28. Adil Rashid held his nerve towards the end despite not being in the best of form in this innings at least. 9.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 67. Of course, add to Curran and Rashid their 37 of 39 and 35 not out of 26 respectively, which changed the complexion of the game really and got England up to a defensible total. And then Sam Curran, 2 wickets and 2 balls, coming in for his first ODI in a little while, just his 5th one-day international in fact. 9 overs, 3 for 35, and we go to Wednesday with the series level.
Good fun, innit?
Yeah, this cricket thing's quite good, eh?
Sport, who would have thought it?
Do we have anything else to add to that? Do our tweeters have anything else to add to that?
Adrian Lowe says, bloody ace, never in doubt. Jay Grover says, good lord, thank you all very much. Another reminder of why I don't gamble. Keep your sound well. That's basically everything. Leah goes, Leah says, I have to say this, we are doomed. A slightly more existential in its explanation than the idea of that we're doomed from an England cricket perspective. But for now, in this context, on this day, on this programme, we're far from doomed.
Yes, indeed. The death of English one-day cricket, it turns out, was greatly exaggerated. Thank you to Hendo, who was with us earlier. Thank you to Tony. Thank you to Nestlers. Thank you to Grubby. Thank you to Alpha. We will be back on Wednesday for the 3rd one-day international at 12:50 p.m. UK time. Please do join us there. It will be a decider. It will be a hell of a lot of fun. And if it's anything like today, we'll be in for yet another treat. Till then, from everyone here at Guerrilla Cricket, goodbye.
Cheers.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin,